Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Cosmos. October 5, 1349. East Byam. Brendan was a village in East Byam's coastal area. It came under the direct authority of Augustus III after his kingdom, Lone, colonized a portion of the southern continent. The main religion in Brendan was Lord of Storms, as most of the villagers were reliant on the seas, though the religion of death was still practiced secretly. All in all, Brendan was a village that was insignificant in the grand scheme of things. However, a lad was about to change not only the fate of this paltry village but also the entire world. Lucian was the lad in question. He was the son of an officer from Lone and a maid from Brendan. His mother perished giving birth to him, and his father abandoned him in an orphanage. Even though the villagers were somewhat prejudiced against him because of his heritage, Lucian paid their voices no heed, living his life as he wished. Throughout his youth, he was bright and curious, soaking up information like a sponge. He wasn't satisfied with what he obtained, always wanting more, and that was the end of him, for his reckless pursuit of knowledge brought death upon him. His life should have ended here. The villagers would have discovered his corpse, gutted and disembodied, at the corner of the road the next morning. They would have bothered enough to give him a proper burial, following old traditions, and then his name would have been all but forgotten by them, swept away in the tides of time. But something changed or interfered, an unknown force that even the mightiest gods were unaware of. And fate was shattered. A pale hand reached out from the colorless river, clutching the quill of fate and rewriting destiny into a story different than what it was intended to be. Ultimately, it was a tale of death, the end of all things. Around the world, astronomers who had awoken early, as well as mysticism experts and covert beyonders, cast their gazes aloft into the sky, more specifically at the moon that hung in the night sky shimmering with stars. Their eyes were soon filled with astonishment, for the moon was no longer crimson. In a stunned daze, a detective looked out the window of his home in Backlund. The moon. He whispered, gazing at the moon, which had turned white and abnormally bright. Far from the senses of mortals, a phantom image of an indescribable being floated above the white moon. It had countless eyes, and they all gazed down on Earth, the southern continent, East Byam, Brendan, and ultimately, at Lucian lying on a dusty road, frail and bloody, like a withering twig, slowly sinking into the pale and cold arms of death. But his silver eyes were wide open, gazing at the silver moon, brimming with such emotions and vitality, bearing such a contraindication in and of themselves. No, why? Which sadistic fuck decided to curse me to this world? Lucian whispered, his eyes wide with dread and hopelessness. Allow him to explain his situation before the outer gods claimed him. He wasn't actually Lucian, but someone from Earth. To be honest, his life was fairly mundane, but his dreams were not. They were magnificent and grand. He envisioned a life of freedom and excitement. He dreamed of seeing the old and new wonders of the world. He dreamed of filling his passport with stamps from all the countries in the world. He dreamed of settling down after everything in the city that never sleeps. He dreamed of truly living his life. He dreamed and dreamed, but when faced with reality, his dreams were shattered one by one, and what remained of him was someone who learned to accept but still hope for the impossible. His life was turned upside down when he was diagnosed with cancer. That broke whatever hope was left in him, but he refused to give up on his life, so he struggled and struggled to flee the claws of death that were reaching for his soul. He just wanted to live, and in his desperation, he did something that would have appalled his former self. He prayed to God for salvation with faith in his heart. However, he was confronted by reality again, for there was no answer to his prayers. Death soon took him, embracing him within its cold and indifferent embrace. His tale did not end there. Perhaps God heard his prayers and took pity on him, or the cosmos itself made an error. Either way, he was reincarnated into the body of dead Lucian, and if the memories of this body were any indication, this was the world of Lord of Mysteries. Alarm bells started to sound in his head as he tried to stop his thoughts from delving into the knowledge of the cosmos, but it was too late. And that was how he found himself in this fatal position, cursing all the deities of the earth for his wretched and hopeless fate. They finally arrived from the infinite and boundless heights of the cosmos, flooding his consciousness with their incoherent whispers and murmurs. And he felt agony, pain unlike anything he'd ever felt, tearing mercilessly through his being. And he shrieked, screaming until his throat felt like it was tearing apart. His vision became blurry and bloody, his sanity seemed to gradually dwindle, and he could do nothing but watch. The same feeling of helplessness once again filled his entire being. He hated it. What he didn't realize was that all around him, roses began to bloom, as white as snow, emitting a nihilistic aura that covered him, protecting him from the corruption of the starry sky. But the cosmos was unyielding, attempting to strengthen their connection with Lucian, which was established by his knowledge of them, in order to destroy those flowers and successfully corrupt this anomaly that they couldn't understand. And they were succeeding, as the white roses at the border had gone crimson with corruption, mutating and spreading into all the roses as the corruption reached the shivering and trembling Lucian in a bloody cascade. He was struggling to hold onto his slipping mind. As the cold and indifferent claws of death began to sink into his being once again, the maddening whisper suddenly escaped him, granting him a moment of clarity that amounted to filling his heart with grim determination. He refused to let death take him again. He needed to live, he wanted to live, no matter what. So he gathered his last ounces of strength and did something extremely reckless and dangerous, but it was the only option with at least a chance of survival. Adam. He screamed, trying to imbue his voice with all the knowledge of the ancient sun god in the hopes of attracting the attention of the Creator himself. Immediately, he saw light, a light so blinding, so magnificent, so mighty, that it seemed to engulf the world itself. And the last thing he heard was an angry roar from the starry sky and calm footsteps close by before the blinding light consumed him as well and his awareness faded away into slumber. Chapter 2, Pillar. The first thing that he noticed as soon as he opened his eyes was a colossal cross that was 100 meters tall. Then he instantly looked down at himself and allowed himself a sigh of relief for the moment when he saw that he was not only in one piece but also felt brisker and fresher than ever before. It almost felt like he was reborn. Well, considering his situation, that description wouldn't be far off. After once again making sure that he was fine, he looked around and discovered that he was sitting in a long wooden row inside of what appeared to be a church made of the bones of every mythical creature, from dragon to elf, from giant to phoenix. All of them were here, embedded on the surface of each column, arch, and dome, but instead of appearing eerie, everything was filled with holiness. This is the corpse cathedral, he thought, but his emotions were mostly calm, not like someone who had just confronted death and was almost corrupted by the outer gods. There was also the fact that he was within the domain of arguably the most frightening being in the cosmos. You're finally awake. A gentle voice spoke, catching his attention and prompting him to shift his gaze to the cross. A stately figure stood up from the praying posture and turned to look at him with warm eyes. He was none other than Adam, the angel of imagination. How should I call you, Lucian, or by your previous name? Adam asked, walking towards him. Even though he expected Adam to already know all about his previous life, hearing it personally made him feel a tinge of dread that managed to break through his serene emotions. He forced himself to calm down, which proved simple because whatever kept his emotions calm helped him. Then he looked ahead at Adam. Lucian, he said silently, accepting his new life without any reservations as he didn't have any privilege to struggle on that, considering his situation. He needed to be steadfast and determined if he wanted to survive in the end. Lucian. Adam nodded and took a seat next to Lucian. He looked ahead at the cross and continued, you are adapting fast. This solves most of your problems. Problems? Lucian inquired solemnly, his gaze unconsciously trailing his body to double-check himself. Did you save me? Partially. Adam said frankly. You resisted the corruption of the cosmos until I arrived. What? Lucian asked, unbelievably. After all, this was the corruption of the cosmos that only angels and above could withstand, and he was a thorough mortal in essence. Adam didn't respond. Instead, he took out a white snow rose and gave it to Lucian, who felt a strange connection to it. What do you see in it? Lucian looked thoughtfully at the rose in his palm. After a short pause, he said, Death, I see death. He genuinely did, and he couldn't explain how, but he truly saw death, the end of all things, in the rose. That's what you are. Adam revealed gently, his limpid eyes gazing at Lucian. Death. I am death. Lucian pointed to himself, clearly feeling the irony of the moment. He didn't doubt what Adam revealed, as there was really no reason for him to lie. And if Adam had wanted to do something to him, he would have already been dead. You are not as mortal as you believe yourself to be. Adam said, his gaze was deep and far away. You carry a power that embodies death, even more so than the authority held by Salinger in the past. He paused in a moment of reckoning silence. To be frank, the power within you resembles a pillar of the cosmos, and the strange thing is, it seemed to be part of the cosmos, like a missing piece of the cosmic puzzle. You don't mean? Lucian's eyes widened at the implications involved in the words of Adam. Adam confirmed his guesses, his tone was as gentle as ever, despite the shocking truth he was revealing. Given your existence, my preliminary findings from research into the existence of the fourth pillar should be incorrect. It might not be hidden at all but rather broken, one component within you, the other within the Western continent. Is that even possible? Lucian asked, while thanking the power, which most likely belonged to Adam, for keeping his feelings calm and serene in the face of these constant shocking revelations. The angel of imagination just implied that the combination of his power and the river of eternal darkness should result in the birth of the fourth pillar, one that does not, he hopes, and the cosmos. It is, if my assumptions prove to be correct in the end, Adam said calmly. Many questions about his existence raced through Lucian's thoughts, but only one remained in the end. How come I feel so good if my power is part of the cosmos? He inquired of Adam. Just look at me, can you see any madness? Adam's lips twitched as though he was smiling. Madness can be subjective when it involves the divine. For example, most people who are aware of the true creator consider him to be completely insane and crazy, which he definitely is, but his insane state is not the same as it is for humans. He is just much more emotional and humane compared to other deities. In your case, though, I am not sure. The angel of imagination continued, casting a sidelong glance at Lucien. Your existence is shrouded in mystery, some of which I unraveled and some of which I didn't, for I foresaw that if I uncovered all of your mysteries forcefully, then the apocalypse would begin immediately. Just what have I become? Lucien thought, gazing at his hands. Adam's final remark sent shivers down his spine. Apocalypse, the unavoidable end of the world, and in it, the solar system would become a battleground between outer gods and great old ones, with Earth caught in the center. And his existence could genuinely lead to something as terrible as that. He wasn't really sure how to feel about it. I can see your struggles with your power. Adam held the silver cross that hung from his neck. So I give you a choice, accept it and embark on a divine path, or ignore it and spend the rest of your life in peace and obscurity. Lucien didn't even bother to contemplate the choice, then, with a wry grin, he shook his head. I don't really have the luxury of choice, after all, my very existence changes everything. I may face a lot of paths in the future, however, the path of peace and obscurity isn't one of them. He squinted at Adam. But you already know all of this, so was that a test? Adam didn't answer, instead, he merely asked, his clear gaze fixed on Lucien. Do you accept it or not? Do I accept it or not? Lucien thought heavily, and then he answered with grim determination. Yes. What? Did you expect him to hesitate and brood on it? Never. This was the world of mysteries, and as he had already decided, he needed to be resolute and determined if he wanted to survive and live his new life in the end. Adam said gently. Good. Lucien was surprised to hear a compliment from Adam himself, but he suppressed it and focused on the most pressing issue that he was facing. There is something, my power, I can't feel it. He asked Adam. He really couldn't feel the power of death. He tried to sense it within himself, but he didn't find anything that proved he wasn't immortal. That's because your power is dormant. Adam revealed. When the outer gods noticed you and tried to corrupt you, it awoke and protected you from them instinctively until I arrived and saved you completely. So it was losing to them. Lucien pressed, seeing through the nuances in Adam's words. Yes. Adam nodded. Only a portion of your power intervened to protect you, the rest remained dormant, because if everything had awoken, your new body would not have been able to withstand it. Lucien mulled over his words for the moment, and then he asked somberly. So how can I awaken my power? Adam stood up from Lucien and walked before him, gazing down at him. I will help you awaken it. To say Lucien was surprised would be an understatement. After all, he didn't expect Adam to assist him with this, rather, he expected the angel of imagination to instruct him to take the pathway of death. But this didn't make him feel any elation, for nothing was ever free in the world. Lucien met his gentle gaze as he gathered courage and asked outrightly, why? Adam answered, his tone as serene as ever. Your existence breaks the trend of the times, so changes have to be made, and you are going to be at the center of it all, Lucien. Lucien gulped. Will I be able to bear it? He asked, steering the subject away from the trend of the times. Ultimately, it is up to you. Adam stated. All I'll do is slightly simulate your power out of dormancy, and it'll be up to you how much of the power you'll bear in your current state. I couldn't bear it all, that's for sure. Lucien said rationally, then looked gravely at Adam. What exactly do you mean when you say I'm not mortal? Is this linked to why I'd be able to bear the power that resembles a pillar? It's your soul, Adam said calmly. That's really special and different. And yes, it is what allows you to bear and hold the power. Lucien asked another question about his power, as he really didn't want to delve into this path blindly. So if I only awaken a part of my power, do I have to take the path of the divine to awaken the rest of it? Yes. Adam answered patiently, though your situation is special, you probably don't have to start from the low sequence. So now that you have asked all of your questions, are you ready, Lucien? Lucien took a deep breath, preparing himself for what was about to happen, and then nodded resolutely. Yes, awaken it. Adam raised his hand and pointed at his glabella. Ascend. Chapter 3, Reaper. Ascend. Everything around Lucien faded into darkness, and his already serene emotions became even calmer and more tranquil, to the point where he wondered if his emotions were fading into nothingness, but he felt the resolve and determination that pushed him to take his path remain within the layers of serenity in his heart, shattering his doubts. Grabbing that firmly, he glanced around, only to find the darkness unveiling itself like theater curtains for the grand spectacle, which it truly was, for before him a magnificent scene unfolded. All around him, the cosmos revealed itself in all of its boundlessness and limitlessness, brilliant galaxies whirling in symphony, nebula clouds swaying in harmony, and shining stars dancing in cacophony. He also witnessed the celestial bodies, black holes, red giants, white dwarfs, supergiants, and pulsars that were all endless, and they burned in the blackness of space like flecks of color on a dark canvas. It was all woven together in the cosmic ocean, which contained all that was, had ever been, and would ever be. Lucian witnessed the cosmos in all of its glory, and he couldn't help but feel awe. But the feeling that erupted from his serene heart was cut short when he felt something awaken within himself, something so horrifying, so chilling, and so terrifying, he knew exactly what it was. It was death. Lucian had prepared himself for anything, from soul-tearing agony to the possibility of losing control, but what happened next completely caught him off guard. An eerie wave of still darkness erupted from within him, sweeping the entire cosmos in an instant. Death had arrived, unleashing its authorities on the universe. And the cosmos collapsed on itself, its forces withered by decay, its lives shattered by senescence, its fates tainted by corruption, and its essence extinguished by nihility. Lucian's silver eyes reflected the breaking cosmos. He saw galaxies melting away into nothingness. He saw stars imploding in one final brilliance. He saw the mighty outer deities trying to resist the inevitable fate with all their might, but only to utterly fail and perish into oblivion. He even saw the Earth collapsing along with the solar system. As he witnessed the end of the cosmos, Lucian realized something. Truth came to him on its own, and it was, this would actually be his duty. After the last living thing dies, he would put the chairs on the tables, turn out the lights, and lock the cosmos behind him when he leaves, for he would be the death, the ultimate end of all things. Now the real question was, whether he was willing to accept this duty and become the death. That question floated through his head as Lucian looked ahead at the last remnants of the cosmos that were falling around him, forming a cosmic grave. In it, he found the ruins of innumerable civilizations, each telling him a bright and tragic story of hope and failure. Was he truly willing to bear this duty? The answer instinctively came to Lucian, yes. He murmured to himself. He had chosen this path, and he was determined to see it through. This was his second chance at life, and he intended to live it to the fullest, which required power. And he also understood this power wasn't without a price, but still, he was determined to tread forward for his dreams, for his hopes, for his desires, and so he accepted the duty of death. With that acceptance, the wave of still darkness that had erupted from him and caused the end of the cosmos returned, fusing with him in a roar. Immediately, Lucian felt the blood pound in his ears. His heart thudded in his chest. His hands shook. His feet tingled. His vision was disfigured, as if he were looking through a fisheye lens. But he persevered, fixated on his dreams, which were guardian lights guiding him out of the pain that threatened to tear apart his being. Still breathing was hard. Really hard. As if he'd just run a marathon around the world. His emotions, however, had been broken free from the grasps of serenity and plunged into chaos. However, elation was the most prominent emotion he was experiencing, aside from dread, because despite his current state, he discovered that he was evolving. He was ascending. And so he persisted. Corpse Cathedral. Adam held his silver cross calmly, looking ahead at a swirl of still and endless darkness wreaking havoc on the interior of the cathedral, but the colossal cross in the altar emitted blinding light along with all the bones, gently shining on the darkness in a bid to soothe it, but the darkness seemed to only become more restless, then it suddenly calmed down and faded away, revealing a figure. The figure was a lad with a youth that seemed to exist outside of time. He was bronze-skinned, of average height, and had a chiseled build. His black hair was short and frizzy, exuding a darkness rivaled only by the void. His eyes were platinum silver, sparkling like the argent moon at night. He wore deep, dark robes embroidered with golden threads. But these were not the most noticeable aspects of him, rather, 6 pairs of wings with metallic colors unveiled themselves grimly from behind his back. He was none other than Lucian, who had managed to successfully awaken part of his power. Lucian opened his eyes and felt the world of difference from his previous self. First of all, he felt liberated, like shackles that he didn't know existed within him had been broken. Though he had a good idea of what it was, he broke free from his mortality and became a mythical creature. He was free from basic human needs such as eating and sleeping, and his body had evolved, becoming much stronger and more resilient to the point he doubted any attack below the level of authorities could even touch or harm him. Second, his mind was filled with knowledge about the power he had awakened. He held the authorities of decay and soul, which were the aspects of death, and a long list of other abilities that were also related to death, necromancy, teleportation, resurrection, and so on. Third, his senses had evolved, revealing him a completely different side of reality. He saw a chaotic and abstract world filled with all kinds of information and a myriad of spirits, and above it all were 7 lights of different colors. There was another world that was even more abstract than the previous one, as though all the authorities and symbolism of the universe were included within it. He could even tell you when and how the mystical creatures whose skulls were in Bone Cathedral perished. He could also see who they were when they were living. Oh my God, those bones actually belonged to ancient gods. Fourth, he had attained immortality. Actually, his current condition was a little complicated. He was neither alive nor dead, but somewhere in between. He transformed into something more abstract and conceptual in essence, becoming closer to death. Finally, he noticed 6 pairs of wings unfolding from behind his back, indicating how far he had ascended. He had become an archangel. To be honest, that was a fast power-up. He had gone from mortal to archangel in a matter of moments. And he finally felt some true joy and relief, because with this power, he wouldn't just die as soon as he left the corpse cathedral. Restraining his thoughts, Lucien descended onto the ground and finally managed to notice the situation around him. The interior of the corpse cathedral had been completely destroyed and disintegrated, with only ashes left. The bones and cross, though, seemed completely unaffected. Lucien cleared his throat. "Sorry," he said to Adam, scratching the back of his neck. Adam merely waved his hand in the air. The corpse cathedral was immediately restored to its previous state. Then he strode toward Lucien from the cross. "You have become an archangel," the angel of imagination stated. There was no surprise in his countenance, as though he already expected this, though it could be due to the fact that all Adam had was divinity, not humanity. And this somewhat frustrated Lucien, for it made Adam completely unpredictable. "Yes." Lucien looked at his metallic wings. "I have." Adam merely hummed. He didn't seem to want to press into any more details about Lucien's current state. And so Lucien continued, a somber look marring his countenance. "So what is the price for your help, Adam?" he asked outright. "Price?" Adam said. "You already partially paid it." Lucien hesitated for a moment, as he had a good idea of what he had paid, but in the end, he still asked. "Is it the knowledge from the previous life?" "Yes." Adam nodded, clutching the silver cross. "Even though I have already foreseen most of the future of the world, your knowledge of what was about to happen was still valuable to me, as it was more detailed and comprehensive. So you know that." Lucien trailed off into a conflicting silence, finalizing the rest of the sentence within his heart. "This world was considered fictional in my previous life." Adam smiled gently, as though he understood what Lucien wanted to convey. Then he glanced up at the archangel. "What is the line between reality and fiction?" he proceeded slowly. "Lucien, with your ascension, you should be able to feel and understand the world around you more, so tell me, do you believe it is any less real than your previous world?" Lucien looked past the corpse cathedral, at the world outside in a moment of scrutinizing silence. "No," he finally answered to Adam. This world felt no different from his home, though it was also somewhat more beautiful and magnificent, as well as horrifying and twisted. It felt truly real in every sense. "That is all needed," Adam said. His gaze was somewhere far away. "Faith. Faith." Lucien furrowed his brows, but before he could inquire further, Adam interrupted, talking out a bunch of documents, a set of money notes, and a key from out of nowhere, and then he passed it to Lucien, who accepted it curiously. The angel of imagination revealed. "These are your identity documents, which deem you a proper citizen of Eastern Biome, as well as a few £1,000 and a key." This. Lucien was surprised. He didn't really give much thought to his identity issues, which he previously didn't have. This actually solved many problems and would allow him to integrate into the world completely. Adam pointed at the key and instructed. "This key will lead to a villa in the capital of Eastern Biome. Take some rest and adjust to your new life and powers. I will also send someone to teach you about the basic knowledge of mysticism." He immediately continued, answering the question that Lucien wanted to ask. "After you are completely prepared, we will talk more about your path." Lucien looked at the documents in his hand deeply for a moment and then nodded to Adam, accepting his instructions. Adam suddenly warned. "I have concealed your existence, but the gazes of the gods are completely focused on the world, searching for you, the source of disturbance that caused the appearance of the white moon. And the forces of the outer gods are also looking for you, so keep your head low for now, Lucien." Lucien chuckled wryly. "So I am already famous?" he ventured. "Have they given me a title or something?" "They have." Adam said so, much to his surprise. "The outer gods call you the Reaper." "The Reaper, huh?" Lucien smiled ironically. "That's cool. Anyway, I will be off and about now." He began to walk towards the door of the corpse cathedral in firm footsteps, but when he reached the foyer, he turned and gazed back at Adam. "Thank you," he said silently before opening the door and leaving the cathedral. Adam gazed at the door of his cathedral in silence for a moment, then he took out a deck of tarot cards from his robes, and from within it, he selected 3 cards while divining the future. They were the Fool, the Chariot, and the Death. Chapter 4, Colane. Colane embodied everything that the southern continent stood for: bright sunlight, fresh air, a clean environment, fresh cuisine, unique cultures, and the feeling of freedom that was present in the yearning souls. Colane was the capital of East Biome. It had a lengthy and rich history dating back to the end of the Fourth Epoch. It was also where Roselle, the great Emperor Caesar, first landed after discovering a new, safer sea path to the southern continent, which inadvertently kicked off the era of colonialism. Both the Inuits Empire and the Lone Kingdom desired control of Colain at the time because of its strategic and vital position as the gateway to the southern continent. In the end, Lone won the colonial war and took control of Colain, successfully establishing its dominance over the seas and trade routes between the southern and northern continents. All in all, Colain was the epicenter of the southern continent. People from all over the world arrive every day to catch a glimpse of this city, to escape their old lives and begin anew in this new world, through the ships with hope and dream. And Lucien was among them, arriving in Colain by traveling through the spirit world rather than by ship. The first time he used his abilities was an eye-opening experience. He didn't have any difficulties with it because, when he used his powers, it felt natural and instinctive, as if he had already used it many times before and couldn't be more familiar with it. This development didn't surprise him, for he knew abilities that came with beyonder pathways were similar to this situation. He didn't rush to the villa, instead, he went sightseeing in Colain. He couldn't stop his wanderlust, but he didn't forget to keep his head down, slipping into the identity Adam had created for him, a wealthy and kind noble of a foreign city who had recently moved to Colain, which proved to be simple because his soul authority came in handy, allowing him to avoid any raising of brows. His soul authority allowed him to directly control, manipulate, and alter the souls of living beings, even enabling him to create the soul itself. Using it, he subtly manipulated people to subconsciously ignore any abnormalities in his new identity. He really didn't have much talent for acting, so he decided to be cautious and cover his tracks, being as discreet as possible. Then Lucien gave into his wanderlust, exploring Colain with zeal and curiosity. In stark contrast to the rest of the southern continent, the capital city was magnificent and rich. It was teeming with people, a cacophony of voices filling the metropolis. He visited historical sites and monuments, as well as markets and bazaars, as well as fairs and carnivals, thoroughly immersing himself in the zeal of the southern continent. He had noticed that the majority of people in Colain believed in the Lord of Storms, who had a huge cathedral visible from all corners of the city, whereas the religion of the Evernight goddess was almost non-existent. And from the information he had gathered from merchants, the religion of storms was most prevalent in regions of the southern continent. It seemed that the Lord of Storms held the most influence over the southern continent among the 7 deities. Lucien strode along the winding streets and rising monuments of Colain, admiring everything. But, as the old adage says, everything has 2 sides, and Colain was no exception. It had a dark side. Through his soul authority, he discovered numerous human trafficking networks in the slums of the capital city. It was filled with people kidnapped from all around Eastern Biome who were most likely being shipped to Lone to construct mausoleums for the apotheosis ritual of the Black Emperor. The images he saw when he read the memories of a few mortal traffickers through their souls made him sick to his stomach. It was too inhumane and callous. Those kidnapped people were literally treated worse than livestock. The dark side of Colain once again reminded Lucien of the kind of world he was living in. He ultimately did not interfere with the trafficking because, even with his current powers, this was not an issue he could fix for the time being. At the very least, the fine cuisine that Colain had to offer lifted Lucien out of his gloom. He made his way to the capital's most renowned restaurant, the Fine Line. He then took a seat by a window with a perfect view of the city. "What is your order, sir?" A server approached him with courtesy. She addressed him in Dutanese, the official tongue of the southern continent. And, fortunately, he knew this language, thanks to his memories. Lucien looked at the menu. Firma coffee. As well as this and this. He indicated seafood dishes on the menu. But bring the coffee first. The waitress took the order with a hum and then glanced at an array of bags filled with souvenirs and mementos that were near him. First time in Colain? Yes. Lucien nodded. I wish you a pleasant stay. The waitress smiled, and Lucien nodded gently, then she left his table and wound her way to get his order. As he waited for his order, Lucien looked out the window at the city, his chin resting comfortably on his knuckles. His mind began to wander unconsciously back to the second time he confronted death. He still struggled with the helplessness he felt when the outer gods attempted to corrupt him. Thinking about it reminded him of his fight with cancer, which he lost hopelessly despite all of his efforts and struggles. He didn't want to recall those times again. Adam saved him the second time, but if he ever faced a similar situation again, he needed to depend on no one but himself. This was his path, after all. And his decision to call out to Adam in that moment of desperation was reckless and dangerous, Lucien admitted, but he didn't lament it because Adam had something that almost no other higher being possessed. It was fairness. He was certain that he would already be dead or might even have suffered a worse fate than death if he had attempted to call for help from any other higher being. Nevertheless, it was extremely risky, but in that moment, it was his only hope, and so he grasped it tightly and called out to Adam. And his hope was fulfilled, for Adam saved him. He even informed him about his power and helped him awaken it. Lucian then considered what Adam had said about the trend of the times. Your presence breaks the trend of the times, so changes must be made, and you, Lucian, will be at the center of it all. He had no idea what Adam had planned, but it was certain that it would change everything, steering this era down a different path than one he was familiar with. And he was going to be at the center of it all. That thought made him feel a mixture of apprehension and excitement. Lucian put a halt to his brooding and looked ahead to see the waitress walking towards him. "Sir, your firma coffee." She set a cup of coffee next to him and went to bring him the rest of his orders. Lucian sipped the firma coffee, relishing its bittersweet flavor. As he continued to sip his coffee, his mind wandered. He began to recall the cosmos and how magnificent and majestic it was. His food soon showed up, and it was every bit as delicious as had been claimed. After completing it, he paid the bill and tipped the courteous waitress before returning to the villa with the key provided by Adam, deciding that this was enough sightseeing for the day. The villa was in Nobel district of the Colane. He entered the grand structure after unlocking the entrance with the key. He gave the house a thorough check, then immediately made his way to the master bedroom, which was on the 3rd floor. He entered it and spread his immense spirituality throughout the chamber, sealing it off from the outside world. He also engraved instructions to seal that if there was any anomaly or intrusion into the house, they should immediately notify him. Lucian then put the bags containing new clothes, souvenirs, and other items in the empty cupboard before changing out of his suit and into more comfortable robes. Finally, he sank into his bed with a contented sigh, his eyelids becoming heavy almost immediately, and he didn't fight it, sliding into a blissful embrace of slumber under the twilight of the sun that shone on him through the bedroom window. Next day. The rising sun illuminated Lucian as he walked out of the bathroom with his towel after a warm and relaxing bath. He had a good night's sleep yesterday after so long, which purged all the weariness from him and completely refreshed him. Lucian dressed up and went downstairs to the kitchen, which was on the ground level, along with the living and dining rooms. The kitchen was already filled with all kinds of culinary ingredients and vessels, saving him the trouble. He brewed himself a cup of coffee and grabbed the morning newspaper, taking a seat on the living room sofa. The front page of the newspaper was all about the immaculate moon. It seemed to have caused quite a stir around the world. Astronomers were throwing speculations about it right and left, stirring the masses all the more. Lucian also took note of the date at the top of the newspaper, October 10, 1349. It had already been 5 days since he had transmigrated to the mysterious world. His sole authority also enabled him to perfectly recall all of his memories. This reminded him of Klein Moretti, the main character in The Lord of Mysteries. By this time, he should have left Tingen after stopping the descent of the true creator and settled in Backlund, assuming a new identity with a heart set on vengeance. Lucian didn't dwell much on Klein. Their paths ultimately varied, he just hoped they didn't end up becoming enemies in the end. Then he continued sweeping the pages of the newspaper, reading it in peace while sipping his coffee. As he was on the last page, the doorbell suddenly sounded, capturing his attention. He immediately recalled what Adam had said yesterday about sending someone to teach him the basics of mysticism, which he really needed because, despite all of his powers, he was still a novice when it came to it. Lucian walked towards the door, leaving the folded newspaper and empty cup on the table after sensing no danger. It should probably be them. As he opened the door, he reflected. I wonder who Adam sent. In the foyer stood an old man with golden eyes and white hair. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and one could still see a glimpse of youth in him. He exuded a distant, scholarly air, which was accentuated by the refined suit he wore and the cane he carried. Hello. The old man greeted Lucian politely. I am Hermes. Chapter 5, Classes. Hermes was a great teacher and all, but Lucian didn't forget that Hermes was an angel of visionary pathway, so he kept his guard up against him, always keeping his senses sharp for any probing or prying, but Hermes seemed to be only interested in teaching him, nothing more and nothing less. To be honest, Hermes was the best teacher you could find to teach about mysticism. He literally created an extraordinary language, ancient Hermes, back in the second epoch that is still used by all beyonders to this day. It could almost be considered the official language of the extraordinary world. Hermes taught him the languages of the world, both extraordinary and ordinary, the fundamentals and types of rituals, the levels of the soul, the basics of divine paths, the existence of sealed artifacts, the different worlds and how they intersected, the existence of deities and secret existences. He even discovered Mr. Fool was recorded among the secret existences. Well, the Twilight Hermit Order sure works fast, extraordinary organizations, and so on. Even though Lucian was already familiar with many of the topics covered in class, learning them firsthand was clearly superior to reading about them in fiction. It provided him with a complete and comprehensive understanding and view of the world that he had previously lacked. And Hermes probably should have noticed his foreknowledge on the topics, as Lucian didn't have much trust in his acting ability, but if Hermes really had noticed, he didn't bother to show it. His classes with Hermes were only 2 hours long every morning. This was decided after they discovered his learning abilities were unparalleled, which he attributed to his ascension, and his teacher would leave notes for him at the end of each class in preparation for the next. Those were simple to complete, so he spent the rest of the day carefully experimenting with authorities and also going out and around the Colane. Just like that, it was October 14th, 5 days since his classes with Hermes began. They were almost done with all of the subjects and topics on the fundamentals of mythicism. Lucian and Hermes were in the study room of the villa. They were seated across from each other at a long table. The dim light of the lamp illuminated the notes spread out in front of Lucian, who was going through them all while Hermes held a novel, reading it through his half-moon glasses that glistened from time to time. While reading the note about the secret organizations, Lucian paused abruptly, his brow furrowed at the addition of a new organization to the list. The members of this organization use tarot cards as their code names. On October 8th, they made their debut in Backlund by killing Lanvius, the swindler who attempted to return the true creator to the world twice. Faith, Mr. Fool. Threat level, to be determined. Lucian looked at the information of the Tarot Club as he once again admired the information-gathering ability of the Twilight Hermit Order, which was the organization that Adam led to control and manipulate the trend of times. With little to no information, they even deduced that the Tarot Club believed in Mr. Fool. What caught your attention? Hermes looked up at his student, adjusting his glasses keenly. The new Tarot organization. Lucian answered frankly, placing the note on the table. They are intriguing. That they are. Hermes hummed in agreement, closing his novel and placing it on his lap. At long last, someone decided to form an organization with tarot card code names. It is written that they believe in a new secret existence known as Mr. Fool. Lucian posed the question. Yes. Hermes nodded, his half-moon glass glistening visibly. It was first mentioned as one of many speculations, but he confirmed it. Adam, Lucian thought, unsurprised. Anyway, Hermes continued, his gaze fixed on the notes on the table. Have you finished? Almost. Lucian nodded, but I have a few questions. What exactly is it? Hermes inquired, resting his chin in his palm. You are the creator of ancient Hermes, Lucian stated. Which is said to have originated in the second epoch. He looked at Hermes. So you have been alive since then? Yes. Hermes nodded, his face betraying nothing. If I may ask, what was it like? Lucian inquired, leaning forward in his seat. The Dark Ages. Hermes was silent for a moment, then sighed. How long have you been putting off that question, Lucian? Was I really that obvious? Lucian starched the back of his neck. You should work on your acting. Hermes shook his head. I know I'm terrible in that department. Lucian groaned. Seeing his student in this state, Hermes instructed. Conceal your emotions, and acting will become much easier for you. Lucian nodded deeply, then hesitantly asked Hermes. Could you teach me more about acting? Hermes contemplatively thrummed his fingers on the armrest of his chair. I will. He finally spoke up. You have potential. Thank you. Lucian said, breathing a sigh of relief inwardly. That was a venture, but he took it since he was once again reminded of the importance of acting by his teacher. Hermes nodded. I will start the acting class later today. So now, are you sure you want to know about the Dark Ages? He asked with a hint of warning in his tone. But Lucian, in his geek mode, was unrelenting. Yes. Where do I even begin? Hermes ruminated. Well, you can't talk about the second epoch without mentioning him. The creator? Lucian supplemented enthusiastically. Yes. Hermes nodded. Though I prefer to address him as the savior. Before his awakening, Earth was dominated by extraordinary creatures, giants, phoenixes, elves, demonic wolves, devils, dragons and vampires. And each of them had a god as their ruler. They separated the world and ruled over it together. As Hermes spoke deeply, an image of a magnificent world ruled by mythical creatures began to form in Lucian's mind. He saw a floating city teeming with magnificent dragons. He saw a city of palaces controlled by giants that was perpetually steeped in twilight. He saw a Gothic city brimming with vampires under the crimson moonlight. He saw a realm of spirits governed by phoenixes. He saw a coral palace within the seas of the world, filled with elves. He even saw a mountain immersed in darkness and inhabited by savage, demonic wolves. And they all shared the world, ruling it together. Is this due to Hermes' guidance or my powers of soul that created these pictures? Lucian analyzed the magnificent world filled with mythical creatures in his mind, and then he came to a conclusion. Both, soul and mind, are truly miraculous. Hermes continued. At the time, the law of the jungle reigned supreme. Power was everything. Without it, you had no control over your destiny. He paused in heavy silence, his gaze somewhere far away, as if trying to look back in time. That was not a dark epoch for those mythical creatures, but for humanity. We were helpless and weak without a god to lead and protect us, and so we were enslaved and treated as livestock by the mythical creatures. The magnificent world in Lucian's mind began to unravel, revealing a different, darker side to itself. He witnessed the mythical creatures capturing humans. Mankind attempted to resist, but their efforts were ultimately futile in the face of such extraordinary power. They were enslaved as livestock, to be played with, eaten by, and preyed on by those repugnant and disgusting creatures. It led us to take extreme measures to gain power. You see, at that time, there were no pathway sequences or potions, so we had to make do. We tried to directly combine with the extraordinarily characteristic. Only a few succeeded, and the rest lost control and died. Lucian pressed his lips together into a thin line as he saw humans experimenting with the extraordinary characteristics and subsequent results. You were among them. He returned his attention to Hermes, finding it surreal that this refined and erudite gentleman seated before him had gone through all of that pain and hardship. And I succeeded. Hermes sighed deeply. With power in hand, we attempted to liberate mankind, but our hopes for liberty were dashed when the gods, themselves, stood in our way. In the face of them, our abilities became meaningless. Just when we thought all hope was lost, he, the savior, awoke. Lucian saw a hazy figure raise his hand, which was holding a cross, and declare, "Let there be light," and immediately, everything was illuminated, and within it, mythical creatures began to fall one by one and melt into nothingness. The Creator. Lucian whispered. The Creator, Hermes echoed. Illuminated our dark world with his light. He continued, telling Lucian about how the Creator waged war against all the ancient gods and liberated humanity. Lucian listened, his mind racing with images of a glorious and brutal war for liberty and freedom, his attentive face lit by the dim light of the lamp. At the same time, inside the astral world, which was even more abstract than the spirit world and appeared to contain all of the authorities and symbolism of the universe, were the divine kingdoms, each embodying the authorities held by the gods. They were resting on what appeared to be a cracked barrier, attempting to support and reinforce it in order to keep it from cracking further. Among them was a divine kingdom engulfed in endless and silent darkness, filled with moonflowers and vanilla. It was graced by a divine woman reclining under a luminous tree, surrounded by peacefully sleeping souls. She was breathtaking and graceful, dressed in a layered black gown with countless sparkling specks of radiance like stars. There was a circular radiance under her head resembling the moon. She was the Evernight goddess, the Lady of Crimson, the bane of demonic wolves, the Empress of misfortune and horror, the Mother of concealment, and ultimately, she was none other than Amon-Isis. Ever since she became a god, Amon-Isis rarely had fluctuations of emotion that broke her serenity, but now, her peaceful countenance was tarnished by a frown. The Reaper. The Evernight goddess whispered silently, her dark eyes reflecting the southern continent. Chapter 6, Regrets. Amon-Isis has been focused on the earth since last week, looking for the source of the disturbance that caused the white moon to appear. The outer gods had created quite a stir at the time, throwing the astral world on their side into chaos. To prevent the chaos from affecting the barrier, she and other gods had to completely support it with their authorities. It was what amounted to the problem she now faced. She was forced to completely concentrate on the barrier at the time, which left her no time to observe the earth and find the source that drew the attention of the outer gods. She couldn't find the source even after everything had calmed down. Someone had hidden them, or they were powerful enough to hide from her gaze. Either possibility was troubling. To be honest, something like this would not normally have disturbed her tranquility, but she intuitively felt what happened that day would change and affect everything, including her. And she trusted her intuition because intuitions were anything but ordinary at her level, and there was another reason. She wielded the authority of misfortune, which elevated her intuitions to the level of premonitions. As a result, she concentrated on locating the source. She considered the first option because it seemed more plausible than the second. She attempting to deduce who could have hidden the source from her. She immediately ruled out the gods in the astral world, narrowing the list of suspects to the true creator, the only god left on earth, but he was still very much sealed within the forsaken land of gods, which brought her to the king of angels. Only one of them had the power to hide something from her, the mother of concealment, without leaving any traces. Adam, the angel of imagination. If it was truly him, the situation was bound to become complicated to the point where even gods like her needed to be cautious and vigilant in their actions. There were numerous occasions in history when Adam stood up to gods and emerged unscathed. At one point, he even managed to suppress all of them using Solomon, the Black Emperor. Amon-Isis always knew that there was more to Adam than meets the eye. And her relationship with him was also complicated. This situation was truly troubling. And just when she thought it couldn't get any worse, it did. Since the white moon, the forces of the outer gods have been very active throughout the southern continent, looking for someone named the Reaper. It didn't take much for her to connect the dots and conclude that the Reaper was the source. In the world of mythicism, honorifics and titles were very symbolic, and the fact that the outer gods themselves bestowed a title on the source added to the symbolism and importance. The Reaper clearly represented death and the end. This made Amon-Isis somber because before her was information about someone or something that may potentially affect her path and her plans to become eternal darkness. And she still had no idea who they were. The Evernight goddess rubbed her temples, her heart troubled as she remembered everything about the source and began numerous speculations on it, to the point where she began to suspect whether or not a Sephirot was involved. But she soon stopped brooding and gathered herself, bringing her heart back to peace. There was no point in worrying herself in this way. Whoever the source was, she would find out everything about them since she didn't want to take any chances with her path. Amon-Isis ultimately made the decision that she had been putting off, but the situation had progressed to the point where she had no choice but to go through with it. She first sent an oracle down to her angels, instructing them to investigate the Reaper and report back to her immediately if any leads were discovered. Then her form began to change, a pair of dark fur-covered arms sprang from her ribs and waist. Among the 6 hands, a crimson moon appeared in 2 of them, an invisible fog appeared in the next, and the last was empty in silence. Amon-Isis had taken her mythical creature form, summoning her uniquenesses. She no longer restrained her authorities, completely unleashing them and entering her most powerful state. The Evernight goddess decided to completely unleash her authorities in a bid to find the source, holding nothing back. Her divine figure was shrouded in silent darkness blended with ethereal rays of the crimson moon as an eerie and terrifying aura emerged from her. She looked down, her piercing gaze passing through her kingdom and landing on the world, and beneath it, all secrets and concealments began to unravel like theater curtains, revealing her the truths of the world as it was. October 17, 1349. Colaine, East Biome, the southern continent. The stars have become awfully bright the last few nights. Lucien looked up at the night sky. At twilight, the sun was also shimmering with lost brilliance. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he had the impression that both night and dusk had come alive in the previous few days. Is it them, he wondered, a far-fetched but plausible hypothesis. Lucien. Hermes called, jolting him out of his reverie. They were standing in the foyer of his villa under the bright shimmer of stars. Their classes were completed today, both the mythicism and acting ones. He was grateful to Hermes, for he not only taught him on those subjects but also went out of his way to satisfy his immense curiosity and ensure that he had become a master in them. And he actually enjoyed the classes with Hermes, unlike those in his previous life. All in all, Hermes was a great teacher to him, despite the short time they spent together. And Hermes was leaving now. Lucien felt a pang in his heart. Teacher. He answered. The key, Hermes stated. That he bestowed upon you. Yes. Lucien inquired. It will lead you back to Corpse Cathedral. Hermes revealed. Lucien hummed, his heart racing at the prospect of the future in the Corpse Cathedral. Good luck, Lucien. Hermes patted his shoulders and returned his gaze to the bright stars in the night sky. I have a feeling you'll need every last bit of it for your future. Lucien looked up at the night sky, his face lit up by the stars. Do you believe I can succeed? He ventured forth. Hermes fixed his gaze on his student. All I can say is never give up hope, Lucien. He spoke softly. I won't. Lucien made a promise both to his teacher and to himself. He then smiled and continued. Take care, teacher. If there is anything, don't hesitate to summon my messenger. Yes, he has a messenger now. He wasn't lying when he said he was experimenting with the authorities. He used it to create an all-spirit to serve as his messenger. He named him Merlin, and boy, was he an enthusiastic bird, always wanting affirmation and attention. Hermes nodded, remembering the owl who occasionally swooped into their classes to join them. Tell Merlin of my départ. You can tell him yourself. Lucien interrupted with a sigh, as a white owl emerged and landed enthusiastically on his shoulders, after finishing the daily expedition into the spirit world. Then he hooted questionably on his shoulders, looking in between Lucien and Hermes. Goodbye, Merlin, Hermes smiled as he waved his hand at his bird. Merlin seemed to understand the situation as he hooted loudly and waved his wing at Hermes. What is he saying? Hermes asked Lucien. Goodbye, old man, Lucien said, twitching his lips. Hermes laughed lightly. I thought so. He then continued, his laughter fading away into a sigh. Anyway, I will be off now, Lucien. Take care, teacher. Lucien emphasized as he watched Hermes turn and walk away to the villa's gate, but in the middle, he stopped and looked back at Lucien. A last piece of advice from the old man, don't leave any regrets in life. Then he disappeared, fading away into dreams of the world. Lucien silently looked ahead for a moment, even Merlin remained still, not disturbing him. Eventually, he looked down at the hand, which had a key, in silence. Merlin gave the key a cursory glance before hooting and lightly flapping his wings. No, Merlin. Lucien shook his head. This has to wait, there is something I need to do first. He said, his mind flashing with the last words of his teacher. Later that night, Lucien stood silently in front of an orphanage under the crimson moon, taking a deep breath before raising his hand and ringing the bell. He soon heard grumblings from behind the door. Who is it? Coming this late at night and disturbing this old woman's sleep? The door swung open, revealing an elderly woman in a nightgown, her hair disheveled, and her countenance worn as if she had just awoken from a deep sleep, but the dark circles under her eyes told a different story. Lucien smiled broadly. I am back, matron. Lucien. The old lady's eyes widened immediately, then hazed as she hugged him. Where did you go all these days? You had everybody worried. Oh, I doubt that. Lucien hugged his matron, Margaret. She was the only one in the Brendan that truly cared for his previous self. Being sarcastic, are we? Margaret chided him, getting out of his embrace. Anyway, come on in. The nights are getting awfully cold these past few days. Lucien and Margaret entered the orphanage, making their way into the living room, where they sat on the chairs, facing each other. The matron poured him a glass of water and passed it to Lucien. I am sorry. Lucien suddenly said, looking at the glass in silence. What happened, child? Margaret asked. A lot. Lucien answered heavily. You are worrying me, Margaret said with concern. Don't be. I am fine. Lucien shook his head. You don't look fine to me, Lucien. Margaret retorted. Lucien sighed. I am leaving, matron. The worry in Margaret's grey eyes deepened. Lucien, she said solemnly. Tell me the truth, what happened? Did you get yourself into any trouble? Kinda, Lucien chuckled wryly. But nothing I can't handle. He continued, recognizing her concern. I understand your concerns, matron, but this is something I must face alone. Oh, child. Margaret cried, resting her head on her palm. I told you. I told you to always be careful and cautious. But when did you ever listen? She ranted on. Lucien stood up and hugged his patron as she poured out all of her worries while patting her back gently. Enough. Margaret gathered herself and huffed. Let go of this old woman now. Lucien obliged with a slight chuckle. Margaret looked at Lucien. Will you be fine? I will be. Lucien emphasized. Promise me. Margaret pressed. I promise. Lucien said. Don't worry yourself. I am not a child anymore. I know, I know. Margaret nodded. Whatever has happened to you has changed you. You have grown. I can see it, but still. She trailed off with a heavy sigh. Lucien held her hands in his, reassuring her silently. Margaret patted his hands, her eyes brimming with tears. Is this the last time? No. Lucien shook his head. If anything happens, just call my name and I will be here. Margaret hummed, not questioning his words. Then she looked at him in the eyes. Good luck, Lucien. Lucien gazed back at Brendan in heavy silence as the sun slowly rose from the horizon, illuminating his figure in golden hues. On his shoulder, Merlin emerged. The owl seemed to perceive Lucien's distress and hooted gently, as though attempting to reassure him. Well, Lucien said, patting his feathery head and shifting his gaze to the key in his hand. You're correct in one respect, this is my new beginning, he added, waking towards the sun. Without any regrets. Chapter 7, Emperor. Corpse Cathedral was still the same. The bones of gods will greet you everywhere you look. It should have been as creepy and eerie as hell. After all, he was basically in what could be considered the graveyard of gods, but it was filled with holiness and sacredness, such a contradiction in and of itself. On second thought, Lucien remembered that the authorities of Visionary had the ability to give life to anything virtual or material. Adam used this ability to capture Klein in the original book by giving life to his marionette, which became German Sparrow. German stabbed Klein with a wooden stake, sealing all of his power, and sent him to the Corpse Cathedral, and that should include corpses among its categories. So, could Adam grant life to the corpses of the gods? What a frightening prospect. Lucien pondered with trepidation. He understood that, as he put it, this prospect would not be simple, there should be limitations and restrictions to this power because Adam was only a king of angels for now. Yet, it only served to demonstrate how terrifying Adam was. Speaking of Adam, he was still praying to the cross as Lucien sat in an uncomfortable silence on the front row of Corpse Cathedral. For the record, waiting was never his strong suit, he'd been in his fair share of queues in his previous life, and they were terrible to be in, and the fact that what awaited him was his future path didn't help him at all. Lucien forced himself to concentrate on something else in order to calm his nerves. The first thing that came to mind was the recent changes in the time of night and dusk. The stars were brighter than ever before, and the twilight at sunset was blazing to the point where it seemed to engulf the world in lost brilliance. Such changes could be seen not only in Colaine but all over the world. Even mortals began to notice the oddity of the situation. Merlin and a few other spirits he had created had been carefully communicating with creatures of the spirit world, gathering information for him about the general state of the planet. He intended to expand this into a full-fledged information-gathering network, but that was for another time. Let's get back to the point. The changes of night and dusk. Could it be because of the actions of the Evernight goddess and the god of combat? Did they already manage to deduce clues to his existence? And were they now searching for him? Too many questions and assumptions weighed heavily on his mind. But he pushed it all aside for the time being as he watched Adam finish his prayer to himself. Was this some sort of acting, or was the ancient sun god that narcissistic and rise from the genuflecting position, his hand reaching for the silver cross? Lucian was beginning to suspect that cross was special, perhaps the visionary uniqueness, and gently holding it. Lucian paused his brooding and kept his senses sharp and clear, raising his guard against Adam as he approached, even though he doubted it would help much, but it did soothe his paranoia. If Adam had noticed his guarded actions, he didn't bother to say anything, instead sitting next to Lucian and looking ahead at the cross. You should have noticed it. He posed it as more of a question than a statement. Lucian was unsurprised, though a little concerned about how he understood exactly what Adam was implying. Yes. He agreed, then ventured. Do the changes of night and dusk have anything to do with me? Yes. Adam confirmed it, his heart sinking. Amon Isis and Badheel have been actively looking for you. Have they discovered anything? Lucian pressed tentatively. Adam didn't answer, instead, he revealed. Your conc element is only temporary. The gods are bound to eventually find out about your existence. Lucian understood that this was inevitable, his existence was bound to bring changes, and even Adam with all his might couldn't continue to keep him in conc element. The real question now was whether he was prepared to face the world that awaited him. Lucian closed his eyes for a moment of reckoning silence, then firmly opened them. I am ready. Adam hummed faintly before raising his hand and grabbing something from nowhere. It was a gray stone slab with an eerie aura to it. Its surface was covered in mottled engravings. And those engravings faintly looked like words that seemed like the source of all languages. Lucian immediately knew what it was, the second blasphemy slate. The Angel of Imagination handed the slate to Lucian and pointed to a section that detailed potion formulas and sequences. Lucian examined it closely and discovered that Adam was pointing to the death pathway, specifically the first two sequences. Sequence 1, Pale Emperor. Potion formula. Main ingredients, 1 Pale Emperor characteristic. Ritual. 1. Build an empire, linking your name to the title of emperor and making it common knowledge among the populace. 2. Conquer 100,000 spirits and integrate them into your empire. 3. Direct all your citizens, both living and dead, to gather and focus on a major event. 4. Finally, as the event reaches its peak, drink the Sequence 1 potion. Sequence 0, Death, Eternal Sleeper. Potion formula. Main ingredient, all 3 Beyonder characteristics corresponding to Pale Emperor and the uniqueness of the death pathway. Ritual. Construct an underworld and make it the final resting place for souls. To construct an empire and an underworld. Lucian squinted, his brow furrowed. Well, it's certainly suitable for the sequence names. He was troubled by the rituals. Aside from the underworld, building an empire was no easy task in and of itself. The complexities, problems, and difficulties involved in this endeavor may make anyone's head spin. And the fact that this was the world of the Lord of Mysteries makes this all the more complicated and difficult. Lucian kept his troubling thoughts at bay in order to address the elephant in the cathedral. Even though he had already made an assumption, he sought confirmation from Adam. So I'm going straight to Pale Emperor? Yes. Adam nodded. It's best if you first reach Pale Emperor before attempting godhood. You may already be an archangel-wielding authority, but apotheosis is a whole different story. He warned. A single problem or blunder could derail everything you've worked so hard for. Lucian nodded solemnly, fully aware of the dangers of the apotheosis ritual. He had no fantasies, he knew he'd fail if he attempted godhood in his current state. It was better to be cautious and take things slowly rather than rushing in. The Reaper looked at his limped eyes. There's something else. Will the madness in the characteristics of Pale Emperor infect me if I try to combine with it? Probably. Adam said, his tone left much to be desired. You do not know. Lucian blinked, concluding. Yes, Adam admitted frankly. I do not know. Lucian, you're on an unknown path, so tell me now if you're still as ready as you said. Lucian was unnerved, both by the mysteries and unknowns that lay ahead of him and by Adam, who was putting his resolve to the test. But he didn't give in, his heart was still set on his hopes and dreams. I am. Lucian responded with finality in his eyes. I chose this path, and I want to see it through. Your words are admirable. Adam nodded, taking the blasphemy slate. But let's see if you can back it up with results. So how you intend to deal with the potential madness? The ritual of the Pale Emperor. Lucian immediately told Adam the plan he had just devised. It will provide me with anchors to resist the madness. Adam gently nodded. It will indeed grant you enough anchors to deal with the problems of madness. However, becoming a ruler of an empire is easier said than done, isn't it? Emperor. Lucian was truly stumped. By all accounts, the Pale Emperor ritual was difficult. His old self would never have imagined himself building an empire in his wildest dreams. To be honest, he didn't even know where to begin. Adam seemed to take pity on Lucian, for he guided him. Take a look around you. You are on a continent that has been invaded and colonized by foreigners in the name of order, but all they have done is exploit and worsen the situation. Humans here have been oppressed and treated worse than livestock, but they still yearn for liberty, for freedom, for salvation, to the point that they would sacrifice their lives for it, so hear their prayers and grant them, Lucian. As the final pieces of the puzzle fell into place, his mind clicked, revealing a chilling truth. You actually want to, Lucian stared wide-eyed at Adam. You are perceptive. Adam praised Lucian with a gentle smile. Maybe you really do have a chance against Ammonites. Lucian's lips twitched, but he ventured forth with his conclusion. You want me to become Emperor of Biome, which is only possible if the southern continent is liberated from colonialism. Lone Kingdom and Intis Republic will not be happy about that, especially Lone. George Augustus III, King of Lone Kingdom, is attempting to become the Black Emperor, but the first requirement for its apotheosis ritual is to be an emperor of your own country, but Lone is under constitutional monarchy, so the king is merely a figurehead for the government, not their emperor. So Augustus must have chosen a different path, one that led him to the Lone colonies on the southern continent. He saw an opportunity and seized it, declaring himself Emperor of Biome and assuming direct control of the colonies, thus satisfying the requirement. Go on, Adam encouraged. Lucian went on, his tone thick with heaviness. Now, let's say, you have me, he pointed to himself. Who wants to liberate the southern continent, which will not only offend the governments of Intis and Lone but will also deprive Augustus of the title of emperor and ruin the ritual he worked so hard on. Ultimately, what do you think will happen then? A war. Adam prophesied, his gaze somewhere far away. A war that sweeps the entire world. Chapter 8, Father. A war. Adam prophesied, his gaze somewhere far away, a war that sweeps the entire world. A world war. Adam intended to use him to spark a world war. The revelation weighed heavily on Lucian. The horrors of world wars rushed across his mind, the colossal numbers of people lost in both world wars and how devastated the world was left in their wake. All of this devastation occurred in a world devoid of supernatural power, but this was a world teeming with extraordinary powers, even gods. A world war here would result in unimaginable destruction and death. To be honest, Lucian understood that this was more of a world of madness than a world of mysteries. You simply cannot avoid getting your hands dirty if you want to advance in this world. He was aware of this and had even prepared himself for it, but still starting a world war. Lucian took a deep breath to calm himself, but his expression remained grim. He just hoped that he didn't lose himself in the end. Grabbing onto that tightly, Lucian turned to face Adam and declared solemnly. I will liberate the southern continent and become the Emperor of Biome. A heavy sigh brimming with emotions escaped his lips as he finished. Adam held the silver cross in his hand. Good, he said gently. Now, how are you going to accomplish it? Lucian pressed down his chaotic emotions and ventured. The remnants of death. Adam nodded, taking over from him. After the fall of Salinger and the collapse of the Biome Empire, the Eggers family founded a new organization, the Numinous Episcopate, with the goal of resurrecting the death. They have survived to this day and continue to wield enormous power over the southern continent, to the point where even Orthodox Church efforts to root them out have completely failed. Lucian suddenly realized. They should have a characteristic of Pale Emperor. Not one, but two, Adam corrected. They also possess the uniqueness of the death pathway. Uniqueness. Lucian said, thoroughly surprised. Salinger made certain that if he fell in the end, Adam explained. His characteristics and uniqueness didn't fall into foreign hands. But Evernight Goddess and God of Combat? Lucian inquired, perplexed. How did they allow something like this to happen right under their noses? They had no choice, Adam explained, holding his silver cross. At the end of the fourth epoch, the seven gods had already reached an alliance to deal with the madness of Salinger and the problem of the breaking barrier. So, if either of them had tried to obtain the uniqueness and characteristics of the death pathway after Salinger's fall, the alliance of gods would have collapsed immediately, resulting in a new war of gods, which neither of them wanted given the state of the world. And there was also the fact that they decided to wait for the oldest ones to weaken further before going after the death pathway. He finished. That's why they let it happen. Is that so? Lucian nodded, feeling enlightened. It seemed even by becoming God won't allow to escape the politics and its intricacies. So, the numinous episcopate went forward with the goal of reviving death. The Reaper then inquired, his mind flashing with the details of the organization of death. They did, but there were issues. Adam agreed with a hum. At first, the numinous episcopate was united in their goal, but they eventually split into two factions after the angels who led the origination, Hater and Sia Palenque Eggers, had a falling out over the reviving death. Hater wanted to go through with it completely, but Sia had a change of heart and decided to rather wait for the Son of Death to return. Lucian processed the information, gaining a new understanding of the numinous episcopate. The Artificial Death Project. He ventured. That was their plan. Yes. Adam nodded. They took inspiration from the situation of the hidden sage. Though they failed to revive death, the numinous episcopate managed to create an artificial god in his life. They brought death uniqueness to life. Lucian sucked in a deep breath. Partially, Adam corrected. The hermit uniqueness was corrupted by a spherote, the knowledge more, and became anthropomorphic, turning completely into a living being, but the numinous episcopate lacked that ability, so all they could do was use faith to grant some consciousness to the death uniqueness. It couldn't even be considered a living being, only something that follows basic instincts. Lucian blinked in shock at Adam, who was simply revealing such a shocking truth in between his words, so that was the secret behind the origin of Hidden Sage. A puppet of spherote. Well, this does explain the passive attitude of the god of steam and machinery towards Hidden Sage, but wasn't it also said that he was involved in the birth of Hidden Sage? What role exactly did the god of steam and machinery play in it? The curious part of his mind wanted to ask Adam about it all, but the rational part of his mind stopped him, bringing his focus back to his future. Lucian took a deep breath and peered at Adam. So, according to your script, I should ultimately try to seize control of the numinous episcopate. Adam spoke warmly. It's the best path ahead of you. By seizing control of the numinous episcopate, which still wields power over the southern continent and its people, you will have a real chance of becoming emperor of Biome and ascending to godhood. But, Lucian inquired, a little hesitantly. Will they accept me? Biome culture values lineage and heritage, and I am all but an outsider to them. Who said you were an outsider? Adam calmly dropped a bomb on Lucian. What do you mean? Lucian's pupils dilated. Lucian, your father. Adam guided. Recall him. Lucian never gave much thought to his father, even though his previous self held some resentment and yearning towards him, with him, though, it waned into indifference and apathy. Now, he recalled him, his earliest memories flowing formlessly through his mind, but only one remained in the end, coalescing to form a scene. It depicted his father dropping his baby self off at the gate of the orphanage with hesitancy and pain, as well as a bit of grim resolution. Lucian focused immediately on his father's face, which was illuminated by the golden light of the sun. He had bronze skin, an average height and build, and gentle facial features. His eyes were the most noticeable feature of him, as if they held the vicissitudes of life itself. It was an understatement to say Lucian was stunned, looking at the face of his father. He couldn't be wrong, this was Isaac Eggers. Oh, my God. Lucian whispered silently, his hands over his face. My father is Isaac Eggers. Aside from Isaac, you are the last remaining direct descendant of death in the world. Adam declared. The throne of Biome belongs to you by birthright, Lucian. He paused, and Lucian knew what was in store for him. Eggers. Lucian Eggers. Lucian's emotions were on a roller coaster, going up and down as he spoke with a tremor. This is. He paused. Too coincidental. Truly, nothing in the world happens without a reason. Adam stated calmly, confirming his fears. Whoever or whatever brought you into this world wanted you to have an easy start. Who could it be? Lucian wondered aloud. Adam strangely remained silent, his gaze fixed on the cross on the altar. Lucian eventually forced himself to calm down. He didn't allow himself to be overly concerned because there was no point. Whoever was responsible for his reincarnation was beyond his current self's comprehension. All he could do was deal with it as it came, a risky strategy, that's for sure, but it was the only one he had at the time. Lucian then took a deep breath and looked at Adam, who was staring silently at the cross. He could tell Adam didn't know the answer to his question, or maybe he had some clues but chose not to tell him. In any case, he wasn't going to delve deeper into the subject to avoid any potential extensional crisis. Felling his gaze, Adam turned to Lucian. You are truly adaptive. Most wouldn't have been able to pull themselves together this fast if they were in your situation. Lucian chuckled wryly at his praise, his mind flashing with memories of time when he fought against cancer, but he immediately pushed them to the back of his mind. You've got to do what you've got to do to survive. You are suppressing much within yourself, Lucian. Adam observed Lucian keenly. I know. Lucian shook his head forlornly. I will see to it. Adam didn't press, rather he faintly hummed as he stood up and walked in front of him. I have scheduled a meeting with Sia Palenque Eggers for you tomorrow. She is the leader of the royal faction of the numinous episcopate, so she will gladly hear your case. Lucian nodded, understanding the information between his words. The artificial death faction of numinous episcopate won't be that happy about his existence. He also understood their meeting was coming to an end, so he stood up from his seat and looked ahead at Adam. Tomorrow your path begins. The angel of imagination proclaimed prophetically. Tomorrow, you change the world. And I can hardly wait. Lucian smiled, his tone a mix of sarcasm and somberness. I will be off now. He nodded gratefully to Adam, but then something occurred to him. The last pale emperor characteristic. He inquired of Adam. Find it yourself. Adam instructed. Prove your resolve with results, Lucian Eggers. Lucian couldn't have asked for anything more. He knew it was time to stand on his own 2 feet and prove himself. His chaotic emotions calmed down as he made that decision, and he nodded one last time to Adam before turning and making his way out of the corpse cathedral in firm steps. Later that day. Colane, East Byam. Lucian sat alone on the golden sand of the beach, his face aglow with the last orange rays before the sun beckoned the stars. He was looking at the horizon, where the sky and sea met. The color was almost black. The setting sun was a rich crimson color, almost as if dyed in blood, illuminating the entire world in the brilliance of twilight. The red sun appeared to be sinking into the water like a live ember, and the heat caused the air around it to shimmer. In serenity, Lucian was brooding about a lot of things, from something as mundane as the sea trade of Colane to something as personal as his father to something as powerful as the last pale emperor characteristic. His thoughts were jumbled, but he tried to sort them out. First, the sea trade of Colane, the capital city of East Byam, was a coastal city. Almost all sea trade between the south and north continents passes through here. This was why Colane was considered the gateway to the southern continent. Second, his father, who turned out to be none other than Isaac Eggers. To be honest, he didn't know how to feel about this. But nevertheless, by now, his father should have begun to retrieve his memories and gone out to learn more about his past. Will he eventually remember him as well? Finally, the last pale emperor characteristic, he was focused on finding it right now, pushing aside the emotions that arose when he remembered his father. He began by recalling all of his knowledge of the plot, carefully analyzing everything related to death in it. Even in the world of mysteries, foreknowledge was still somewhat advantageous. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to information about a future event, which caused his eyes to narrow in scrutiny for a moment before a wide smile plastered across his lips, for he had just discovered who possessed the last pale emperor characteristic. Bernadette Gustave. Lucian whispered under his breath. Chapter 9, Failure. Sia Palenque Eggers was many things, but a betrayer she was not. Nonetheless, she had heard what they call, behind her back, when they thought no one could hear them in the comfort of the shadows. Blasphemer. Traitor. Deceiver. Kinslayer. She should tell you that these naked and undraped comments had no effect on her, but it would be a lie, for she bore these words in her heart. But did she regret any of her choices that led her to this moment? No. She never did. Sia had lived a long life, with millennia of memories brimming her mind. From the War of Gods to the fall of 4 emperors, from the collapse of the Byam Empire to the anarchy that followed, from the arrival of Roselle to the colonization of the southern continent, from the birth of an artificial god to the persecution of her people, she had seen it all. Now the real question was, what did she do in any of the events that shaped the era? Nothing. However, she was at the level of someone who could lead orthodox churches and secret organizations, someone who could be considered the pinnacle of the extraordinary world for less informed beings, and someone whose name could be sung in tales and legends. Ultimately, she was a none other than a grounded angel. Yet Sia felt utterly powerless. The longer she lived, the more she realized her insignificance. She couldn't do anything but comply in the face of trends of times, and it's not like she didn't try, rather, she tried everything she could to make a big change to the stage, yet every time she failed. And her greatest failure against the trend was when that wretched Emperor Roselle discovered a new and safe sea route to her land, ushering in the colonial era. Sia tried to stop them, and even Hater, the insufferable man, supported her plans. She wanted to remind the Northerners of the history they had forgotten, of what happened when the southern and northern continents collided and of how death would have destroyed the entire northern continent if it hadn't been for the 7 gods. She wanted to remind them of the pale disaster, the wrath of Byam. Sia Palenque Eggers railed the entire might of the numinous episcopate against the northern countries that were attempting to colonize the southern continent, but what she ultimately faced was the trend of the times, which now came in the form of the beyonders of the so-called orthodox churches. The 7 gods must have noticed her actions, so they dispatched their churches to pursue her and her organization, hoping to take advantage of the opportunity to root them out. They, unsurprisingly, failed. This result was too obvious for her. After all, unlike the orthodox churches, which were reducing their forces to a bare minimum after the beginning of the 5th epoch, she and Hater had always focused on strengthening and expanding their organization, to the point where they were on the verge of regaining the might the Eggers family had in the 4th epoch. They would have done so by the turn of the century if it weren't for the constant conflict and chaos on the southern continent. In any case, the war between the numinous episcopate and the Orthodox churches allowed the northern countries to colonize the southern continent right under her nose. Even though Sia had won the conflict with the Orthodox churches, she had failed her people, her empire, her continent, and her home once again. She could even do nothing to the northerners anymore, as she knew if her organization pushed them too hard, what awaited her was a divine punishment from the gods. There was a limit to the patience and tolerance of gods, and she didn't dare try to test it. Even if she didn't want to, Hater did. He was, as always, daring and reckless, to the point where she sometimes wondered how he survived to become an angel. Hater was the leader of the artificial death faction. Though they never saw eye to eye from the start, the dire situation following the end of the Fourth Epoch forced them to put aside their differences and band together to form the numinous episcopate in order to pull together what was left. At first, their goals were similar, to resurrect death. But, as the years passed, Sia realized how pointless her efforts were. It was dubbed the Artificial Death Project by Hater. He desired to bring uniqueness to life and resurrect death through it. The existence of the Hidden Sage inspired him to devise this plan. But Hidden Sage was surrounded by mysteries and unknowns. No angel clearly knows how the hermit uniqueness came to life, and there was also the fact that the Evernight goddess and god of combat would not sit back and watch as they attempted to resurrect death. All in all, this was a foolish and dangerous endeavor. But Hater clearly believed otherwise. He was so obsessed with death that he wanted to proceed with the Artificial Death Project despite the risks and uncertainties. Sia decided to oppose Hater after much deliberation in order to put an end to his folly. In return, she was called a betrayer and a blasphemer in front of all. They soon fell out, dividing the numinous episcopate into two factions. Hater went ahead with his plan, and guess what? He failed spectacularly. Even he was affected and injured by it, forcing him to sleep for years to recover. All that came out of his plan was an artificial god that couldn't even be considered a living being, a shell of what was death, a mere fantasy of a zealot. But, as you might expect have guessed, even failure didn't deter that insufferable man, who was still determined to complete his plan one way or another. All the while, Sia was focused on finding the son of death, having decided to bet on him. She recognized that if anyone had a greater chance of restoring Biome to its former glory, it was him. After all, he was once their emperor, ruling them in death's place. The man in question was Isaac Eggers. Her relationship with him was fine, but she never really got to know him because of the chaos of the Fourth Epoch. Everyone, from mortals to gods, was drawn into the whirlpool of war in that era. They already had a lot on their plates, so socializing was the last thing on their minds. Isaac even pursued death to confront the Blood Emperor, who was a mad god, but the most incredible thing was that he lived to tell the tale. After that, he became a legend among the Biome, revered by their people. Unfortunately, all legends must come to an end, and Isaac was no exception. After the fall of death and the collapse of the Biome Empire, he inexplicably vanished without a trace. Now, Sia was determined to resurrect the long-forgotten legend, but she couldn't find Isaac. There was no sign of Isaac Eggers, no matter how much she searched and scoured the world. It was as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Sia, on the other hand, didn't believe in coincidences. Someone or something was blocking her path to Isaac. Whoever they were, they had enough power to keep him hidden from her, but she didn't give up hope, determined to find Isaac no matter what. As the years passed, the situation on the southern continent worsened. Lone, Intis, and Faceac have been constantly fighting for more power in the colonies. The forces of the outer gods also emerged, pouring even more oil into the chaotic fire and enabling it to rage throughout the southern continent. Still, Sia had found no leads on Isaac Eggers, and just when she thought she was about to fail again, a message from that organization was delivered directly to her. She was aware of the Twilight Hermit Order, how they were controlling the trend of the times, and even who was leading it. After all, only Adam, the angel of imagination, had the power and might to influence the path of the entire world, right under the noses of the seven gods. To be honest, she despised that organization and everything it stood for because it reminded her of how insignificant she was in the grand scheme of things. But the content of the message they delivered forced her to set aside her reservations and focus on it solemnly, as it revealed the existence of another direct descendant of death who was seeking her audience. She was skeptical and cautious at first, because all direct descendants of death except Isaac died by the end of the Fourth Epoch, but she ultimately decided to keep an open mind and hear his case, despite being fully aware of the risks involved. After all, the meeting had been arranged by the Twilight Hermit Order, possibly even him, but she was desperate. Sia Palenque Eggers did not want to fail again. That's how she ended up here, alone, on October 19, 1349, in front of a door to a hotel room in Colian. It would be a lie to say she wasn't surprised by their meeting location, which was far from what she had expected, but the simplicity of it all soothed her heart, and so she raised her hand and knocked on the door, which immediately opened on its own, as if they already knew she was standing outside, but she couldn't sense anything behind the door. Sia entered the room with caution and was greeted by a young man who was handsome in his own right. He had bronze skin, average height, and a chiseled build. And he had a sun-kissed glow about him, which was enhanced by his aura, that was a contradictory mixture of serenity and grimness, but it seemed to strangely suit him all too well, and his silver eyes had that same youthful look that she occasionally reminisced about in her dreams of the past. "Hello." The lad greeted her politely, his voice very distinct, as if he already knew something about you that you yourself didn't. "I am Lucian Eggers." Chapter 10, Choice. The ethereal lights of the stars shone brightly in the night sky, as they had all week. This phenomenon inadvertently caused a wave of faith to spread among the general populace of Lone Kingdom, as many believed it was a miracle of the Evernight goddess, who was blessing the mortal world with her grace. This resulted in believers flocking to the churches of Evernight goddess in hope and reverence, but ironically, the most brilliant stars gracing the world were highly concentrated in a single place, and it was not Lone but the Kolian, southern continent, where the religion of Evernight goddess was non-existent. And the light of those bright stars, cascading down into a hotel room window, illuminated the pivotal meeting between Lucian Eggers and Sia Palenque Eggers. Sia sat in a chair in the living room, facing Lucian, who was grabbing 2 kettles from an eager owl spirit. It was different from other spirits, but she couldn't put her finger on why, despite feeling a strange familiarity with it, and then it flew back into the spirit world. "Coffee or tea, Sia?" Lucian inquired, looking up at her. "Tea." Sia immediately responded. Even though she had become a mythical creature, she didn't mind indulging in some of her previous human needs, and honestly, who could say no to good and soothing tea? Lucian hummed as he poured her a cup of tea, then poured himself a cup of coffee before passing her cup to her. Sia instinctively checked the tea with her senses before taking a sip as she made herself somewhat comfortable in the chair, but not to the point of letting her guard down against Lucian, who at first appeared harmless and gentle, though her opinion of him quickly changed when she couldn't sense anything deeper from him. Mind you, she was an angel of death pathway who knew all about the intricacies of the soul itself, so either Lucian was powerful enough to conceal his secrets from her senses, which she doubted, or someone was assisting him in doing so. In any case, she decided it was best not to relax her guard against him. Finally, Sia broke the silence by asking Lucian in between sips, bringing up the elephant in the room. "So you claim to be a direct descendant of death?" "I am not only a direct descendant of death," Lucian corrected calmly, setting his half-finished cup aside. "I am also the son of Isaac Eggers." "Son of Isaac Eggers?" Sia was shocked, but her countenance remained composed, not betraying her emotions. "But Isaac Eggers has vanished since the beginning of the 5th epoch, never to be seen again," she subtly probed Lucian for information. "What do you mean?" Lucian arched his brow. "He didn't vanish, he's still very much active in the world." Sia was frustrated by the haphazard information provided to her. The boy was keen, she recognized it, and he must have noticed she was testing him. It was now up to her to make a choice. She could remain subtle and evasive, or she could be frank with him. "I didn't know that," she finally admitted, placing her cup on the table as well. "Please elaborate." Lucian pressed with sincerity in his eyes, and Sia did the same, informing him of the details of her search for Isaac Eggers. After she finished, Lucian nodded, agreeing with her assessment of the situation. "Someone is indeed concealing my father from you," he said, his tone knowing. "You know who it is?" Sia could tell by his tone. "I have a guess." Lucian nodded. "But I'm sure you are not going to like it. Try me." Sia pushed on despite feeling fear rise in her pits of her stomach. Lucian shifted in his seat, pointing through the window at the brightest stars in the night sky. "Evernight goddess." Lucian was correct. Sia didn't like his guess one bit. She hoped this was false, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized Lucian's guess was plausible, and that terrified her. The Evernight goddess was the most powerful god on earth, aside from the true creator. Sia, as a survivor of the 4th epoch, understood a lot about gods and their affairs. And she could tell you a long list of things and reasons to prove how terrifying Evernight goddess was, but one event should ultimately suffice. By the end of the War of 4 Emperors, the Night Emperor had betrayed the 7 gods and done massive damage to their troops. In retaliation, the Evernight goddess herself entered the battlefield to confront the Night Emperor and slew him. Sia could clearly remember how the laws and rules of the world changed and crumbled with the fall of the Night Emperor. That scene was truly horrible to witness, yet the Evernight goddess slew the deity who was keeping it all together single-handedly. That same terrifying divine being was now blocking her path to Isaac. It would be a lie to say she was not terrified or scared, but she was astonished to find that Lucian had a calm countenance. It was either completely honest or the best damn bit of acting she had seen in a long time. Sia reached for the cup and took a sip of tea, which calmed her heart slightly. "You want another?" Lucian offered. Sia shook her head. "You're cool," she observed, looking up at him. "Believe me when I say I'm not." Lucian chuckled melancholically. "I guess I've gotten too used to it, if you know what I mean." What has this young man been through? Sia thought quietly as she finished her tea. "Anyway, I didn't ask your audience to debate my father's condition, but rather to hear my case." Lucian continued. Go on, Sia acknowledged, pulling herself back together. She pushed Isaac to the back of her mind for a moment because she was eager to hear what he had to say, and she had a feeling he was going to completely surprise her. I'm sure you still have some reservations about my identity, so. Lucian pricked his finger with a fruit tray knife, allowing a drop of black blood to seep, but instead of falling to the ground, the drop flowed back to the wound as it healed. You are an angel. Sia was surprised. Ascension to the realm of mythical creatures alters everything about you, including your blood. In the case of Death Pathway, your blood would turn pitch black, carrying the essence of death. Not just an angel. Lucian rose from his seat, and 6 pairs of metallic wings unfolded from behind him, gleaming grimly in the light of the stars. Archangel. Sia leapt from her seat as well. If she had been surprised before, she was now taken back to the point where her emotions were all over her face. She would have known if a Pale Emperor ascended like the rest of the world. The ascension ritual of the Pale Emperor would have made certain of that. Unlike the Death Council ritual, it could not be hidden at all. How? She managed in the end. That is not the question you should be asking. Lucian merely said so as he retracted his wings. He sat back in his chair, motioning for her to rejoin him. Sia took a deep breath, composing herself again. Then should I have asked, what are your goals? She said sharply as she sat back down. Yes. Lucian encouragedly nodded. Don't you think that will serve both of our interests? Sia pressed her lips together to form a thin line. She had become completely passive in this conversation the moment Lucian revealed himself to be an archangel, but despite her displeasure, she ventured silently, let me guess, you want to become the Death. Not only that. Lucian nodded lightly. I intend to liberate the southern continent and bring back the glory of Balam. He looked at Sia with sincerity. And I cannot do this without you and your organization. So what is your choice, Sia? Sia was unsurprised by his dreams. I know nothing about you, Lucian Eggers. She said it with steel in her voice, refusing to back down in the face of an archangel because this was her home. Yet you expect me to entrust you with the fate of an entire continent and its people. I may be surrounded by unknowns for you, Lucian stated, but I am your best shot. As for my father, his condition is somewhat complicated. Trust me, even if he does return, you will be disappointed. Trust him. Sia remained silent for a moment, contemplating his words. She could tell from past experiences that even though his words were twisted in his favor, they contained some truth. Then she asked Lucian, meeting his silver eyes. So you want me to take a leap of faith? Faith is everything, Lucian mystically echoed. After all. Sia allowed her intrusive thoughts to win. I believe you will be suitable for the paths of mysteries as well. I believe so as well. Lucian admitted candidly. I'd make an excellent charlatan. That's not helping your case at all, Sia said, twitching her lips. I know. Lucian laughed, then his mirth faded into solemnity. Jokes aside, let me ask again, what is your choice, Sia Palenque Eggers? He rose from his seat and approached her, extending his hand. Sia stared at his hand in silence, her eyes telling of her struggles and emotions, but eventually all that remained was resoluteness. She just hoped she wouldn't come to regret her decisions today. With that, she stood up from her seat and extended her hand to Lucian. Finally, Lucian Eggers and Sia Palenque Eggers shook hands, their resolute eyes fixed on each other. At the same time, as they shook their hands, a faint ripple arose in a river of light with endless tributaries, rolling outward as it grew and grew, scattering the serenity in a roaring wave. Something has happened. Around the world, the long and dark night became colder and chillier, while stars that had been shining brilliantly for the previous week dimmed, returning to their previous state. But for those with keen eyes, there was something new about the stars, a harsh glow that sent shivers down their spines. That was about to change. In the forsaken land of gods, a silver-haired man with 6 pairs of wings opened his troubled eyes, as he had just felt a great disturbance in the river of destiny. My lord. He began, looking at the shadows, but was cut off by a hoarse voice that reverberated all around him, as if the shadows themselves were speaking to him. No, leave him be. Everything. In Backlund, a postman adjusted his monocle. Interesting. He smiled, turning his gaze away from the harsh night sky and towards the distant southern continent. Chapter 11, Honorific Name. Somewhere hidden in the southern continent. Lucian and Sia emerged from a sea of colors, leaving the spirit world behind. A withered and dark forest opened up around them, bathed in the crimson light of the moon. And the air in this place was thick with the aura of death, enough to suffocate living beings until there was nothing but ashes, but they were unaffected, the ceasing aura sweeping past them harmlessly, as if it were nothing more than a breeze in their presence. You should have noticed. Sia ventured as they began walking slowly to the heart of the death forest. Lucian stated. The stars. Sia raised her gaze to the night sky. They've gone back to normal since our meeting ended. She fell silent, finishing the rest of her words in her thoughts. though they have taken on a new harshness. Oh that. Lucian shrugged. Evernight goddess most likely noticed us. Sia came to a standstill in her steps, staring at him carefully. She knew they were bound to attract the attention of gods sooner or later. After all, Lucian was planning to become death, which neither Evernight goddess nor god of combat wanted to happen, but she didn't expect them to draw their attention so quickly, and yet, in the face of this, Lucian kept his cool astonishingly well again. It isn't only her. Lucian continued by putting his hands in his trouser pockets and looking her in the eyes. The majority of them should have caught wind of us as well. Not to be pessimistic, you may have grand dreams, Lucian. Sia walked up to face him somberly. However, it's nothing new to 6 gods who have lived for millennia and caused the rise and fall of numerous civilizations. I know. Lucian interpreted with a wry chuckle. The gods are great, I acknowledge that, but don't underestimate what we have just achieved. He came to a halt. It's a lot more than you think. Tell me then. Sia pressed, her eagerness and sense of duty betraying her. Lucian was silent for a moment, looking up at the night sky. It's not best to talk about that here, don't you agree? He finally said. Yes. Sia begrudgingly concurred. Don't be that way. Lucian smiled and shook his head. I understand how I may seem to you, trying to avoid the sensitive questions and always appearing mysterious and all. But we've only just begun, give it some time, and trust me when I say you'll understand everything eventually. You are asking an awful lot of my trust, Lucian. Sia said sharply. What to do? Lucian smiled. You are stuck with me now, so we might as well see it through to the end. Sia pursed her lips in frustration, but she reluctantly admitted that Lucian was correct. From the moment she decided to back Lucian, her path was set, there was no turning back, especially now that the gods had taken notice of them. Nonetheless, she wished she could wipe that willful smile from his face. All right, come on. Sia eventually sighed in defeat and walked forward. He should have probably picked up on our presence by now. That's the spirit. Lucian's smile broadened, prompting Sia to merely roll her eyes in exasperation. They dissolved in silence for the rest of their journey to the heart of the forest of death. And what greeted them was an inverted black mausoleum that wound underground, like a spiral staircase, with no visible entrance. This was the mausoleum where Hader, the leader of the artificial death faction, slept to recover from the wounds he received when his project failed catastrophically. Sia lowered her gaze to the mausoleum. Are you certain about this? Don't you think it's a shame to kill an angel? Lucian countered, side-glancing her. The amount of effort and time it takes to become a mythical creature is enormous, and cultivating them is even more difficult, so I don't want to kill Hader unless there is no other option. There is also the fact that he oversaw the artificial death project, so there was no one better than him to keep the uniqueness of death under wraps from the snooping dogs of gods. How do you know the artificial death is the uniqueness? Sia looked at Lucian, baffled, then realized how stupid her question was. Well, who am I kidding? Of course, you know. She continued, ignoring Lucine, who smiled amusingly at her. Anyway, you are correct, she agreed, telling him about the current situation between the factions of the numinous episcopate. Even though I attempted to take over the artificial death faction, Hader was able to keep the bulk of his power due to the complete suppression that comes with the death pathway. When Sia mentioned the suppression, there was a look of distaste on her face that told Lucian she wasn't a fan of it. So, if Hader fell, it would cause chaos and only weaken our organization. Even so, Hader is far too engrossed in his obsession with death. He will not listen to your reason, Lucian. That is where you are mistaken. Lucian shook his head at Sia. Hader is a thorough zealot, and the best way to deal with such people is to give them what they want. What do you mean? Sia inquired, her brow furrowed. Remember what I said. Lucian smiled. You will understand eventually. Truly. Sia thought, twitching her lips. A charlatan. Come on. Lucian prompted, his figure fading into the spirit world. Sia looked at the spot where Lucian stood in silence for a split second before following him into the inverted mausoleum through the spirit world. Who truly are you, Lucian? She thought as she caught up with him, and they rapidly made their way to the heart of the mausoleum. They landed instantly on a long and dim walkway flanked by a black lake filled with bones and corpses that spread into the darkness. The walkway in front of them led to a wide platform with a coffin erected on it, but it was open, with a figure sitting in front of it, his head bowed in ominous silence. As they approached, the figure looked up. His dark eyes were as dark as an ocean without light, and his slim silhouette shifted slightly, his gloomy robes swaying like dark waves. His aura was cold and sharp, as were his young features, which became even more so in their presence. Hader, the leader of the artificial death faction. He's recovered his strength. Sia judged heavily from the aura emanating from Hader. The reckless man, as usual, didn't bother hiding his recovery, instead blatantly showing it to them. To what do I owe this pleasure, Sia? Hater eventually broke the brief silence between them. Have you come to see if I kicked the bucket, or have you finally mustered the courage to do the deed yourself? Tell me, Sia, tell me. Hater taunted her viciously, his words reverberating in menacing echoes throughout the mausoleum. However, part of his attention was also concentrated on Lucian, scrutinizing him. Sia snapped deafeningly, shattering the echoes. Your dream ends today, Hater, she declared, unleashing her aura. Ridiculous. Hater laughed chillingly, rising from the ground as the black lake shook with waves as his aura clashed with Sia's. You never learn, do you, Sia? A spark of pale fire bloomed in his dark pool of eyes. Their confrontation was cut short when Lucian suddenly appeared in the middle of them. Sia, you are wrong about one thing, he corrected, his hands in his pockets. Hater's dreams will not only end today but will also be reborn. Who are you? Hater inquired, a cautious look in his eyes as he stared at Lucian, who seemed completely unbothered by the confrontation of their auras despite being in the middle of it. Lucian spun around to face Hater, striding towards him with brisk steps. Who am I? He titled his head thoughtfully. That's a good question, but where's the fun in introducing myself, don't you reckon, Sia? Sia could only nod in agreement, wondering what Lucian was going to do with Hater. So look at me, and tell me what you see, Lucian continued, his voice becoming low and deep, almost a haunted whisper in the darkness. Tell me what I am. He trailed off into silence. Hater and Sia subconsciously followed his commands, fixating their gazes on him, and suddenly, they were not looking at Lucian. They weren't even looking at a man anymore. All Hater and Sia saw was an infinite, boundless cosmos collapsing, planets splitting, stars exploding, galaxies melting. Beneath it all lay a cosmic grave, and in it, they saw innumerable ruins, each singing to them a somber and painful story to them. Civilization eternally lost. Names forever forgotten. Everything and everyone meeting their inevitable end, falling into the embrace of death. They were astounded by what they were witnessing, especially Hater, whose emotions were swaying and causing his heart to race. After all, he was witnessing something he had always dreamed of, completely dedicated himself to, and always yearned for. He was witnessing death, the ultimate end of all things, in his true form. And he broke Hater. With that, Hater felt the world spin around him, and the next thing he knew, he was back in his mausoleum, completely breathless and trembling, but he ignored his condition, bolting towards Lucian and kneeling in front of him in repentance. Please pardon my previous petulance, my lord. He pleaded hoarsely, his head bowed, not daring to look up at his lord. Your faithful servant failed to recognize you. Sia Palenque Egger had her hand over her heart, taking deep breaths as she tried to gather herself, but she was completely unable to do so because she had never witnessed anything like that, even in her long years of life. And even in this state, she was able to notice Hater completely surrendering to Lucian in piety and repentance. She should have been shocked by the turn of events, but she found herself understanding what had just happened in front of her eyes, just as Lucian had predicted. Hater's faith in death had grown to the point where he no longer believed in their previous lord, the underworld emperor. Instead, he began to seek and yearn for the concept of death itself, wanting to understand its mysteries and wonders and willing to sacrifice everything for it. Now Lucian emerged, revealing himself to be the embodiment of all of that and compelling Hater to submit wholly to him. Her thoughts were interrupted by Lucian, who looked down at Hater with an unreadable expression. You have yet to respond to my question. Hater immediately answered piously, his head remaining bowed in repentance. You are the Great Reaper. That I am. Lucian echoed, allowing Hater to finally take a heavy breath in relief. Then he turned and looked at Sia. Sia met his gaze in a moment of reckoning silence, and then she walked forward to Lucian resolutely, joining Hater. My lord. She bowed to him in acknowledgement. At this moment, she knew she had made the right choices today. Lucian hummed with a smile. Good. He said. Stand up now. They obliged and looked at him, though it took Hater a lot of internal struggle to finally gather the courage and meet his eyes. Lucian continued. Let's focus on our first order of business. Slowly spread word of my existence throughout the southern continent. It will ignite the hopes in everyone's hearts and push them to start preparing for what is to come. Then, in terms of the religion of death, gradually stop promoting the teachings of the fallen underworld emperor and replace them with mine. More on this later, but for now, let's start with the replacement of honorific names. Hater spoke somberly. But, my lord, if we do this, we will end up attracting everyone's attention, including the gods. Most gods should be aware of my existence, it is already inevitable, so carry on. Lucian revealed, and then continued immediately, noticing his confusion and astonishment. Hater, Sia will fill you in on everything that happened later. Sia and Hater bowed, acknowledging his order, then exchanged a look before Sia spoke up. My lord, she inquired. Your honorific name? Lucian declared. The Great Reaper from beyond. The shadow that embodies death. The ultimate end of all things. Chapter 12, The Deteriorating Situation. Throughout the southern continent, whispers began to spread in the shadows, whispers that told of the return of the descendant of death and informed of his great existence. And they infected the heart of the southern continent, igniting the fading hopes and ebbing dreams. It let them burn brilliantly like never before. Along with them came a yearning that was deeply ingrained in everyone, a yearning that could create wonders and bring civilizations to their knees. A yearning for liberty. But, as the saying goes, every action has an equal and opposite reaction, and whispers were no exception, as they not only reignited the fading fire of the southern continent but also drew the attention of the world to it. With that, the trend of the times began to surge significantly, straying from the intended course and plunging the fate of the world into chaos and disorder. The cause of it all sat alone in a big hall within a massive and majestic structure that appeared to be a bizarre combination of a mausoleum and a castle, perched atop a mountain range between East and West Balam. This was the headquarters of the numinous episcopate. And the cause was none other than Lucian, the Great Reaper, the embodiment of death, the ultimate end of all things, the Dark Messiah, the Sultan of the Dead, the monarch of sleeping marches, and so on and so forth. Lucian had made quite a name for himself in just 2 weeks since securing the loyalty of Sia and Hater and seizing total control of the numinous episcopate. The people of Balam even bestowed upon him numerous new titles, including Dark Messiah, which raised his brows due to its ominous undertone. They do not desire a peaceful revolution after centuries of persecution under the Northerners. As he heard more and more of their prayers, this became clear to him. Prayers, indeed. The numinous episcopate had successfully replaced the honorific name of Underworld Emperor in religious teachings with his own. It was not difficult for them to accomplish because they essentially oversaw the religion of death from the shadows and were responsible for its survival up to this point. So, he'd been inundated with prayers from all over the southern continent since then, and he was still doing his best to respond to the majority of them. The change in honorific names also resulted in a less desirable development. The forces of the outer gods, led by the Rose school of thought, had come at the numinous episcopate with their guns blazing. To be honest, Lucian had no idea why the outer gods hated him so much that they didn't hesitate to direct their forces against him and his organization. Nonetheless, the numinous episcopate was forced to confront the Rose school of thought. The conflict between two extraordinary organizations went about as well as you might expect. To cut a long story short, it was brutal, with fights between low and mid-sequence Beyonders already taking place in many locations across West Balam. And he had a feeling it wouldn't be long before high-sequence Beyonders joined in. Their clash was obviously noticed by Intis and Lone, who were also continuously battling on the borders of East and West Balam, but the northern countries chose a wait-and-see strategy, not wishing to escalate the situation. There was also the fact that they were unsure about Lucian's existence. He was surrounded by mysteries and unknowns, which pushed them even further to take that approach. Even when their governments attempted to consult with the Orthodox churches, they were met with a strange silence. But he knew it wouldn't be long before they were drawn into their conflict, as the freedom movement gained traction as a result of his presence and the numinous episcopate's propaganda. If his predictions come true, insurgencies would erupt across the southern continent by the beginning of the next year. By the way, how did Lucian know about everything that was going on in the northern continent? He successfully established the information-gathering network that he had planned using his spirits at the start of the previous week. And Adam, from time to time, also granted him clear reports on the situation of the northern continent through the Twilight Hermit Order. Returning to their conflict, if Lone and Intis, and possibly Fasak, joined them, the entire southern continent would be thrown into chaos. He hoped to avoid this. He understood that war was unavoidable, but it should have meaning and purpose, which this conflict lacks. All this would result in pointless destruction and bloodshed. I need to overthrow the hold Lone and Intis have on the southern continent before the situation devolves into this, Lucian brooded, gazing at the map of the world that was spread before him on a silver table. Easier said than done, he chuckled wryly in his head before grabbing a cup of coffee from the side of the table and sipping it to calm his chaotic heart. In the last 2 weeks, a lot had happened, not only for the world but also for him. Where does he even start with them? That would do. First and foremost, with the support of Sia and Hater, he became the leader of the numinous episcopate. And they became his angels, and in the aftermath of this event, both of the factions they led within the numinous episcopate were united with little to no resistance or conflict, as both of them had absolute control over their factions, albeit through different methods. Then his angels presented him with all of the information on numinous episcopate, from the number of Beyonders in the organization to the number of branches around the world, from the details of sealed artifacts they held to divisions and hierarchies within the organization to the detailed history of the organization to knowledge they had on other organizations and entities. They gave him everything he needed to review and become acquainted with the new leadership position he had just assumed. And let him tell you from many sleepless nights and tired days that leading a secret organization was no joke. He basically moved in here, but he was still extremely pleased with what he got. How could he not? After all, the might and power of the numinous episcopate surpassed those of the ordinary Orthodox Church in this era. Unlike the Orthodox churches, which had reduced their forces to a bare minimum since the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, Sia and Hayter focused on expanding and strengthening their organization in order to achieve the glory that the Eggers family had in the Fourth Epoch. And they would have succeeded if it hadn't been for the constant turmoil of the southern continent, but their organization was still a beast in comparison to an Orthodox church. This advantage would be critical in the coming war. The thing that completely piqued his interest, however, was a Grade 0 sealed artifact. It was a blood-red sword, which was also a sequence, one characteristic of the Red Priest pathway. When Lucien read that, he raised his brow in surprise because he hadn't expected the Numinous Episcopate to have a Conqueror characteristic, but as he read the report, his surprise faded completely. The Conqueror characteristic was acquired from the fall of the Underworld Emperor, and was replaced by thoughtfulness. He knew the birth of the Red Priest was inevitable in the future, so he began to consider how he could take advantage of the situation. His organization may be strong, but it would fall short if all Orthodox churches came at Numinous Episcopate in full force. Thus, in the upcoming World War, if he wanted to win, he needed allies, which this Conqueror characteristic might just grant, but he hadn't decided on this yet, brooding on it still from time to time. Which brings us to the second item on his recent activities. Lucien began preparing for the Pale Emperor ritual. Leaving aside the requirement of constructing an empire, he had focused on another, conquering 100,000 spirits for his future empire. This proved simple because he had sole authority, which gave him complete control over the spirits. However, given his circumstances, conquering that many spirits would still take some time, but not to the point where it would interfere with his overall plans. The religion of death was the third item on the list. Lucien has almost decided on the changes that have to be made to the religion. It wasn't anything drastic that went against the norms and traditions of the southern continent, but it just aimed to change the image of death in people's hearts from the Underworld Emperor to Lucien. The first step he planned to take was to change the sacred emblem from the inverted mausoleum to a white rose blooming in darkness and then proceed from there. Finally, Lucien oversaw the conflict between the Numinous Episcopate and the Rose School of Thought. He didn't technically lead the war effort, Sia and Hayter did. He was honest with them about his lack of expertise in the art of warfare, so they immediately volunteered to teach him using this opportunity, as it was a must-have skill for any leader. And that was a short and succinct summary of what he had done in the previous weeks. There were still minor events he hadn't mentioned, such as the time he gave a marvelous and passionate speech to all high-sequence beyonders of the Numinous Episcopate. Anyway, returning to the subject at hand, Lucien set aside the empty cup and picked up the report submitted by William Bell, a saint of the Numinous Episcopate, which detailed the outcome of the task he assigned to him and other saints. As he read it again, his brows furrowed heavily. He had instructed them to keep an eye out for any movements of Orthodox churches, but they detected none. The churches of the seven gods remained silent on the changing situation on the southern continent, but why? What were the seven gods planning? Lucien pondered that question, tapping the armrest rhythmically. His mind raced with hypotheses and assumptions, but he was soon interrupted by Sia and Hayter, who had arrived for their daily meetings to discuss the developments of the battles in the West Balam, and through this, they taught him the art of warfare. "My lord." They greeted him in unison. Lucien hummed in recognition. He then motioned for them to take their places at the silver table in front of him. "Before we begin," the Reaper thrummed his armrest, his gaze fixed on his angels. "There are some issues that need to be addressed." Lucien knew it was time to address the issues he had been putting off as he finally settled into his new role as leader of the Numinous Episcopate. "What are they, my lord?" Hayter inquired, intrigued. "First and foremost, the last Pale Emperor characteristic." Lucien spoke forthrightly. "It's with Bernadette Gustave." As he expected, there wasn't much surprise in either of their faces. Sia inquired, meeting his silver gaze with trepidation. "So you don't really belong to our pathway?" She phrased it more as a statement than a question. Chapter 13, Issues. First and foremost, the last Pale Emperor characteristic. Lucien spoke forthrightly. "It's with Bernadette Gustave." Sia inquired, meeting his silver gaze with trepidation. "So you don't really belong to our pathway?" She phrased it more as a statement than a question. Lucien thoughtfully thrummed his armrest. "Have you heard the legend among the ancient gods about the original creator?" Hayter and Sia exchanged hesitant glances, both puzzled as to why their lord had suddenly brought up the original creator. However, Sia turned and answered his question solemnly. "I am not certain, my lord. I've only heard rumors about this." Lucien nodded, encouraging her to continue. Sia did so. Rumor has it that the original creator left behind 9 different entities. They were kingdoms, cities, rivers, oceans, and keys. And the ancient gods tried everything they could to find them and inherit the legacies of the original creator, but their efforts were said to be ultimately futile. The original creator left 9 legacies behind. Lucien revealed. They're known as spherotes. Spherotes. That word hung in the air, sending Sia and Hayter into deep thought about the reasons for the conflict between gods, as they had a strong feeling both were deeply related given the correlation between the 9 spherotes and the 9 sequence groups. That couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Lucian proceeded steadily. Spherotes are required for gods to progress beyond sequence 0 and become great old ones. Is that so? They nodded lightly, feeling enlightened. His words simply confirmed many of their long-held assumptions about the gods and the cosmos. The river Styx. Hayter immediately asked about the river that was always correlated with the underworld emperor. Even he used it in his honorific name. Is it the spherote for our group of pathways? Styx is simply one of its titles. Lucian corrected, shaking his finger. The true name of the spherote is the River of Eternal Darkness. A stilling chill descended into the hall the moment the name of the spherote was spoken, causing Sia and Hayter to tremble in their seats, clutching their armrests tightly. But their lord seemed unaffected, or did he? They didn't know. Lucian declared, his raspy voice dispelling the chill. Well, all you need to know is that my existence is inextricably linked to that river, therefore, for all intents and purposes, I am death. Nothing can deny that. The Reaper peered at his angels. Understood. Yes. They nodded in unison, understanding the underlying meaning of his remarks. Even at their level, some secrets were best left unexplored, though it would be lie to say they weren't a bit disappointed in the end. Now, Lucian brought the subject back to the matter at hand. Let's return to the last Pale Emperor characteristic, which, as I previously stated, is with Bernadette Gustave. Gustave. Sia muttered the wretched surname under her breath, a glint of hatred in her eyes. Hayter, on the other hand, remained calm. He didn't seem to care that Bernadette was the daughter of the man responsible for the current state of the southern continent. Instead, he was preoccupied with something else. How did the characteristic fall into her hands, my lord? How do you think? Lucian returned the question. Roselle Gustave. Sia confidently answered for Hayter. Yes. Lucian nodded subtly. Roselle somehow discovered the Pale Emperor characteristic while adventuring around the southern continent. I must admit, despite all the horrid things he's done, Sia admitted grudgingly. Roselle is one lucky man. Oh, Lucian chuckled wryly. I'm not so sure about that. Sia was confused and wanted to press, but her lord's look suggested that he didn't want to discuss about Roselle any further. Well, my lord, what do you want us to do? Hayter spoke up after a moment of silence between them. My lord, Bernadette is merely a saint. Sia chimed in enthusiastically. And the organization she found isn't much better. Just set up a meeting with her for me. Lucine abruptly cut off her radical proposal before she could finish. I'll handle it myself. Sia sighed and concurred, but she still pointed out the obvious problem in his order. But, Bernadette knows how much she is hated on the southern continent, so she is unlikely to agree to meet with you. Oh, she will agree. Lucian smiled willfully. Just tell her I have information on her father's condition, and she'll come to me one way or another, like a moth drawn to a flame. Roselle's condition. Sia noticed keenly, then she clenched her hands. As I thought, that wretched man is still alive. Hayter, on the other hand, being the zealot that he was, didn't care that much about the shocking truth. We will immediately arrange it, my lord. He took the order unequivocally, followed by Sia, who nodded in agreement. Moving on. Hummed Lucian. He took a document from the pile on the silver table and slid it over to them. Sia and Hayter examined the document. It was a disturbing report written by their organization on human trafficking in the Eastern Balam. Immediately, a troubled look flashed across both of their faces. How come you both haven't done anything about this? Lucian inquired, his eyes narrowing inquisitively at his angels. Please forgive us, Hayter bowed to Lucian. But there was nothing we could do. Elaborate. Lucian inquired, his chin comfortably resting on his knuckles. Sia took over from Hayter. We tried. She spoke in a low tone. When we first learned about the trafficking, we began investigating everything we could find about it, but the more we learned, the more our hands became tied. There were too many powerful parties involved in this, and I even suspected that unspeakable organization. She looked at Lucian for confirmation, who nodded in agreement, making Sia gulp in trepidation and Hayter close his eyes in heaviness. Sia continued, taking a breather. The point is, my lord, in the face of the trend of the times, we were powerless. Well, Lucian declared. You are no longer powerless now that you have me. We shall deal with this together. Sia and Hayter nodded silently, placing their trust in their lord. But first, do you know who is the mastermind behind the trafficking? Lucian asked, and then he answered his own question after seeing their uncertain eyes. George Augustus III, the King of Loan. The King. Sia raised her brows in surprise. To be honest, she also suspected the Augustus family after discovering evidence of MI9 involvement in her trafficking investigation, but the fact that the mastermind behind it all was the King of Loan himself still astonished her. But, why does Augustus require so many slaves? Hayter, on the other hand, asked solemnly, obviously flummoxed by the strangeness of this whole situation. Lucien was silent for a moment, and then he told them about the apotheosis ritual of the Black Emperor. After he finished, there was a moment of heavy silence, which was eventually broken by the heavy sigh of Sia. The Black Emperor. Sia leaned back in her seat altogether. What sequence is he now? Sequence 1, Lucien responded. Archangel. Sia cocked her brow and laughed wryly. So the 7 gods have chosen to turn a blind eye. Why am I not surprised? Leave the gods aside, Sia. Augustus is trying to steal the throne that rightfully belongs to our Lord. If he ascends to godhood, then he will truly become the Emperor of Balam. Hater said furiously. There isn't much to think about here. Sia said, her tone becoming colder with each of her words. We are going to overthrow Lone Kingdom from our land, she said boldly to Lucien, aren't we, my lord? I admire your resolve. Lucien leaned forward in his seat. But do you realize what will happen if we go down this road? A world war. Hater accurately inferred. A world war, indeed. Lucien concurred. As you may have guessed, I intend to restore the Balam Empire and become its emperor, which, given the circumstances, will plunge the entire world into war one way or another. He met the gazes of his angels. So are you still certain about this? My lord. Hater said reverently. The Northerners only gained control of our continent by using our own people. Many administrative positions are still held by us to avoid insurgencies, so all you have to do is say the word, and I will make them swear their loyalty and faith to you, which will effectively destabilize the hold that the Northerners have on the southern continent. I interpret that as a yes. Lucien grinned. My lord, we are certain. Sia finally spoke up, exchanging glances with Hater. Good. Lucien hummed and moved on, grabbing the trafficking report. Hater, your proposal is great, but we will discuss it later because the issue of liberation cannot be decided in a single day. I understand, my lord, Hater bowed dutifully. But, there is something. Sia suddenly spoke up hesitantly. That unspeakable organization. Oh, Lucien said calmly. You don't have to be concerned about them, Sia. Sia nodded, trusting her lord, but she still felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Now, let's move on to the next issue. Lucien went on. The artificial death. Hater sat up straighter, bracing himself for what was about to come. Hater. Lucien looked at his angel. Your plan to resurrect the underworld emperor failed because a critical component was missing. To say Hater was shocked would be an understatement. After all, this was the plan he had dedicated most of his life to, but now his lord was revealing that there was more to this than he himself knew about. After a brief moment of silence, Hater forced himself to ask, if you don't mind my asking, what is it? Not it, Lucien revealed. But he. You don't mean. Sia's eyes widened. Yes. Lucien nodded, his face betraying nothing. The critical component is. My father, Isaac Eggers. Chapter 14, Temperance. My father, Isaac Eggers. Hater remembered the men who ruled the Balam Empire at the height of its glory and might. At the time, they were a force to be reckoned with and feared by the entire world. Even if he didn't care much about the empire in general, it would be a lie to say he didn't wish to see it regain its lost status under the leadership of his lord. Isaac, the critical component. Sia muttered, her eyes wide with realization. So, Evernight Goddess. She trailed off into silence. Evernight Goddess. Hater looked at Sia, puzzled. You haven't told him. Lucien fixed his stare on Sia. No, my lord. Sia admitted, looking away. Yes, my lord. They nodded unequivocally, understanding the stakes involved. Good. Lucien hummed contentedly before turning to face Hater. As for my father, the underworld emperor chose him as a vessel for his reincarnation. This plan had a significant impact on my father's condition, making him go through the cycle of undying as well as memory loss repeatedly to prevent him from losing control. Hater and Sia took a minute to process the information, then Sia glanced at Lucien tentatively, as if she wanted to ask a sensitive question. Yes, Lucien simply answered her unspoken question calmly. He doesn't remember anything now. He paused. Including me. I'm sorry, my lord. Sia spoke soothingly. Don't be. Lucien shook his head forlornly. I never met the men. Hater also wanted to say something to his lord, following Sia, but after seeing the look of his lord, which all but suggested they drop the subject, the Evernight Goddess, my lord. He ventured. Oh, she probably discovered the underworld emperor's plans and devised some countermeasures to prevent his revival. Lucien leaned back in his seat, his chin resting on his palm, one of them undoubtedly being keeping a close eye on the vessel of reincarnation. So. Hater sighed and closed his eyes. From the start, the artificial death was doomed to fail. One way or another. Lucian stated flatly, nailing the coffin shut. Evernight goddess or the god of combat would have prevented the resurrection of the underworld emperor. I understand. Hayter took a deep breath and faintly nodded, putting the matter to rest. Anyway, my lord, the uniqueness is rightfully yours now. Lucian hummed. Tell me about its recent condition. He inquired, thrumming his armrest. The artificial death is becoming dormant. Hayter reported. Its consciousness was created and powered by faith, but with the replacement of honorific names, all the faith of the southern continent is gradually being directed to you instead of artificial death. That's better. Lucian concurred. And the gods? There is no need for concern, my lord, said Hayter. The artificial death is present within a mausoleum built by the underworld emperor himself. Even the gods can't find it. So, Lucian asked Hayter for final confirmation. Is the artificial death completely secure? Yes. Hayter nodded unequivocally. Still, Lucian insisted. My father needs to be found. My lord. His angels began to worry. Lucian raised his hand, silencing them, and then he spoke in a tone that left no room for argument. My father is far too much of a variable to be left to the whims of the orthodox gods. He met their eyes with certitude. I'll find him myself. Under his fixed gaze, Sia and Hayter could only nod in agreement. Lucian calmed down. Don't be too concerned. He said soothingly. I understand the stakes involved here, so I will only look for my father after I am completely certain I can bring him back. He immediately continued after seeing relief in either of their faces. Moving on. The Temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. Lucian passed the report he collected on the Temperance faction to his angels. They survived. Sia exclaimed in surprise after examining the first page of the report. The Temperance faction was one of two factions within the Rose School of Thought. It promoted temperance of desire as opposed to the other faction, which promotes indulgence of the heart. In fact, when the Chained God founded the Rose School of Thought at the beginning of the Fifth Epoch, it was united under the philosophy of temperance, but everything changed when an outer god known as Mother Tree of Desire corrupted Chained God, and through him, she began exerting her influence on Chained Pathway. This is what prompted the Rose School of Thought to split into two factions, indulgence and temperance, and they clashed, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the Temperance faction. Sia was not surprised when she heard the news of destruction, since the Temperance faction never had chance against the Indulgence faction, which was backed by a literal outer deity. She'd even heard that Temperance faction leader reincarnated had fallen in the end. But after reading her lord's report, she immediately re-evaluated her initial assumption that none of the Temperance faction had survived. My lord. Hayter spoke up, looking up from the report. With so few survivors, they may as well be dead. Sia had to agree with Hayter on this. The survivors were both too low and too weak to be of any use to them. You are right. Lucian nodded. However, they still have some worth. They may be able to lead us to Reinette Tinker. She also survived the conflict between the Rose School of Thought factions, though not without injuries, to the point where she was forced to transform herself into a spirit in order to survive and recover. Hayter took the liberty of speculating. So, my lord, you want us to meet with these survivors and draw her out through them. Sharp as ever, Hayter. Lucian praised, much to the contentment of Hayter and chagrin of Sia. Despite her state, Reinette should still keep an eye on her people. We can take advantage of this and send her an alliance proposal. He paused and looked solemnly at his angels. I believe we can all agree that Reinette is needed to totally eliminate the tumor that is slowly spreading on the southern continent. Yes, my lord. They concurred, recognizing the underlying meaning in his words. They had to admit that their lord was ambitious. After all, he was already planning to rid the southern continent of the influence of the outer gods. Not that they were complaining, they were more than happy to see it come true. One more thing, the survivors are in Backlund. Lucian warned. So this mission must be carried out as discreetly as possible. We have a branch there, Hayter said. A demigod leads it. They are proper and regular in the books of Loan. Good. Lucian gave a faint nod. Inform them immediately of my mission. The sooner we get Reinette on our side, the sooner this conflict will have a chance to end. After they unequivocally agreed to his order, Lucian took out parchments containing the changes he intended to make to the religion of death. He had made up his mind, but he still decided to go over his choices with his angels because, unlike him, they were the experts on southern traditions and cultures. They all eventually finalized the changes after his angels approved of his selections. It seemed that he was merely worrying himself heedlessly. Lucian directed that the changes to the religion of the dead be implemented gradually, beginning with the change of the sacred emblem from an inverted mausoleum to a white rose blooming brilliantly in the darkness, and then gradually progressing from there so that people could easily adapt to and accept it. After all of this, Lucian concluded the issues for the day, and so Hayter and Sia began their daily briefing on the conflict between the Numinous Episcopate and the Rose School of Thought. No wonder Warcraft is called art. He thought as he listened intently, learning from their decisions and plans for the conflict. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Lucian was alone in the hall, sipping his coffee and peering at the report on human trafficking networks. His mind was racing with plans for how to effectively eliminate these horrifying networks from the face of the earth. Apart from his disgust with the concept of slavery, there was another reason for his desire to destroy these networks. He intended to absolutely ruin Augustus' apotheosis ritual before it could even begin. He even planned to expose the atrocities he committed to the world. Lucian pondered how the people of Lone would react if they learned that their beloved king had kidnapped not only Southerners but also his own people to become his slaves. But, in the end, he shook his head, dismissing not only this plan but the majority of them because there was something he hadn't factored in. Something that bothered him greatly. The seven gods. Lucian pondered heavily as he gazed up at the night sky through a stained window. Astral world. How long has it been? A god beamed, literally, as his smile emitted radiance that blindingly illuminated other gods and goddesses assembled in the dark hall. Chapter 15, Contract. Astral world. The abstract and metaphysical plane that stretched and intersected throughout the infinity of the cosmos. It was, in essence, chaotic, yet it also had a peculiar order to it, bearing a contradiction in and of itself. Perhaps the cosmos was merely an agglomeration of contradictions, all of which supported each other in some cosmic way. This theory was not without foundations, for the original creator split apart to create the cosmos as a consequence of the aggregation of contradictory concepts that they embodied. Since the beginning of the fifth epoch, gods had called this twisted place their home. It was not that they preferred the astral world over Earth, but the broken barrier forced them to relocate their divine kingdoms here to support it. In light of this, the gods decided to withdraw from the stage and enter the shadows of the world. To enforce this, they gathered together to form a contract under the witness of the eternal blazing Sunday. The main purpose of the contract was to forbid the gods from descending into the world with their true bodies. As the gods signed the contract and left for the astral world, they effectively ended the glorious era of gods. And ever since then, the peace in the astral realm within the barrier has been entirely disrupted just once, courtesy of none other than Rosel Gustav, who, in all his audacity, tried to use the gods themselves in his plot to rid the corruption of cosmos. Nevertheless, the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery granted Rosel his wish. They confronted and slew Rosel, the Black Emperor, when he invaded the astral realm. Though they were cruel and petty enough not only to have their angels destroy practically all of his mausoleums but also not to inform him that his plan was doomed to fail in the end. But now the peace of the astral world was once again disturbed, even more than before, forcing the gods themselves to gather together for the first time since the beginning of the fifth epoch. The tenebrous heaven, the divine kingdom of Evernight Goddess, lay on the broken barrier in all its serenity, and deep within it stood a Gothic black castle with a vast hall supported by massive pillars. A silver table was in the center, with 7 chairs, 3 on either side and 1 at the head, all occupied by the gods. How long has it been? Occases, the eternal blazing sun, literally beamed as his smile radiated a light that blindingly illuminated the other gods and goddesses, causing everyone to frown in distaste. Occases. Leodoro, the Lord of Storms, thundered, squinting against the dazzling glare that illuminated him. Shut your mouth. Have some decorum, Occases. Herabergen, the god of knowledge and wisdom, added fiercely. In the light of the current situation. Whatever. Occases waved his hand dismissively, though he still begrudgingly willed his magnificent radiance to dim under the fixed gazes of everyone. After a millennium, we are all finally gathered in one place, which calls for a celebration. Lilith, the Earth Mother, who was still veiled as Omabella, meditated gently before the 3 sworn brothers went at each other's necks. It's a special occasion, there's no doubt about it, but let's focus on what really matters, shall we? Everyone, including Occases, eventually swayed in agreement to the words of Lilith, for she always acted as a mediator of the gods due to her neutral and distinct position. The Evernight Goddess, Amon Isis, sat at the head of the silver table, having graciously agreed to host the meeting in her divine kingdom. Let's begin. She waved her hand, and the crimson moonlight that streamed into the hall instantly formed a curtain above the middle of the table, revealing an image of a handsome young man with bronze skin and silver eyes. Lucian Eggers. Amon Isis declared. The one that threw the fate of the world into utter chaos. What do we know about him? Artisan, the god of steam and machinery, addressed everyone directly after a moment of silence. Despite their alliance, the 7 gods never completely trusted each other, keeping their secrets close to their hearts, but Artisan, as another neutral party, pressured the gods to reveal their findings on Lucian, at least parts of them, given the situation of the world. Lucian is an anomaly, Herabergen revealed, his omniscient eyes twinkling mysteriously from the shadows of his hood. There is no better way to describe his existence. I concur. Lilith agreed, the animal and plant illustrations on her pure white gown shimmering with life. He is an archangel, and I sense little to no life force from him, so his authority should be related to death, but no pale emperor has ascended in the world since Salinger. First of all, Badheil, the god of combat, spoke up, emphasizing each of his words. Why haven't any of us noticed his existence beforehand? Amon-Isis and Hera-Bergen exchanged glances, which didn't go overlooked at all. Say it. Badheil asked begrudgingly. He may not like them, but what could he do? They were the only ones among the 7 gods to wield the authorities related to fate. Well. Hera-Bergen faintly revealed his findings from fate. That's because Lucian was only a mortal a month ago. For a brief moment, the hall fell silent, only to be broken by the heavy sigh of Badheil as he sat still in his seat, beginning to feel the coming of an uncertain future. The other gods, though, began to put forward their assumptions about this strange situation. Could his existence be related to a spherote? Artisan ventured. Similar to Roselle. Aucasus grunted in annoyance as soon as that name was thrown. It was a sort of unspoken truth among the gods that Roselle didn't belong to this era and was most probably a part of the resurrection plan of the Lord of Mysteries. River of Eternal Darkness, huh? Lilith brooded. I also think so. Leodoro chimed in, pointing at the picture of Lucian. He is the direct descendant of Salinger. Could Lucian be another arrangement he left behind? After all, he did control a tributary of the River of Eternal Darkness. He is a direct descendant of Salinger. Badheil repeated with a frown. But we made sure that almost all of them died by the end of the 4th epoch, and the only one who survived went missing, but was presumed to have also fallen in the end. He trailed off, a look of realization suddenly flashing in his twilight eye, and then he immediately snapped it to their host. Now, tell me, Amon-Isis, you didn't have a hand in Azek's disappearance, did you? He inquired, and with each of his words, his tone grew colder and colder. Amon-Isis met his glare equally, not bothering to answer his question, which enraged Badheil even more because he realized Amon-Isis was always a step ahead of him in their quest for the uniqueness of the death, which was actually hidden from them under Salinger's arrangement, but Azek might just be the key that could lead to uniqueness, and Amon-Isis always held him in her palm. The more Badheil thought about it, the angrier he got. His twilight eye began to shine with a lost brilliance. However, before anything drastic could occur, Lilith intervened. This is no time for quarrels. She declared gently, then looked at her son soothingly. Badheil, whatever Amon-Isis had planned, it is no longer going to be applicable considering everything that happened, so let's rewind and focus on Lucian. Badheil restrained his anger under the reasoning of his mother, but still shot a withering glare at Amon-Isis before nodding compliantly. Yes, mother. Mother. Aucasus muttered under his breath, exchanging a smirk with Leodoro. You both have something to say. Badheil snapped at Aucasus and Leodoro. Children. Lilith commented exhaustedly. What was that? Leodoro began but was cut off by Hera-Bergen, who captured everyone's attention with just 3 words. Adam supports Lucian. Of course, he supports Lucian. Aucasus grumbled. He is Adam, after all. I believe you are still unaware of the gravity of our situation. Amon-Isis told Aucasus, and then she addressed everyone. Chaos is a ladder. She paused. In this case, chaos takes the form of Lucian, whose mere presence affects everything and everyone. And Adam has influence over him, the chaos bringer. She trailed off, her underlying implications carrying in the air. A veil of heaviness draped the hall as the gods thoroughly considered the implications in silence, but Lilith eventually broke it, rubbing her temples. This situation is troubling indeed. We need to stop this. Leodoro immediately thundered. Adam cannot continue to shape the trend of times as he pleases. I agree, but there is no stopping what is going to happen, Leodoro. Hera-Bergen sighed. Lucian was able to seize control of the numinous episcopate, whether through his efforts or Adam's arrangement, reigniting hope for freedom throughout the southern continent. It won't be long before insurgencies erupt across the continent, sparking a global war that, given everything, is already unavoidable. A world war is unstoppable, but Adam isn't. Leodoro persisted. He has managed to keep himself hidden from us for so long, but now there is an opening. He paused. All of his plans and arrangements for the coming change of time should include Lucian in some way, so all we have to do is deal with him to completely disrupt everything, and in the ensuing chaos, we can destroy Adam's hold on the world. This might work. Artisan nodded. However, it will not be easy. Adam understands the significance of Lucian, and Lucian himself is beset with mysteries, so if we are to proceed, I suggest we wait until we have a complete picture of the situation. We will never have a complete picture. Amon-Isis retorted, surprising everyone. Lucian's existence itself makes sure of that. So what do you suggest, Amon-Isis? Artisan asked, looking at her along with everyone else. I think if Lucian's situation has proven anything, it's that the world is going to become more and more chaotic as the apocalypse approaches, to the point where even we might end up finding ourselves powerless. Amon-Isis declared. So I suggest that we nullify the contract we signed at the end of the fourth epoch. Chapter 16, Shattered. I think if Lucien's situation has proven anything, it's that the world is going to become more and more chaotic as the apocalypse approaches, to the point where even we might end up finding ourselves powerless. Amon-Isis declared. So I suggest that we nullify the contract we signed at the end of the fourth epoch. Nullifying the contract. A ripple of uncertainty spread throughout the gods, as they contemplated her suggestion. The contract was the agreement signed between the gods that forbade them from descending into the world with their true bodies. The biggest reason behind it was the amount of devastation wrought on the world by the end of the War of the Four Emperors. Contrary to common belief among high-sequence beyonders of this era, the War of the Four Emperors was fought by all the gods, rather than just the four emperors. The middle to end of the fourth epoch was a truly chaotic time, with gods frequently changing alliances and attacking one another. The War of the Gods was all too common back then, erupting every now and then, but most of it produced no victor. The havoc and devastation caused by all of it, though, were unimaginable. The gods were powerful, almost too powerful. In essence, they were abstract beings. Their mere presence could stir the concepts they embody, so even if they had complete control over their authorities, there would always be collateral damage in between their battles. So, by the end of the War of Four Emperors, the planet was scarred, and it was only made worse when death fell, which would have actually destroyed the world if not for the support of the seven gods, but his demise still caused the formation of the Berserk Sea that separated the northern and southern continents. All in all, by the end of the fourth epoch, human civilization was on the brink of ruin. It could no longer bear another war of gods, so the seven gods put aside their differences and broke bread with each other. First, they sealed the true creator in the forsaken land of gods, considering that his unstable and fallen nature would worsen the situation of the world, though the true reason was that he was too powerful to be left completely free. Then they formalized their alliance by signing a contract that prohibited them from descending into the world with their true bodies. By doing this, they sought to give the world time to heal its wounds, which it desperately needed, while also allowing it to grow and prosper without their direct interference. The gods had honored the contract impartially since the beginning of the fifth epoch, and as the centuries passed, the earth had healed and civilization had grown prosperously, regaining its lost splendor. But in light of the current situation, Amon-Isis urged that they nullify it. Amon-Isis continued, seeing through their reservations. I understand your doubts and concerns. If we revoke the contract and descend into the world, everything will change, but the current situation is more than enough to tell us that we can no longer simply sit here until the situation devolves beyond our control, for example, like now. The Evernight goddess then pointed at the picture of Lucien. The existence of Lucien is riddled with mysteries and unknowns. We can make all the assumptions we want about him, but in the end, something is going to be left out, and that alone has the potential to push us all into a disadvantageous position if we aren't able to react to it immediately. She trailed her eyes over all of them and then finished resoundingly. We must act. Those three words rang out in the hall, shattering the uncertainty of the gods. Though they understood why Amon-Isis was so steadfast in pressing her suggestion because Lucien ultimately affected her path more than others, they could still see the truth and reason behind her words. Occases, as the god of contracts, finally spoke up sharply. Amon-Isis, your proposal still does not address the issue of barrier. Any of our descents into the world has the potential to weaken and worsen the barrier. He trailed off, turning everyone's attention back to Amon-Isis. And that's why. Amon-Isis addressed, we shall only descend into the world when the situation completely demands our presence. She met the gazes of everyone and found no opposition. So I think that finalizes it. Yes. Herabergen nodded. But before we vote on this, there is still something that needs to be addressed. What is it? Amon-Isis prompted ethereally, reclining in her seat. George Augustus III. Herabergen revealed. Leodoro frowned in distaste. Why are you bringing him up now? Come on, Leodoro. Herabergen said. You know why. Leodoro grunted. He knew, all right, the need for a black emperor in the world had increased with the impending war, because it would be fought between the northern and southern continents, and there was an unspoken fact that Lucien was probably aiming to become death, and his chances of success were high with Adam supporting him. Without direct intervention from the gods, the northern continent was bound to lose one way or another against both of them, and this could not happen because it would affect all of their anchors, so there was a need for someone to lead the war to their victory in their place, and for this position, who else was more suitable than the Black Emperor? Nevertheless, Leodoro wasn't having any of it. If history has proven anything, he retorted to Herabergen. Then emperors only spell doom. Altaisa and Trunsoist betrayed us. Solomon suppressed us. And Salinger took it a step further, trying to destroy everything with his madness. On this, I agree with Leodoro. Occases concurred. Leaving aside past examples, consider the most recent one, Roselle Gustav, and think whether it is a good idea to support an emperor once again. Herabergen, on the other hand, persisted objectively. However, there was a need for a black emperor to be born before the apocalypse, and that need has only grown with the current developments. How about this? Amon-Isis suggested a middle ground. We will only provide indirect support to George Augustus III. Whether he can ascend to become the Black Emperor is entirely dependent on his ability. If he can't even do this, he's not fit to lead our nations in the coming world war against the southern continent. If we go through with this, Lone is going to change. Leodoro grimaced. Yes. Amon-Isis nodded. An emperor needs an empire, after all. Leodoro merely grunted, shifting in his seat. So, any objections? Amon-Isis addressed everyone and was met with an approving silence. Even Leodoro stayed silent, though his annoyance was written all over his face. Then that's decided. When the time comes, we shall give our indirect support to George Augustus III. Now, let's get back to the contract. The Evernight goddess prompted. Aucuses. The eternal blazing sun flicked his fingers. Above their table, a golden contract materialized in the brilliance of the sun, carrying the signatures of the 7 gods. Let's begin. Amon-Isis called for the vote ethereally. All for nullifying the contract. Amon-Isis, Leodoro, Aucuses, Hera Bergen, Lilith, Badhile, and Artisan, all of them raised their hands unanimously in the epical moment. As each of the gods voted in favor, the signatures on the golden contract dimmed, and the power within them dispersed into nothingness. And from these, cracks began to emerge and spread throughout the contract until it could no longer hold itself together. The golden contract of the gods shattered into particles of light, falling slowly on the table under the gazes of all. Amon-Isis immediately heard the terrifying roar pounding against her ears. And she felt anarchy, raw chaos brought about by her action, spreading throughout destiny. But she took it all with serenity, unaffected and unperturbed. The change of times has begun. The Evernight goddess proclaimed. Amon-Isis remained in her seat even after the epical gathering of the gods ended, gazing at the image of Lucian that still floated above the silver table in serene silence. It would be a lie to say she didn't feel enraged when Lucian broke the trend of the times. With that, he had effectively wrecked all of her plans to obtain the uniqueness of the death. But not all was lost. She retained Azek in her palm. She could still make an effort to discover the uniqueness of death through him, which would completely end the path of Lucian. But she wasn't going to do that. She wasn't even going to stop Lucian, at least not right away, for when she pried into his fate, she discovered something that even Hera Bergen hadn't noticed. Suddenly, right beside the image of Lucian, another image emerged under the crimson brilliance, revealing the image of a young man with black hair, brown eyes, an average-looking face, and a deep outline. Klein Moretti. Amon-Isis gazed at the images of Lucian and Klein together, her discovery flashing through her mind. Their fates were similar. And the Evernight goddess smiled. Chapter 17, Curse. November 15, 1349. Plans, that was all Lucian was doing these days, but not alone, since his angels were with him, pulling all-nighters together for days on end. It wasn't all that bad. With cups of coffee and his mystical creature nature, he easily got through it, but he still liked to sleep. After all, who doesn't? It's essentially a biological recharge mechanism, and it comes with the dreams. Oh, dreams, don't let him start on that. Anyway, what are they planning all these nights? Simply put, it was a massacre. He wasn't joking, as much as he wished, but it was a stark reality that he wanted to come true one way or another. To be honest, his past self would never have considered murdering someone, much less plotting a slaughter. Yet here he was, planning a full-fledged assault on the military forces of Intis and Lone stationed in the southern continent, with the aim of pushing them all into the embrace of death. Those were people, each with their own sentiments, dreams, and desires, each with their own families back home, praying and hoping for their well-being. Nevertheless, he desired to stain his hands with all of their blood. When he thought about it, he didn't feel anything, maybe a little uncertainty, but that was all. He was changing. Lucian recognized it, and it scared him. He understood that change was inevitable, but it was just that one day in the distant future, he would look at himself in the mirror and find a complete stranger, an ember of what he once was, tarnished and broken. That prospect terrified him. Lucian didn't want to lose himself. But the path he chose denied him that luxury. It was essential for him to carry on despite the sacrifices and losses within himself until the end, if there was one, he assumed. Lucian remembered the vow he made to himself on his first day in Colaine. You must survive, Lucian, survive long enough to live your life fully. Surviving would become even more difficult after the new year, when the world war would break out and the 7 gods would come blaring for his neck. After all, he wasn't just going to fight the northern continent but also the gods that stood behind them. He realized how precarious his situation was, as he would ultimately go up against the orthodox gods themselves. Even with Adam by his side and his own power, there was a good chance he'd wind up dying under the dark side of the Evernight goddess or the twilight sword of the god of combat. This, however, would not discourage him from his path, just as his fear of losing himself had not. This was the path he chose. Lucian reminded himself. And it's for sure was going to get excruciating, nevertheless, he would see it to the end. You are adaptive. Adam had stated on their first meeting. That sounded like a compliment at the time, but now those words were nothing but a curse to him. A curse he did not reject but bore within himself. After all, without it, everything would come crashing down on him. Lucien took a last sip of coffee and put an end to his depressing thoughts as he took the last drink of his coffee, gathering himself, and returned to his seat within his office, which was located in the uppermost room of the headquarters of the numinous episcopate. His office was simple, nothing too fancy, just enough to suit his tastes. There were wall-to-wall books, decked out on bookshelves with white rose emblems carved on top, and a few completed sketches scattered on a table facing an expansive window. There were all of the drawings that he drew in his spare time. In the center of the room, there was a long silver table filled with stacks and stacks of reports, filling his office with that magical smell of paper. Since his office was finished, he and his angels have held their daily meetings here. Lucien, on the other hand, sat at his personal and short table, which was also silver. He really likes silver, doesn't he? It was in front of a horizontally stained window with an unrestricted view of the outside world. He would simply stand by it at sunset and witness the world illuminated by twilight. Once, he even drew the scene onto a canvas, thus capturing it for all time. He gradually sat up straight and took the documents pertaining to the assault plan on the colonial troops of Intis and Lone that he and his angels were finalizing. Even though it triggered heavy thoughts in him, he wanted to go through it again due to its importance. They even extended their usual meeting times just for this, as there was a lot to debate and consider before they could move forward with their assault plan. You see, Intis and Lone ruled the eastern and western Balam in the same way that the British did in most of their colonies. It was a system of indirect rule in which a colonial state entirely controlled the sectors of foreign policy and the military, but the local people handled most parts of the national administration, though the core of it still fell on the crown of the colonial power. This system had both advantages and disadvantages, with the advantages being that it allowed a colonial power to easily colonize and exploit a country without having to worry about insurgencies, and the disadvantages being that their control over the colony was always destined to be unstable and vulnerable. And, in the case of the southern continent, they meant to take advantage of this. He and his angels hoped to bring the local governments that ruled the eastern Balam and western Balam under their rudimentary control before launching an assault on the military forces of Lone and Intis. Yes, the numinous episcopate intended to unleash all of their might on Lone and Intis. And if the assault was successful, which it would be given the date he set, it should completely destroy the hold the northern continent had on the southern continent, liberating it in his name. And they named their plan Liberty. Toady, Lucien had finally given his approval to begin the first part of their plan, establishing rudimentary authority over local administrations as well as the rebel forces of the southern continent. This wasn't going to be too difficult because the numinous episcopate's influence extended there as well, but his angels warned that keeping their deeds hidden from the Lone and Intis would be a real challenge. However, Lucien assuaged their fears by saying that the angel of imagination himself would cover their tracks. You should have seen Sia's face when he informed Adam that he would also be involved in their plan of liberty, though not directly. With that, Hader volunteered to lead the control operation, and he agreed. As for Sia, she assumed command of the ongoing conflict between the numinous episcopate and the Rose School of Thought. On that note, despite passing the proposal of alliance to reign at last Friday, she had yet to respond. As for the date he had set for the assault, it would happen on December 28, 1349. It was the time when the great smog of Backlund would occur under the corporations of the Augustus family, Demonis sect, and in Sanguil. And it was still going to happen, despite the changes he created, because George Augustus III effectively required that to cover up disappearances from the East Borough and push ahead reforms that were against common standards, paving the way for him to become the Black Emperor. There was also the crucial fact that the true creator and primordial Demonis were attempting to descend on that particular day. All in all, there was no better date for their assault than December 28, since most involved parties would be focused on Backlund, not southern continent. However, it was still going to be a hurdle to pass. And, given the variable of the Rose School of Thought, he may even enter the assault personally on that day. Ultimately, the end of this year was going to see pandemonium unlike anything seen in the Fifth Epoch, and if all goes as planned, he will ascend to the throne of Biam under the witness of the southern continent and become the Pale Emperor by the dawn of the new year. That was his first step on his path to truly becoming death, the ultimate end of all things. Lucien sighed deeply, putting down the document and rising from his seat, strolling towards the window and gazing at the vast mountain range and the lush fields that opened around it under the splendor of twilight. Something about them soothed his turbulent heart, and his silver eyes gradually cleared. But his serenity was soon interrupted. A knock was heard from the door to his office. "Come in," he said, turning towards the door, assuming an impassive countenance. Sia opened the door and entered. "My lord, she is finally here," she informed him, her nose curled in distaste. "Send her in," Lucien merely said. Sia nodded, though her steps towards the door were hesitant, as if she still wanted to say something but eventually decided not to. Lucien didn't dwell on what it was. It should probably just be that she had noticed his heavy mood in recent days. Rather, he hurled all the sensitive documents and reports into the drawer of his personal table and then waited for Bernadette Gustave, the woman in question. The Queen Mystic had already arrived in the southern continent a week before, but she didn't immediately come to meet him. Instead, she looked like she was brooding on her decision all week while roaming around the southern continent in disguise, but now, it seemed that she had gathered enough courage to finally face him. The door creaked open, and as he looked up, a beautiful woman emerged. Her chestnut hair was long and straight, and it fell to her hips. Her purple eyes gave off a dim, faint look. Her figure was proportionate, she was neither overweight nor slender. And her outfit was strange, it was a hybrid of traditional clothing from this age and clothing of modern era. Such a combination would have looked terrible on anyone else, but it appeared to suit her strangely, even emphasizing her beauty and grace. Bernadette met his silver eyes as soon as she stepped inside. Although her face remained stoic and passive, her soul spoke to him in a completely different way. Her emotions were a chaotic tangle, almost identical to his emotions when he brooded on his path. It seemed that his message affected her more than he initially thought. "Sit, Bernadette Gustave." Lucien motioned to the chair in front of his table, and she complied, but her anxiety was evident to him no matter how hard she tried to hide it. After all, the body may lie, but the soul does not. So, in order to calm her down, he introduced himself. "I am Lucien Eggers, or, as you may know, the Reaper." Chapter 18, A Fool. Bernadette Gustave perceived herself as prudent and wise, but as she willingly stood in front of the door that led to a great existence, she realized she was anything but that. The great existence was known as the Reaper. They had 3-sentence honorific names, which were used solely to honor the gods in the world of mythicism. Either the Reaper was a god, which she highly doubted, or they were on the verge of becoming one, probably at the level of the King of Angels. King of Angels. In the past, beings at that level had served the ancient sun god himself, yet here she was, bracing herself to face a king of angels as little more than a saint. "Stop this madness." Her father would have shouted at her, his face full of anger and concern, if he knew what she was doing. But he wasn't there, he hadn't been there for her since he seized that god-awful throne and declared himself Emperor Caesar. It affected him in more ways than he probably realized. He wasn't the father she so loved anymore, and she hated him so much for that. "You are a fool, Bernadette Gustave." She chastised herself, stifling a sob that was threatening to escape her throat. The door suddenly squeaked open, and she moved forward, assuming an impassive expression. Sia Plaque Eggers, an angel of death pathway, emerged from within, scowling as they confronted each other. This woman probably wanted to watch herself burn in hell. Bernadette understood her rage. The things her father did to the southern continent were not something she was particularly proud of, but she didn't let it affect her, instead meeting her eyes straight. "Go in." Sia snapped, her distaste written all over her face. "The Lord wishes to see you." Bernadette nodded and walked in the door, recalling how Sia addressed the entity as Lord, reinforcing her notion that she was about to meet with the King of Angels. It was foolish, she was foolish, after all, who comes to the headquarters of an organization with origins dating back to the Third Era in the hopes of meeting with the King of Angels, all because of a letter about their dead father that may very well be false. Yet here she was, as she couldn't bear to give up the only hope she had found after so long to set things right. Clutching that tightly, Bernadette Gustave entered the vast room and looked ahead at a young man sitting behind a short table. He was handsome, with wavy black hair and a razor-sharp jawline to match. He wore deep black robes with golden threads, an outfit reserved for the royals in the culture of the southern continent. But it was his deep silver eyes that truly stuck out, the eyes that resembled the white moon that came last month, and when she met them, she had the impression she was entirely seen through, laid bare with no secrets or mysteries, and that prospect terrified her, forcing her to instinctively glance away. "Sit, Bernadette Gustave," the silver-eyed man said, his voice tranquil like the surface of the water. It somewhat soothed her turbulent heart a bit as she complied and took a seat in front of him with a stoic expression that tried to hide her true emotions, but it was obviously futile as he continued almost soothingly. "I am Lucien Eggers, or, as you may know, the Reaper." Lucien Eggers. So, that was the name of the one known as the Reaper, the name of the one who was about to throw the entire southern continent into chaos, and, more crucially, the name of the one who might have information about her father's condition. "Calm down." Lucien interrupted her thoughts. Instantly, her trepidation drained away. "Did you just shut down my emotions?" Bernadette blinked, her heart strangely tranquil. "I just turned them down a notch." Lucien shrugged. "You were in no condition to listen to my deal." Heavy silence reigned between them, the papers rustled, and an owl hooted loudly. "Did you know why I summoned you?" Lucien finally stated. Bernadette knew, all right. The Pale Death, the grade 0 sealed artifact that I possess, is the sequence 1 characteristic of the death pathway. She took a long breath to prepare herself, then glanced up at his silver eyes. "You want that? This makes things a lot easier." Lucien muttered quietly, then stared at her. "You see, I value equivalent exchange, so how about this? I'll tell you about your father and some other things about his condition in exchange for the pale death. Equivalent exchange, Bernadette repeated in her mind with faint relief. She'd been replaying in her head what would happen when she met the great existence, and most of the scenarios didn't end well for her, but now it seemed she was just worrying too much. She was undoubtedly going to accept his offer. It wasn't like she had a choice when she was faced with Lucien, a potential king of angels. And there was no doubt that he was being kind to her by even suggesting this deal. After all, he could just take it all away at any time. Even with all of her sealed artifacts, sans the wishing lamp, she doubted she'd be able to put up much of a fight against him. A chill suddenly raced down her spine as she reflected on her situation, for she discovered something. Lucien could take the pale death from her with little to no problems, but he didn't. Instead, he seemed to demonstrate kindness by suggesting a deal of equivalent exchange, but why? Bernadette was not that much of a fool to trust in kindness. This world was many things, but it was not kind. There must be another reason behind his deal. What is it? Is he looking for something more than pale death for her? But what could the King of Angels possibly desire from her? That cursed lamp? Could it be related to her father? The curious part of her wanted to use her prying abilities to find answers to her inquiries right then, but she swiftly dismissed the idea, knowing that if she did, she would probably lose control. Ultimately, she forced herself to focus on the situation at hand, before Lucien noticed something amiss. Yes. Bernadette finally answered his question, ignoring the worry pooling in the pit of her stomach. I accept. Good. Lucien said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, I am sorry, but I have to ask this. He went on, his languidness fading into somberness with each word. Do you know who assassinated your father? Church of Steam, Church of Sun, and the Sauron family. Bernadette responded instinctively, trying to suppress the triggered recollections of those dreadful times, which threatened to hurl her mind back in time. That's exactly what he wanted everyone to believe. Lucien snorted, then proceeded calmly, recognizing her nervousness. Now, Bernadette, think back to the time before and after your father's assassination, and tell me if there was any extraordinary moment that stood out the most. Under his soft yet commanding words, Bernadette stopped suppressing her memories, which quickly filled her mind, but she used cognition to focus herself solely on finding the most extraordinary moment amid those terrible times. And she quickly discovered it. A day before my father's assassination, the sun turned blazing white, to the point where its bright radiance could be felt all over the world. Bernadette disclosed. No one has still found the objective reason for the appearance of the white sun. She trailed off into astonished silence. No. 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 My father. Bernadette breathed, feeling the air around her become denser with each passing second, was killed by the eternal blazing sun. Did he truly fall? She thought desperately. No, he didn't fall. Lucien seemed to see through her question. Well, technically, he did. He corrected himself. What I'm trying to say is that your father's situation is complicated. What do you mean? Bernadette immediately asked, her hope betraying her. She took several deep breaths, gradually regaining her composure as Lucien began to thrum his fingers. Your father had a sense of wonder, didn't he? Despite her unease at the abrupt change of subject, Bernadette replied. That he did. She echoed lowly, looking down at the necklace that her father gave her. A sense of wonder is something everyone should have, Lucien said wistfully. Wonder at what you see, what you don't understand, what you love, but you must also know when and where to stop, for the world is not kind to the whirling marveller. He finished with quite emphasis. It was a truth your father didn't understand, or perhaps he did, but something still pushed him forward into the unknown, perhaps hope. Hope. Bernadette sat frozen in her seat, taken aback by the irony of the situation. He got corrupted, didn't he? She inquired, her voice low, nearly a whisper in the darkness. Yes. Lucien nodded heavily. That was the reason behind his madness in his later years. Your father attempted everything he could to eliminate the corruption. He even became a god and forced the Orthodox gods themselves to join in his plans. Her father became a god. Bernadette, for some reason, wasn't surprised by the news because she felt it was given. What happened to him in the end? She eventually inquired, bracing herself for what was going to be disclosed. What do you think? Lucien asked back. Bernadette felt a bitter taste in her tongue as the answer left her mouth. He failed. Your father underestimated the corruption. Lucien stated quietly. But he became a god. Bernadette said wryly. So? Lucien shrugged nonchalantly. A god is nothing in the face of the infinity of the cosmos. The cosmos. Bernadette repeated, and her honed instinct sensed danger as soon as that word was spoken. Nevertheless, she understood everything now. Is that it? She asked, looking up at Lucien, who neither affirmed nor denied. Become an angel, Bernadette Gustave. Lucien said, leaning forward in his seat and clasping his fingers together. Then we can talk about your father more. Bernadette recognized the implications of his remarks, but she persisted, but at the very least, is it safe for me to know his current condition? Become an angel. Lucien merely emphasized, leaving no room for any more questions or arguments. Become an angel. Bernadette inwardly sighed. If only it were as simple as his tone. Lucien, on the other hand, seemed to see through her issues. I know the ritual for becoming a sage. He reflected for a moment. Something big is going to happen in Backlund, stopping that should be enough to fulfill your ritual requirement. Backlund. Bernadette was surprised by the knowledge and a little appalled by how effortlessly Lucien saw through her again and again. Yes. Lucien nodded. But even for you, it's going to be dangerous, so have this. He took a silver coin from his robes with a white rose emblem carved on top and tossed it to her, who caught it after feeling no danger from it. This? Bernadette inquired, perplexed. My blessing. Lucien stated. It will conceal your soul from possible manipulations and also protect you from harm beyond your level, so don't hesitate to use it when the time comes, or else you will die, he concluded matter-of-factly. You will die. Bernadette looked at the silver coin. Some part of her wanted to throw the coin as far away as she could, but the part that forced her to come here and face Lucien made her clench her fingers and keep the coin firmly in her palm. You are a fool, Bernadette Gustave. She chided herself. Nevertheless, with her acceptance of the coin, she knew what she had to do next. Under his silver eyes, Bernadette raised her hand and took a sealed object from her personal seal. It was a pale metal mask with a shimmering metal sheen. The Pale Death. Bernadette rose up, but before she gave Lucien the characteristic, she inquired, succumbing to her curiosity. Why? Why did you do all of this when you could have simply taken it from me? Because, Lucien surprisedly answered, meeting her purple eyes. I need you, Bernadette Gustave. You have a pivotal role to play in the coming change of times. Bernadette handed Lucien the Pale Death and quickly departed the headquarters, her path set back to Backlund, but the words of Lucien continued to resonate in her mind throughout the remainder of her journey. The Change of Times. Chapter 19, Gathering. November 16, 1349. Above the spirit world, there stood a magnificent palace enveloped in the eternal grey fog. Klein Moretti sat at the head of the bronze table, contemplating the werewolf characteristic he had acquired through the sale of the Hanged Man for over £1,000 using his puppet Mr. World. His heart ached as he thought of his now empty pocket, which only worsened as he considered the unique state of it being cursed. But he soothed his heart, remembering that the Hanged Man had made contact with an artisan from the Church of Steam. Let's hope the deal will be closed this week. I will really like to have another artifact other than Azek's copper whistle. Klein lampooned. But there is still no clue for the wind-blessed formula that Mr. Hangman wants. The wind-blessed potion formula was a sequence 6 potion formula, so it wasn't an easy one to encounter. Alger, the Hangman, had been waiting for good news for more than 2 weeks. Miss Justice Audrey, on the other hand, wasn't faring any better. She was undergoing extensive observation and testing by the psychology alchemists, but she seemed confident that she would pass with flying colors because she personally reported to him that she would be officially joining the secret organization soon and hoped to be blessed ahead of time to avoid any accidents. For this, she was prepared to plunder at least 10 pages of Roselle's diary entries from the psychology alchemists for him without any compensation. The magician Furs, meanwhile, finally obtained the blood of a deep-sea marlin, the main element for the Trickmaster potion, with the help of the Hanged Man. She was both happy and worried about her coming promotion. All the while, the son Derek, who was acting normally as suggested by the Hanged Man, continued his daily patrols, amassed merit points, and didn't attempt any rituals. For the last 2 tarot gatherings, he would skillfully pretend to be asleep, and he didn't reveal any problems to the Elder Council for the time being. Klein shifted in his seat unnoticeably, staring ahead at them, who appeared to be wrapping up the information-sharing portion, leading to the end of their gathering. Once again, I gained nothing significant. He thought with little disappointment. Even the Roselle's diary pages he received in the past 2 gatherings were just his early entries, allowing him to witness how Roselle went from a weakling, who only knew how to dream without taking actual action, to becoming a playboy who actively hunted. As their exchange came to a close, Klein was about to end the gathering until the Hanged Man spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. A great existence has arisen on the southern continent. Alger unexpectedly found the ancient palace fall into a reckoning silence as soon as he revealed the news, which would have been an appropriate reaction if the news had not already been made public and broad. You don't know? He asked, reflecting their surprise. Even the world turned still for a moment. We should know. Klein, Audrey, and First thought in sync, then their thoughts were divulged as they contemplated the shocking news. A great existence. Are they similar to Mr. Fool? Audrey paused, then chastised herself immediately. No, Audrey, no. That's blasphemy, but. Another great existence, huh? Furs sulked. But what should I do with this information? I'm just a sequence 9. Southern continent. Klein pondered quickly. Is it related to the numinous episcopate, which is attempting to resurrect death? Have they succeeded? Mr. Hangman, can you tell us more about this great existence? Audrey inquired, succumbing to her pique. Well done, Miss Justice. Klein praised as he brought the world into a listening position, displaying his interest subtly. Furs, too, pushed forward in her armchair, her normal languidness gone. As for Derek, he merely reclined in silence. Do you need, Audrey continued, attempting to put a price on the news, but Alger waved his hand dismissively. No need, this information is already public. Public. Klein analyzed. However, it appears that not only me but Miss Justice and Miss Magician haven't heard anything about it. Why? His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed the hanged man, rather than speaking, turn and look directly at him for permission, and he nodded quietly, catching curiosity and apprehension in the gaze. Does Mr. Hangman want me to comment on this? So that's why he brought this up. The hanged man began solemnly. Since the end of October, the news of the return of the descendant of death has begun to spread throughout the southern continent. They call him the Reaper. At first, it drew little attention from the official forces until his honorific name was revealed. Alger paused for rising tension. It is the three-sentence honorific name reserved for gods. Audrey swallowed, sneaking a glimpse at Mr. Fool, who seemed as immovable as an ancient mountain even in the face of terrifying news. Well, obviously, he is, after all, also a god. Mr. Fool, on the other hand, was taken aback. Is it truly a god? But, given my honorific name, there could be other possibilities. Nonetheless, whoever it may be, they should definitely not be a vase like me. He lampooned, before manipulating the world to express his guess to Hangman in a raspy voice. The Reaper is related to the numinous episcopate. Klein purposefully phrased it more of a statement than a question. Yes. Alger nodded, slightly surprised because he had assumed that the world, based on his reaction, had no awareness of the great existence. Nevertheless, he answered. They suspect that he now leads the numinous episcopate, influencing the world through it. I am sorry. Audrey interjected, perplexed. Numinous episcopate. Klein brooded on it for a split second, then controlled the world to answer before the hanged man. In the fourth epoch, the Eggers family, an angel family, ruled the southern continent under the leadership of the Underworld Emperor, also known as Death. However, with the fall of Death and the collapse of the Balam Empire, the Eggers family founded the numinous episcopate with the goal of resurrecting the Underworld Emperor. Could they have succeeded? Furs felt immersed, and it was also a question Audrey was concerned about, given the information that was revealed in previous meetings. All the emperors who participated in the War of Four Emperors were gods. No. Alger shook his head and spoke objectively. If they had succeeded, the situation would have been far worse than it is now. Nobody could deny that, after all, a resurrection of God was bound to not only attract gods but even push them to personally act. Some actually considered the resurrection of death, Alger said, but it was quickly shot down when the religion of death began to remodel itself away from the teachings of the Underworld Emperor and towards the Reaper. Even the sacred emblem of the religion had been completely changed. Audrey took a moment to digest the information, briefly glad that they didn't have a resurrected god on their heads, but it quickly faded as she remembered something important that they had yet to address. Mr. Hangman, you said the news of the Reaper's existence was public, but why haven't any of us heard about it yet? They suppressed it. The world guessed grimly, and he was sure of it. That's it. Alger slumped back in his seat, a look of comprehension on his face. Then he nodded gratefully to the world. Mr. Hangman. Audrey pressed, looking in between the hangman and the world. Alger finally responded to her inquiry quietly. They, the churches and governments, should have kept the news from spreading into the northern continent in order to avoid mass panic. Mass panic. Audrey and Furs were both concerned. But why? Audrey inquired tentatively, a horrible sensation building in the pit of her stomach. Furs straightened in her seat in grim anticipation. Even Derek felt the building tension in the grey fog. Miss Justice. Alger sighed tiredly. Lone and Intis only managed to colonize the southern continent by exploiting their internal divisions and conflicts, but now every southerner has found one they can pin their dreams and hopes on, one they can trust, one they can unite behind. Ultimately, what do you think will happen? A revolution, Audrey said dazedly. Not just a revolution. Klein said heavily through the world. A war. Klein hoped he was mistaken, but as the hangman implied, what was going to happen seemed all but unavoidable. And, given that news from the southern continent was actively suppressed, he could already guess how bad things were down there. Furs couldn't help but sigh and stroke her temples. A war. Audrey thought. But Albert is on the southern continent. Alger seemed to sense her concern. Miss Justice. He said that reassuringly. The upcoming war is unlikely to spread beyond the southern continent and seas. His counsel did Audrey absolutely no good, and she was already preparing to subtly question her father about the circumstances on the southern continent as soon as the gathering was over. At this moment, the fool, who sat at the edge of the bronze table, tapped on its edge. And everyone turned to face the deity, filled with an array of feelings. Klein pulled them. The change of times has begun, he said with a mixture of laughter and sighs. The ancient palace above the grey fog once again fell into reckoning silence, as everyone sat still in their seats, holding their breath subconsciously. Let's end today's gathering here. Klein continued in a gentle tone, shattering the heaviness of the fog. By your will. Audrey, Alger, and others all stood up and bowed to him at the same moment. The crimson rays of light dissipated, and the ancient place above the grey fog returned to its former tranquility. Only Klein remained alone on the fool's high-backed chair, brooding in conflict and doubt. Should I write a letter to Mr. Azek about the situation on the southern continent? But he has no idea I am still alive. Later that day. East Balham, Colane. Away from his duties and responsibilities, Lucien took a brief respite at his favorite restaurant in the jewel of the southern continent. He was savoring every bite of the food he had ordered. Merlin was there as well, boasting ardently of his travels in the spirit world. And all around them was the distilled chaos of the restaurant, laughter and chuckles, footsteps and tracks, tings and clings. But suddenly all sounds melted away, and Merlin froze in place, his extended eyes looking forward with humane alarm. Lucien sighed wearily, putting down the fork and knife and rubbing his mouth with a napkin. Perhaps I should stop traveling so publicly, but the food here is so good. A young man emerged and sat in front of Lucien. He had black eyes, curling black hair, a bored forehead, and a thin face. A crystal monocle was draped above his right eye. That's an interesting bird you have. Chapter 20, Deal. A young man emerged and sat before Lucien. He had dark eyes, curling black hair, a broad forehead, and a thin face. And he wore a crystal monocle over his right eye. That's an interesting bird you have. Lucien regarded the young man wearing a monocle with a blank expression. He was none other than Amon the Blasphemer. It was obviously not his main body, he could tell that. It was probably only an avatar at the angel or saint level. To be honest, he wasn't that surprised that Amon managed to find him despite all of his efforts of concealment, considering everything, but what really captured his attention was the question of why the blasphemer was here. Amon, based on what he knew from the original novel, was extremely dangerous. He was a pleasure seeker who was just interested in stimulation and cheeriness. He didn't seem to care about anything, treating everyone and everything as toys or playmates. However, this was not what made him extremely dangerous, rather, it was the fact that he was a pure mystical creature with no humanity. Now, why was Amon here, perhaps just for the sake of it? They weren't technically enemies, so did he see Lucien as his new toy to play with till he got bored? Or was there another reason? Did Adam reveal anything to Amon? Though that's unlikely. As the questions and possibilities raced through his mind, Lucien maintained his cool and responded. Why, thank you. He ruffled Merlin's back in an effort to calm down his messenger. He is my creation. Merlin, on the other hand, was hooting at Amon with a mix of anger, anxiety, and trepidation. He immediately flapped his wings, getting closer to Lucien, as Amon focused on him with a smile. What is he saying? He is saying that he is not a bird, but a proud all-spirit. Don't lump him along with those foolish beasts. Lucien translated, a faint chuckle escaping his lips. And the Reaper met his monocled eye. He doesn't like you. He concluded with a hushed emphasis. Quite feisty, aren't you? Amon grinned, but not at Merlin but at Lucien. So he sees me as his new toy. No, he is the god of deceit. He may simply be putting up a front to get me to believe that and let down my guard for whatever he has planned. What a pain, all I wanted was some delicious dinner. Is that too much to ask? Lucien sighed inwardly, but his ego spurred him to respond to Amon, refusing to back down in the face of the blasphemer. Quite snoopy, aren't you? Amon's smile widened as he adjusted his monocle, but he didn't appear to be interested in playing jab with Lucien. Where are my manners? He reached out his hand to Lucien. I'm Amon. Lucien Eggers. Lucien answered, but instead of shaking his hand, he swiftly sent Merlin back into the spirit world, who was becoming unsettled by the mounting tension at the table. And I know who you are, god of deceit. My, it appears that my reputation precedes me. Can't say I am surprised. Amon withdrew his hand, unfazed by the rudeness. But I hope you don't believe everything those orthodox gods say about me. I may be the god of deceit, but even I, in some ways, fall short of deception when compared with them. He kept going with zeal. After all, this civilization, their civilization, was built on lies. You truly are the blasphemer. Lucien emphasized with furrowed brows as he begrudgingly admitted the scant amount of truth contained in the blasphemer's last words. The one and only. Amon extended his hands, narcissistically emphasizing himself. He then gave Lucian a contemplative look. Does that bother you? I didn't think you cared that much about traditions and honorifics. You do not know me. Lucian shrugged. Oh, but I do. Amon adjusted his monocle. You are the one that broke the trend of times. You are the one who is about to disrupt the world as a whole. You are the one that the gods. Yes, I have heard them all. Lucian interpreted sharply. But you still do not know me, he emphasized. What and who I actually am, he said, narrowing his eyes at Amon. Do you find the mystery of my existence intriguing? Is that why you're here? He phrased his guess as a question rather than a statement because you could never be sure with the god of deceit. I can't deny that your existence is intriguing, but I'm not here for it. Amon admitted frankly, which surprised Lucian. Lucian, you are the harbinger of chaos. Harbinger of chaos. Lucian pondered. That's new. Amon continued. With each action you take, you bring chaos into the world, and chaos is exactly what the world needs right now. Things have been too normal and monotonous since the beginning of this epoch, but thanks to you, things are starting to get interesting again. His monocle glowed with light. In light of this, I'd like to make you a deal. Deal. Lucian arched his brow. You see, it is simple. Amon cracked a grin. Lucian knew it was not going to be simple at all. The Angel of Time's grin winded, I will side with you in the coming change of times. It would be an understatement to say Lucian was surprised, for he didn't know what game Amon was playing with him. What do you want to return? He inquired in an effort to understand the situation completely. Same, Amon revealed calmly. You want to form an alliance? Lucian couldn't believe it. Yes. Amon laughed heartily. An alliance between the Reaper and the Blasphemer. It would be a sight to behold. Consider the fame and power we could achieve. Even the gods would be appalled by us. Ignoring his boasting, Lucian considered his proposition carefully. He was aware that even with Adam's help, the southern continent would still be outmatched by the combined strength of the northern continent, but the existence of Amon might just change that. However, if he accepted his deal, he would have to side with the Blasphemer in the final battle for the Lord of Mysteries. Ultimately, Lucian looked at Amon. No. Leaving aside the benefits and drawbacks of the deal, he didn't give it much thought before firmly dismissing it. He had no trust in the god of deceit, and who knows how many ulterior motives he had in the name of the deal. Amon didn't look surprised, but his smile faded. Are you sure? He insisted. Consider your situation for a moment, even with my zealot brother on your side, you will be helpless when the seven gods decide enough is enough. No. Lucian emphasized. Your deal is pretty vague and unclear. What else were you expecting? But above all, I don't trust you. But you trust my brother. Amon retorted playfully. I don't exactly trust him. Lucian admitted tentatively, our relationship is mutually beneficial. That's exactly what I was proposing with our alliance. Amon nailed the coffin down neatly. Well played, Amon. Lucian's lips twitched, feeling himself being pushed into a corner by Amon. I've had this subtle feeling since I met you, Amon complained, but now I'm certain. You are prejudiced against me. Okay, he isn't entirely wrong. Lucian sighed and rubbed his temples. Listen, Amon, I said what I said. He said it in a tone that left no room for any more arguments or questions. Even yet, he was unconcerned about arousing the ire of the Angel of Time all because of Adam. If he and Amon didn't end up as allies, they certainly weren't enemies. Fine. Amon stood up, dejected and disappointed. But my deal is still in effect, so if you change your mind, recite my honorific name, you know that too, don't you, and I will be there to discuss all the details and intricacies of the deal. Then he was gone, as abruptly as he had emerged. Lucian reclined in his chair, the chaos of the restaurant flooding his senses, but even those blissful smiles and giggles couldn't take his mind off the meeting with Amon and his non-plus-sing deal. Outside the Storm Cathedral in Colaine, within a bustling square erected with a water fountain, Amon emerged, striding unnoticeably towards a sitting bench. Adam was there, feeding breadcrumbs to the pigeons. I told you to stay away from him, he remarked as Amon sat down beside him. Fine, fine. Amon sighed and rolled his eyes. You can keep your puppet all to yourself. Amon. Adam stressed, his eyes gleaming at his brother. He is not a puppet or a toy, he is much more than that. Amon fell silent for a moment, his gaze locked on the enormous bell at the Storm Church. The pigeons chirped, and the mortals chattered, blissfully oblivious of the hell that was about to descend into their world. I know, the Angel of Time declared, a grin forming across his lips, and that's what makes him all the more interesting. You are treading on a dangerous path, Amon. Adam cautioned. Amon waved his hand dismissively. I have no qualms about taking a few risks to help the Chaosbringer, after all, I revel in chaos. He is not going to agree to your deal, Adam stated simply. Oh, but he will. Amon smiled and adjusted his monocle. He still doesn't realize the gods have made their move, does he? I can already imagine his reaction as he finds out about the wretched and hopeless path ahead of him. He looked at Adam. With only your help, he can't win. So his agreement to my deal is all but inevitable. He finished triumphantly. At the time, even you will have no choice but to include me in your grand story, my zealot brother. Adam stood up from the bench. You do not know him, he said with silent emphasis, fading into the dreams of the world. Amon was unfazed, the light in his monocle shining ever so brilliantly, as though it were about to illuminate the entire world. So many mysteries and unknowns. Chapter 21, Novel. November 30th, 1349. Convincing Reinette Tinker proved to be a challenge. Putting aside her reservations, talking to her four heads was like an uphill battle. Imagine each of her heads saying a word one at a time to build a long and drawn-out argument. Ugh, that was the embodiment of their conversation. But Lucien had been working on his tolerance. He tolerated all of her words, but his tolerance did not translate into acceptance in the end, for her demand was, to be honest, brazen. He even began to suspect Reinette was just testing the waters. In exchange for joining their side for not only the conflict against the Rose School of Thought but also the coming World War, Reinette demanded that her Temperance faction remain autonomous even after everything settled down on the South Continent and a new government arose to rule it. Lucien didn't even consider her request. After all, he was going to be emperor. Nothing in his empire shouldn't be completely outside of his authority. Nonetheless, he made some concessions because Reinette Tinker was crucial to his plan to restrict the influence of Mother Tree of Desire from growing across the southern continent. Even if they were successful in eradicating the indulged faction of the Rose School of Thought, the corrupted chained god remained, and through him, the Mother Tree of Desire could just keep propagating her influence, so someone was required, someone strong and willed enough to always be able to thwart it. Reinette was that someone. Yes, Lucien planned to use her as a shield against Mother Tree of Desire until he was powerful enough to deal with chained god himself. Even he had an offhand idea about allowing Reinette to ascend farther after obtaining the Sequence 1 characteristic of the chain pathway, but it was simply an afterthought for now. Coming back to his concession, he allowed the Temperance faction to be semi-autonomous, although it would be under his direct purview. As he expected, Reinette was just testing the waters with her demand, as she didn't immediately deny his concession but hesitated in silence. To seal the deal, Lucien volunteered to heal her. Her injuries were mostly to her soul, and while most of them had been healed, some lingered deep within her. He could heal them with his soul authority, but it would take some time. This was also beneficial to him, for he preferred his allies in their peak state rather than injured and bruised. And he wasn't concerned that Reinette would reject his counterproposal because the path he offered her was the only one that granted her hope and success. Ultimately, Reinette Tinker agreed and shook hands with him. After they discussed her healing sessions, she left for the northern continent. He calculated that by the time the assault on Lone and Intis began, she would be in her peak state, and even if she wasn't, he would make sure she was, as they needed all the hands they could get for the assault, to bring her faction back to their homeland. Speaking of the assault, in the great chamber of the numinous episcopate, there was a table in the shape of the known world, etched with its important cities, ports, landmarks, and so on. He had ordered its creation, drawing inspiration from the painted table from Game of Thrones, but it was extraordinary in comparison to its equivalent. And on it were the major military bases of Lone and Intis, spread across the southern continent and seas, all blazing as crimson as the blood moon. Every day, strategies and tactics were being developed and scrapped with the goal of not only eliminating all military centers but also invading the northern continent. Invasion of the northern continent. Yes, Lucien intended to invade the northern continent. It was he who initiated this motion, with his angels immediately supporting him, albeit their apprehension was evident to him given how absurd his idea was. Absurd, but not improbable. If this were a normal world, a colony attempting to invade its colonizer immediately after winning independence would be ridiculous and inconceivable, but not here, since this was the world of mysteries, where anything was possible. But it would need time and effort for it to become a reality, much more than what is needed for the assault. First of all, the assault needed to be successful for the invasion to even be possible, as it would almost destroy the maritime and air superiority of the Northerners. All in all, the preparations for the assault were their priority. And it was coming along quite well. He had begun actively participating in the planning, for he had successfully amassed much knowledge in the art of warfare through his angels, but he was still not comparable to them since some things could only be fully grasped through actual experience in the field. It did not matter how great his comprehension skills were. The preparations for the assault were led by Lucien and Sia, with Hayter helping in from time to time as he was preoccupied with the task of controlling the local governments of East and West Balam. It was proven to be somewhat easy since the influence of the numinous episcopate extended there too. There was also the fact that the traditions and cultures of the southern continent highly respected faith and divinity, therefore, most administrative officials of the local governments practiced the religion of death in secret. All of this was assisting Hater in winning their allegiance and reverence. He projected that by the middle of December, both governments would be under the rudimentary control of the numinous episcopate. And despite the angel of imagination himself covering him, he was nevertheless careful not to leave any tracks. Adam. Lucian had been pondering consulting Adam on an important matter. It wasn't the deal Amon had proposed, though it did cross his mind now and then. He knew that he had let his emotions influence his decision-making rather than being impartial with that deal, but you couldn't blame him given who Amon was. For all he knew, the blasphemer may be using this so-called alliance as a cover to become error, which required Amon to replace someone who was undergoing apotheosis ritual with himself. Lucian had no intention of becoming a scapegoat for the god of deceit. Nevertheless, he still hasn't completely dropped the deal out of his mind, as with every passing day, he began to feel the precariousness of his future. As for the matter he meant to address with Adam, it was a complicated situation surrounding his father, Isaac Eggers. To be honest, he still wasn't sure what to think of his father, but regardless of his personal feelings, he acknowledged the importance of bringing his father back to the southern continent. After all, his father was essential in restoring the artificial death to its original state, the death uniqueness. Yes, he could try to use his soul authority to remove or destroy the half of his father's soul from the artificial death, but he decided to wait until he met with his father before making a decision. But meeting with his father was easier said than done, especially since Evernight Goddess was most certainly keeping a close check on him. It was such a perilous situation that even he felt helpless in the face of it, which is why he considered counseling Adam about it. That's how he ended up standing in front of the corpse cathedral, which was now deep within the mind realm, after ultimately deciding to go through with it. He'd always made his way here owing to a badge stamped with the symbol of a cross that Adam had given him, for the corpse cathedral never lasted in one place for more than a day. Begrudgingly ignoring the picturesque surroundings of the mind world, Lucian entered the corpse cathedral with solemnity, and he was immediately welcomed by the bones of gods, carved across the cathedral in holy grimness. No matter how many times he came here, he still couldn't get used to this strange cathedral. Adam was there, but he was not praying to himself, like usual, rather, he sat in the front row, penning a book with a black quill. Lucian approached Adam quietly, peeking at the book as he sat next to the angel of imagination, but Adam closed the book before he could see anything, much to his dismay, as he suspected Adam was literally writing the changes into the trend of times. Is that? Lucian asked tentatively. Yes. Adam replied lightly, his gaze fixed on Lucian. My novel, The Fifth Epoch. Okay, that was something. Lucian gulped. Why are you revealing this to me? This was no coincidence, the Reaper reasoned. Adam was deliberately disclosing this to him. I have been stuck on a chapter for some time, Adam said. What is the title of the chapter? Lucian questioned tentatively, to the tune of Adam. The World War. Adam held the silver cross around his neck. The World War. Lucian's heart sank. On which event are you struck? The Balaam Empire invades the northern continent. Adam revealed, meeting his eyes. So you are stuck on my plan. Lucian guessed wryly. How did it go? Did we fail abysmally? Yes. Adam spoke slowly. But not for the reasons you think. His voice grew deep, containing something otherworldly and mythical, as if he were reciting a prophecy. The Balaam Empire and all its allies successfully invaded the northern continent under the leadership of the fallen angel, causing the red of war to spread throughout the world, affecting everything, including the anchors, which ultimately induced the gods to descend into the world with their true bodies to put an end to it. Chapter 22, Victory. Yes. Adam spoke slowly. But not for the reasons you think. His voice grew deep, containing something otherworldly and mythical, as if he were reciting a prophecy. The Balaam Empire and all its allies successfully invaded the northern continent under the leadership of the fallen angel, causing the red of war to spread throughout the world, affecting everything, including the anchors, which ultimately induced the gods to descend into the world with their true bodies to put an end to it. The gods descending into the world with their true bodies. Lucian groaned inwardly, this changes everything. After all, what was the point of all those efforts if a god could simply descend into the world and destroy everything? And there was nothing they could do in the face of them because the power of gods was too immense for anybody or anything less than divine to bear, let alone resist. Actually, Lucian had considered the descent of gods while formulating his plans, but it was in the event where the gods went down through vessels, where their powers and abilities would have been limited, rather than the prospect of them descending with their true bodies. Don't get him wrong, he knew he'd have to personally confront Evernight Goddess and God of Combat when he began his apotheosis, but this was not at all what he was anticipating. This truly changed everything. Is this their move, huh? To say Lucian was frustrated would be an understatement, his emotions had escaped his control and spilled on his face. Well played. Nonetheless, he gathered himself, took a deep breath, and then offered a guess to Adam in an attempt to gain a complete picture of the situation. How, though? Don't the gods need to support the broken barrier? Adam retorted. That was not what kept them from descending into the world, rather, it was a contract they signed at the end of the fourth epoch, considering the devastation left behind by the War of Four Emperors. They wanted to let the earth heal and thrive without their direct intervention, and it did, flourishing into what you see now. Therefore, they always upheld the contract until me. Lucian abruptly cut in. Yes, you. Adam gently nodded. You broke the trend at times, destroying not only my plans but also theirs, forcing them to admit at last that it was sometimes better to act than to direct. Okay, hearing those words from Adam sure sounds strange. Lucian chuckled inwardly, attempting to calm his chaotic heart. Adam continued. As a result, they broke the contract, freely themselves from the restrictions imposed on them. But, surely, they can't just come down here whenever they want. Lucian refused to give up hope. Considering the barrier and all. Lucian, you just need to understand. Adam peered at Lucian with his limpid eyes. That they can now descend into the world with their true bodies. He paused. Yes, they must continue to support the barrier, but it will be no problem for them to descend to Earth if they believe the situation requires it. So, what are you going to do now? The Angel of Imagination inquired, clearly not wanting to pass up another chance to put Lucian to the test. Honestly, he still didn't understand why Adam always tended to do this. Of course, what else is there to do but die? Lucian thought pessimistically, despite the fact that his thinking had already begun to devise strategies to deal with this almost hopeless situation since Adam revealed his prophecy. After all, giving up was not an option in his books. Advance my plans to become a god. The Reaper revealed his on-the-spot plan to the Angel of Imagination. And keep the attention of the gods on me and my situation, for if they are ultimately going to descend on the world, they might as well come down during my apotheosis. What an apocalyptic plan. The War of Gods was bound to happen when his apotheosis began, so it might as well happen on Earth. Oh, gods, he had changed. That is a good plan. Adam stated. If Lucian didn't know any better, he'd think the Angel of Imagination was impressed with his proposal. The Son of Creator continued warmly. The coming world war is entirely dependent on your existence. If you perish, everything perishes with you. So by following this plan, the gods could indeed focus on you when the war reaches its peak, but it is still based on too many suppositions and uncertainties. Hey. Lucian shrugged dismally. It's better than nothing. Your plan actually has potential. Adam gently corrected. And a lot of work needs to be done for it to be conceivable. I know. Lucian sighed tiredly, then continued, bringing up the problem that led him here. Speaking of the plan, there is still the problem with the artificial death. You want to meet your father? Adam immediately deduced. Yes. Lucian admitted and explained the situation. I must obtain the uniqueness as soon as possible. My father is needed for this, a part of his soul still exists within the artificial death, supporting its consciousness, therefore, if I wish to eliminate it, I must either destroy or remove part of his soul. You have the option of destroying it. Adam pointed out. Yet you still haven't taken it. Lucian was silent for a moment, then replied, looking away. I don't want to deprive my father of his choice. After everything he's been through, he deserves it. Humanity. Adam whispered under his breath, his limpid eyes shining ever so slightly. What was that? Lucian pressed, his brow creasing. Adam obviously didn't answer his question, rather he said about the situation of his father. Azek Eggers is in the northern continent. As for his exact location, I can try to find it, but Amon Isis will probably find out my prying and conceal him entirely. Lucian contemplated his words, and then he asked offhandedly. Suppose I meet my father, is it possible for Evernight Goddess to try to deal with me then and there? Amon Isis is never the one to take a direct approach. Adam chastised. And if she does want to confront you, she will do so on her terms, not yours. On her terms, huh? That's fantastic. Lucian reflected wryly. I want to bring my father back to the southern continent. He declared his intention after restraining his thoughts. The best time for you to do that is December 28th. Your father will arrive in Backlund to help Klein. Adam advised, after a moment of thought. But won't the Evernight Goddess also be in Backlund that day? Lucian retorted. Adam didn't respond, instead, he rose from his seat and went ahead, and Lucian soon followed. The Angel of Imagination came to a halt in front of a pillar encrusted with demonic wolf bones. Do you know who these bones belong to? When Lucian gazed at the bones, information about them flowed into his head, including when and where they died as well as who they were while they were alive. He called this skill Death Sight. Annihilation Demonic Wolf Phlegria. Lucian took a deep breath and responded solemnly as images from the past ran through his head. The Reaper witnessed the fall of Phlegria and how Lilith, the sanguine ancestor, dragged down the demonic wolf with her to their graves. The apocalyptic darkness and harrowing crimson filled everything for a moment before dying out together into a reckoning silence. As the terrible picture faded, Lucian realized what Adam was trying to express by showing him this. As long as the Evernight goddess didn't descend in her true form, Adam would have no trouble keeping her busy with his cathedral filled with the corpses of gods. What is the price? Lucian did not overlook the crucial question. By the time I go after the Quill of Al-Zahad, the war would have started, and the world would be in chaos. Adam said faintly. The Quill may try to take advantage of the chaos, and there is even a chance it may try to attract the attention of the three betrayers, so I want you to participate in that event and restrain the chaos to the greatest extent possible. All right, let's consider this: a sadistic Quill, a deranged demigod, a band of avengers, a company of kings of angels, and the probable involvement of other angels, even divine intervention. Lucian considered his proposal for a moment. Whoa, what a recipe for calamity. Nevertheless, the Reaper declared firmly. I agree. Adam gently nodded, then warned. When entering the northern continent, don't do so with your true body. Lucian nodded, knowing he'd probably be blasted by lightning the moment he took his first step onto the northern continent with his true body. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't because he was going to directly join in the assault on Lone and Intis, along with his angels and allies. I'll make arrangements for that. He finally said, thinking of a specific ability that came with his sole authority. Adam stated. Now for the assault. He met his silver eyes. Remember, speed is the key to the coming event. You must completely destroy the hold the northern continent has on the southern continent before they could respond. Lucian hummed compliantly, comprehending the stacks at hand. If they fail to do so, George Augustus III will most likely use his authority to literally support the hold of the northern continent, putting all of their efforts to waste. So about your chapter of World War, the Reaper tentatively brought back the conversation to the pressing matter at hand. Has anything changed? Adam took an unnerving moment to respond, his golden eyes shining lightly. The ending remains the same: the gods will descend into the world in their true bodies to end the war, but how that will happen has become unclear. That's good. Lucian exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a weight had been removed from his shoulders. That's good. Go and prepare for the assault. Adam instructed lightly. Once you've completed this, we'll talk more about the chapter of the World War. So I'll be victorious? Lucian asked tersely. What do you think? Adam asked back. Victory is in my veins. Lucian declared dauntlessly, gradually regaining his spirits. A smile began at the corner of his lips, illuminated by the unreal light of the mind world. Chapter 23, Prelude. 27th of December 1349. The stars were shining mythically in the dark blanket spread over the earth by the Evernight goddess, as if they were feeling the approach of something epical, something monumental, something memorial. In the disputed borders of the east and west Balam, there wove a mountain range, tall and mighty, spitting the southern continent. Ili-Niza, they called it, and it housed the headquarters of the numinous episcopate. It would be an understatement to describe the headquarters as grim, as it was a relic from bygone times, representing everything that the Balam Empire represented: cold, drafty, and cruel. And within it was the main hall, raised by black gold pillars that all wove higher to support a dome surrounded by stained windows, and behind them was the crimson moon, casting its ominous light into the halls. Crimson drapes swirled across an unusual table. It was shaped like the known world, with all of its major landmarks inscribed on it. Military bases sprawled throughout the southern continent and the seas, shining ever so eerily in the red of the crimson moon. A hand abruptly reached into the crimson, darkening it, and rhythmically knocked on the table. Let's begin. Lucian declared, retracing his hand. He sat at the head of the painted table, surrounded by grounded angels. On his right were his angels, Sia Palenque Eggers and Hater, and on his left were his allies, Rainet Tinker and Hermes, all somberly gazing down at the table. The Reaper stood up from his silver chair. Under the cordial gaze of everyone, he stepped closer to the painted table and placed his index finger on a specific section of the table, where a crimson mark glinted specifically next to the silver letters of Colaine. The military base of Lone in Colaine. Lucian stated. It is the world's largest base, and it also houses the majority of Lone's navy fleet. His finger slid smoothly across the table to the next nearby crimson mark, which was in the location of Western Balam. The Intis Navy base in Caesar Harbor. He slid to the island near the edge of the Sonia Sea. The Feziak military settlement in Konotop Island. To summarize, Lone, Intis, and Feziak all have military bases throughout the southern continent and islands that surround it. The Lone bases were in Colaine City, Waypoint Island, Dilignos Island, and Byam. The Intis bases were Caesar Harbor, Bahern City, Halman Island, and Pato Island. The Feziak base was on Konotop Island. The majority of bases were headed by demigods, while the most important ones, such as Colion, Byam, and Caesar, were overseen by saints. In terms of angels, there was only Sylvia Augustus, Sequence 2 of the Justiciar Pathway, who controlled the entire theater of the southern continent for Lone. By the twilight of tomorrow, all of these bases must be completely destroyed. Lucien concluded deeply, his gleaming eyes tracing the angels seated in front of him. They wore a dark expression as his words poured into their hearts, compelling them to comprehend the gravity of what they were about to unleash on the world. Biome. Hermes shattered the deafening silence of the dark chambers, pointing at the Rorstad archipelago. Are we sure about this? At Lucien's request and Adam's directions, the creator of ancient Hermes had come to assist with the assault. The situation of the Rorstad archipelago is indeed complicated. Sia leaned forward in her seat, weighing her options. We have little to no sway there. It also has an important division of the Church of Storms, with its headquarters right nearby. The storm will rage on. Reinette spoke up silently, her bloody eyes fixated on the Rorstad archipelago. She looked like a huge cloth doll with blonde hair and bright red eyes, and she wore a long black Gothic dress with countless mysterious patterns engraved on it. Swirling around it were sinister vines. Her skin had a luster that no human should possess. After attending the healing sessions with Lucien, Reinette Tinker had returned to perfect and peak condition. She was a true ancient Bane, the Queen of Curses. Indeed, he will. Hater raised his voice. If we stick to the same plan we have for island bases, we may end up facing the full might of the Church of Storms in the Rorstad archipelago. And that's why we won't, as we previously discussed, we won't be occupying the Rorstad archipelago like the other island bases. Lucien stated matter-of-factly, his legs were crossed. Given the importance of the Rorstad archipelago on the global stage, Lucien was determined to bring it under the jurisdiction of the Numinous Episcopate. Whoever controlled the Rorstad archipelago would have significant power over the world's oceans and trade. If his organization seized it, they could use it as an avenue to invade the northern continent. However, the Reaper understood it was a pipe dream to try to occupy the Rorstad archipelago during their assault, unlike the other sea islands. The best they could do in their assault was demolish the military base and throw the administration there into chaos, removing it from Lone's control. And, if his assumptions were accurate, the entire Rorstad archipelago would be turned into a battleground between the northern and southern continents, where the initial phase of the World War would be decided. Lucien continued, his silver gaze flicking to Sia. You will personally lead the assault on Biome since there is a good chance that an angel of the Lord of Storms will intervene in the end. Sia stood up and accepted his order unfeignedly. Just in case, take a grade 0 sealed artifact with you. Lucien said, after a moment of consideration. Which one do you want? The blood necklace. Sia immediately said. Biome spelled trouble, she could feel it in her bones, therefore, she ought to be cautious. And the blood necklace was one of the grade 0 sealed artifacts held by the Numinous Episcopate. It was created from the sequence 2 characteristic of a bloody archduke, who was slaughtered by Sia and Hater during their wars with the devil families. You may retrieve it after the meeting. Lucien hummed and pointed at the lone military base in Colaine. The destruction of this base is critical to our assault, but Sylvia Augustus is the obstacle we must overcome in order to win. He shifted his gaze to Hater. So, Hater, I bestow this responsibility upon you. I will bring you the head of Sylvia, my lord. Hater rose up and spoke vehemently, his voice full of confidence, which was not unfounded since if things seemed dire, he could pray to artificial death and allow its power to seep into reality. It was a dangerous bid, but triumph was never attained without taking risks. No need. Lucien shook his head, his lips twitching. Just bring her characteristic. Hater nodded vehemently, accepting his order. Lucien then pressed on the Caesar harbor. The Intis Navy base at Caesar Bay. His gleaming gaze wandered to the doll-like angel to his left. You will take the lead here. Reinette Tinker gave him an impassive stare. I will, but once I reveal myself, the Rose School of Thought will no longer be able to sit still. In fact, the Rose School of Thought will attack us with full force. Lucien relayed the prophecy he had received from Adam, causing a haze of heaviness to descend over the painted table. This was actually inevitable, for the Rose of School wielded great power in the Western Balam, second only to Intis, so it was a hurdle they had to overcome one way or another to take complete control of the Western Balam. The Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought was strong, extremely so. It was led by Sua, an archangel, and Barkana, an angel, both of whom were certain to take part in the upcoming assault. And there was also a chance that the corrupted chained god could make an indirect appearance. I will draw Barkana and face him in Caesar Bay. Reinette Tinker declared. Lucien concurred, I think that only leaves Sua. He came to a halt, gazing around. I will have to face Dash. My lord. Hater spoke up straight away. Please reconsider. Yes, my lord. Sia concurred. Reinette Tinker merely gazed at Lucien deeply, while Hermes spoke up in warning, siding with the Death Councils. I think we can all agree this is a trap. The only reason they'd go all out is to get you. The creator of ancient Hermes met the silver eyes of his student gravely. Mother Tree of Desire intends to corrupt you during the attack, Lucien. I understand your concerns. Lucien replied in a tone that left no space for further debate. However, just as our conflict with the Rose school of thought was unavoidable, so is this. I will face Sua and slay him. The Reaper declared. Silence fell over the table, as everyone knew that once Lucien made a decision, it was final. No amount of argument or persuasion could change his mind. He could be headstrong like that. But they weren't that worried, as he was as cautious as he was obstinate. Moving on. Lucien continued, breaking the silence. Teacher. I understand. Hermes nodded, well aware of his role in the impending assault. I will provide support and prevent the information from spreading. It was a crucial duty. As everyone else was engaged in conflicts, an angel was needed to swiftly respond to requests for help and deal with any unforeseen variables. And, despite the fact that the visionary pathway lacks information authority, they were nonetheless unrivaled manipulators, all too perfect for keeping a tight lid on information. Then the meeting carried on. After delegating tasks to angels, Lucien moved on to saints and demigods. They were actually the main force in the assault, backed by the middle sequence Beyonders. Yes, the numinous episcopate was going all out tomorrow. They had to, considering the success of the assault completely depended on speed. They couldn't hold back, even if they wanted to. Lucien and his angels had already devised strategies and plans and also drafted the position and role each high-sequence Beyonder would have to play tomorrow. They had even separated a group with a saint, 3 demigods, and many mid-sequence Beyonders, with the role of confronting the forces of the Indulgence faction. Nonetheless, the Reaper briefed everyone on the plans for last-minute checks and changes. All listened closely, occasionally chiming in to turn their assault into an airtight attack. Finally, Lucien began to draw the curtains on their meeting. Remember that our goal is not to fight but to destroy and occupy, particularly Sia. He emphasized. You don't even need to occupy, you just need to destroy. Tomorrow, my lord, Biam will burn. Sia declared, her countenance marred by grim anticipation. Lucien stepped up and declared, each syllable punctuated with graveness. Tomorrow, as Backlund covers in smog of despair, we shall rain down hell on the world. Chapter 24, History. December 28, 1349. Backlund, Lone Kingdom. As the sky of Backlund lit up with crimson trails, Bernadette Gustave knew it was time. She could almost hear the rustling of papers and the quivering of a quill in the echoes of fate, all coming together to form a grand play. A grand play about the return of the evil gods. True creator, primordial demonis. The Queen Mystic recalled all of the information she had managed to gather. What could have pushed them to do this in their own city? Nonetheless, she didn't dwell on it, for now was not the time. For all she knew, the Quill of Alzahad might have discovered her existence despite Lucien's blessing and her precautions. Anyway, with her eventually entering the stage from behind the curtains, it was inevitable. Bernadette Gustave rose from her seat in her carriage, carrying her most powerful sealed artifacts with her. She placed her hand on the doorknob, took a deep breath, and prepared herself before opening the door, revealing the Empress Burrow filled with nobles coming out of their houses, looking up in astonishment at the asteroids plummeting from the sky. As soon as she stepped onto the ground, her figure became imaginary and ethereal, melting into the palette of hues that was the spiritual realm. An ordinary-looking quill, which was writing the grand play about the return of the evil gods on its own, suddenly froze, and its surface dimmed visibly. The solemn-looking middle-aged man with only one eye grabbed it and quickly wrote as if he were channeling a spirit. It was obvious that Isaac Eggers had yet to recover all his memories and strength. While attempting to travel through the spirit world and the astral world, a latent danger appeared as a result of this problem. Hence, he and Sherlock Moriarty found themselves landing near Insangwil and his friend. The ruins of the Solomon Empire, somewhere outside Backlund. Isaac Eggers and Klein Moretti looked ahead as Insangwil walked out of the bronze door. Just as Klein was about to turn and run up the road, wholeheartedly following Mr. Isaac's instructions, he understood that he would be nothing more than a burden in the battle between demigods. A quill shot out from Insangwil and began writing on the wall at a speed that would have put a cheetah to shame. It wrote. Poor Insangwil, his fate seemed to have been infected with misfortune, for everything he touched ended in failure, and now seemed no different. For unknown reasons, the Queen Mystic happened to be in Backlund. She was attracted by the commotion, turning her clairvoyant eyes to find the source of it all. Oh no. She is descending into ruins. Just as the quill finished, a lady materialized in between them. She had chestnut hair that fell to her waist and purple eyes that shone brightly, as if they were spying on the secrets of the world. Bernadette Gustave. Isaac and Ince recognized the famous Queen of Pirates in sync, then their thoughts separated, trying to make sense of her appearance. So this is Roselle's daughter. Isaac reflected, puzzled as to why he strangely felt bitter against her. Why is she here? Ince thought. First of all, how is she here? Even if she is a saint, she can't have gone unnoticed by the quill. No, this changes everything. As for Klein, his thoughts were quite jumbled. It's her. Those black leather boots. Did she find out I am the hero bandit Black Emperor? And who would have thought she was the famous Queen Mystic? As the moment passed, Bernadette met the dark eyes of Azek, and an unspoken understanding seemed to pass between them. Bernadette then appeared near Klein, startled him, and placed her hand tightly over his shoulders. Just as the Queen Mystic wanted to teleport through the spirit world, which she could do now with the combination of the blessing of the Reaper and her powers, a regal and dignified voice reverberated throughout the broken hall. Teleportation is prohibited here. A figure had arrived beside Insangwil without anyone noticing. He was suspended in midair, defying the rules of physics. He wore a gorgeous gold mask. Sequence 4, Imperative Mage. Bernadette, on the other hand, simply stared at the Mi-9 demigod impassively before her, and Klein's figures dissolved into bubbles and vanished into thin air. It was a spell named Bubble created from mythical reenactment. It was one of the fairy tale spells that Bernadette grafted from the fairy tales that her father had told her. And technically, even though this spell had an effect similar to teleportation, in essence, it wasn't, so the Queen Mystic successfully exploited the loophole in the law established by the Imperative Mage, descending into the other side of the ruins along with Klein. All the while, Insangwil wasn't idle. As Sequence 4 Night Watcher of the Darkness Pathway could grant a certain amount of bad luck to others, Ince, who had just silently blessed Klein and Bernadette to try disrupting the spell, found it baffling that not only were they successful, but even his blessing transferred back to him. Not only that, Insangwil seemed to be hallucinating as well, as he saw a thin, grayish-white fog. But before he could comprehend his complete failure, Ince noticed that the abyss-like fracture to his side had ruptured with gallons and gallons of illusory, pitch-black liquid, creating a dark tsunami that raced towards him and the Imperative Mage. What was actually terrifying was that the surface of the wave was loaded with pale-skinned arms widely extending forth, as if attempting to grab and drag everyone into pits of hellish damnation. And in the midst of it all, Azek Eggers floated gently, untouched and unperturbed, like a fallen monarch emerging from the underworld. At the same time, on the opposite side of the ruins, Bernadette and Klein descended into a lengthy corridor packed with dust-covered murals, directly avoiding the guards. "You just left him," Klein managed, feeling his shoulders slightly ache. "He can manage." Bernadette spoke in a gentle yet emotionless tone. "He is a lot stronger than you think. Mr. Azek is more powerful than a demigod." Klein thought in surprise. "There are more pressing issues that require my attention," Bernadette continued, her voice slightly tightening. "Follow my instructions if you want to make it out of this alive." She peered at Klein with a touch of familiarity. Klein was beginning to become highly suspicious that the Queen Mystic already knew he was the one who took the card of blasphemy right under her nose, or, in her case, foot. Hearing her remarks, which were practically an unspoken order, he nodded, putting on a veneer of compliance. Of course, he didn't trust her, but the situation he was in didn't leave him much of a choice. "Come on." Bernadette went swiftly down the corridor towards the huge door at the end, and Klein followed her, his mind sharp and his posture alert. When they arrived at that point, he noticed that there were no guards at the entryway. He wanted to perform a swift divination with his coin, but she stopped him by pointing to the door first, then placing her finger on her lips, indicating him to follow her silently. Klein begrudgingly complied, and they passed right through the wall, using the spirit world, without taking the door. The first thing he saw was the natural light that fell from the dome, which indicated that this place was an exit out of the ruins, and this made him feel a bit of relief, but he didn't let it get to his head, moving into the shadows of the hall unnoticeably. From the corner of his eyes, though, he saw, in the middle of the hall, 4 hooded figures kneeling around what appeared to be an altar. Soon after, Klein and Bernadette heard a soft, gentle female voice. "Mr. A, are you ready?" Panatia, the Lady Despair, never failed to admire the belief that the Aurora Order has in the true Creator. It was the type of faith that led to self-sacrifice. They were willing to submit and give everything to their god. Such devotion was rare, if not unseen, even in this world of gods. Consider her current situation. She was subtly indicating to Mr. A zealot thorough, that they were intending to use Aurora Order as a scapegoat to cover up the evidence of human trafficking committed by her organization and all of its partners in Eastborough. And Mr. A didn't mind taking the fall for them. All he cared about was returning his Lord to the world, and he was even more than happy to have everyone witness the glory of his Lord. Hearing his indifferent yet vehement declaration, even Lady Despair was somewhat taken aback. Nevertheless, she wanted to continue with the matter at hand, but just then someone interrupted them. "Who permitted you to enter? Didn't I declare that no one is to approach this area?" Panatia snapped at the intruder, suppressing her rage. "Lady Despair, there's an emergency. Someone has infiltrated the basement. The higher-ups sent me to arrange for a follow-up and close the corresponding passages." Lady Despair closed her eyes, silently communicating with Celine, who was the Lady Calamity, one of the leaders of the Demonist sect. Then she opened her eyes impassively, though her heart was grim. Azek Eggers, Bernadette Gustave, what a troubling development. Restraining her thoughts, she swiftly dismissed the intruder and looked toward Mr. A, who spoke up in a deep and hoarse voice. "I smell an accident." Let's begin. Lady Despair responded gently, "That's exactly what I was thinking, but I need you to send me to Eastborough." Mr. A did as he was told, sending her tearing through space to land on an uninhabited, secluded, and filthy corner of an alley. She pulled down her veil to cover her face and looked up into the sky. The afternoon sun had once again been obscured by clouds and fog, turning pale and dark. The light yellow fog wasn't particularly thick, and it sank down to every corner of Backlund, giving off a slight choking sensation amidst its coldness and moisture. It's a pity that the haze didn't reach the point when it's in its worst and calmest state. The accident that happened to Trissy, the sudden and temporary loss of control over 0-08, the unexpected appearance of Azek and Bernadette, and the destruction previously caused by the Dark Emperor complicated matters, garnering the attention of others. It forced the operation to be brought forward to today. Lady Despair surveyed the area, walked out of the alley, and into the streets. Wherever she passed, the fog would unnoticeably thicken. Tinged with an iron-black color, it silently lowered one's visibility. A haze that was a mixture of iron-black and pale yellow colors descended upon Eastborough, the dock area, and the smoke-spewing factory district as it continued to spread throughout Backlund. Various scenes in the distance were drowned out, and even the towering clock tower was only a pale shadow. One by one, workers and poor people felt the discomfort as they fought against the cold, and the disorderly tramps fell one after another in the woman's wake, their lives as fragile as the bubbles formed during laundry. Lady Despair's expression was calm and gentle, as though she were finishing a work of art. She slowly walked among the struggling pedestrians as she chuckled and said in a low voice, "The Lone Kingdom's history will remember this day." The Great Haze of Backlund. Headquarters of the Numinous Episcopate, Iliniza. Lucian glanced in the direction of the northern continent, feeling the changes in Backlund through his coin held by Bernadette. And his posture turned grim and somber. He glanced down at the painted table, connecting with the spiritual network that was linked to all of the high-sequence beyonders of the Numinous Episcopate. The Reaper declared, his voice sonorous and resonant, passing through the network. The world's history will remember this day. The fall of colonialism. Lucian took a deep breath. Attack. He boomed. Immediately, across the skies above the military bases spread throughout the southern continent and seas of the world, there were flashes of light that seemed to illuminate everything, then they instantly converged to form bronze doors, all as tall and colossal as a tower, and they together opened. A bone-chilling echo was heard throughout military outposts, creeping into the ears of every single soldier. They froze in place, halting whatever they were doing. Together, with pale faces and wide eyes, they slowly looked up into the sky, only to witness the last sight of their lives. And what a breathtaking sight it was, literally. From the door, with the eternal darkness, came spirits, army after army, all crashing down from the sky onto the army bases, heralding destruction, despair and death. Chapter 25, Judgment. The ruins of the Solomon Empire, Backlund. Klein sucked in a deep breath after the Lady Despair left, his mind slowly connecting the dots after overhearing the demoness. He cast a subconscious glance towards Queen Mystic, whose expression had practically crumpled, her eyes darting with a look of realization. The fool immediately knew that the Queen of Pirates probably inferred the secret behind this whole event. The Queen Mystic caught his gaze, tilted her head towards the altar where the ritual was about to commence, and they together ran out of the darkness. The first thing they noticed was the altar, which was encircled by layers of light, and the tall, thin figure standing on it. The figure took off its hood, revealing a beautiful, devilishly feminine face with a left chest, shoulders, abdomen, and thighs all covered in squirming, sticky, disgusting flesh and blood. Beyond the altar, the four hooded figures were in genuflecting positions, and only their eyes were visible, which were filled with reverence and piety. And at the top of the hall, rays of light pierced through the air, quickly entering the altar through the stone pillars, floor, and air that were filled with symbols and magic labels. As soon as they emerged from his hiding place, Mr. A opened his eyes and looked in their direction. His pupils were dyed with blood, and an extreme madness was contained within his cold eyes. The moment the Queen Mystic saw Mr. A, she instinctively clenched her right hand and conjured an ancient spear. The spear was ruby red from tip to handle. Spear of Longinus. This weapon had appeared in an unknown ancient era, stained with the blood of a great existence. At this moment, it had descended into the ruins of Solomon Empire through mystical reenactment, emitting a terrifying aura that froze everything and everyone in the ruins for a moment. Klein blinked, his back soaked in sweat. The crimson spear gave him a fatal feeling, as though if it were aimed at him, he'd be doomed no matter what he did. And he was proven true, since when Queen Mystic launched the red spear at Mr. A, he instinctively tried to resist, even attempting to teleport, but it was as futile as trying to run from a tsunami. The crimson spear accurately pierced his chest, and he let out a blood-curdling roar filled with such hatred and rage that even Klein flinched inwardly before his figure was drowned out by the red light that erupted from the spear, spreading outward into the altar, then stone pillars, briefly illuminating everything in the hall. After a heartbeat, the red light faded away, filled in by serene silence, and Klein sucked in a sharp breath, looking ahead. Is this the might of a high-sequence beyonder? Before him, the altar had disappeared, along with all of its symbols and magic labels, into nothingness. It was simple for him to infer what had happened. The Queen Mystic had completely destroyed Mr. A and his ritual in a single attack. This meant that she had entirely stopped True Creator's descent without breaking a sweat. It isn't as simple as you think. The Queen Mystic spoke up, her creepy purple eyes peering into him. The ritual was doomed to fail. Even if I hadn't been present, someone would have stopped it. She paused, her brows pinched in thought. Perhaps by you as well. Klein did not refute it. He knew he was foolish and stupid enough to have done exactly that if he had been alone here. Now the question was, would he have survived in the end? Leave this place. The Queen Mystic spoke as her figure faded into a palette of colors in space. Klein hesitated for a while before nodding tightly, knowing that he would only be a burden in the approaching battle between the Queen Mystic and the Lady Despair. The Queen Mystic then vanished. The lone military base, Colian, East Balam. Alfred Hall, the second son of Earl Hall and a brigadier general of the lone military, was going through his monthly inspection across the military base with his subordinates. It was a tiresome task, to be honest, considering sheer size of the base and everything it held. Alfred, though, did the inspection dedicatedly, as he had done for the past 2 years since becoming brigadier general. In the military, duty always came first. It was a lesson he had learned the hard way in his chivalrous days. He slowly walked to the edge of the watchtower, overlooking the military base with his azure eyes. For a moment, he took it all in, basking in the glory of Lone. The crown must win. Alfred thought of the unofficial motto of the royal family, must always win. If he thought about it, it was certainly appropriate, reflecting everything Lone stood for. They may have faced numerous hurdles, losses, and defeats along the way, but victory was always theirs. Always. At the moment, there was a flash of light in the sky, prompting him and everyone else in the base to subconsciously gaze up. What he saw there froze him in his tracks, his face becoming pale as he faced the horrifying sight. A gigantic bronze door rose vertically in the sky above their stronghold, and thousands of spirits poured out of it, like the legendary army of death creeping out of hell itself, all crashing down towards the base, bringing with it darkness that threatened to consume everything and everyone. It was the most terrifying sight Alfred had ever seen, but with terror came determination, pushing him out of a stupor, but before he could issue orders to his frozen subordinates in an effort to have them defend their base with all they had, something bright and stormy filled his vision. And he felt light, all strength escaping him. He could somehow see a bronze arm reaching out to him from an endless height, plunging and claiming his soul for itself. It is death. Alfred realized in a last moment of harsh clarity, death has come for me. Mother, father, Hibbert, Audrey. He managed, words escaping his withering lips as last and final whispers. I'm sorry. And then all vitality left him, and in his place was no longer the smart and diligent young man but a withered husk, wilted and broken. The harsh reality was that death had arrived not just for Albert but for everyone and everything below demigods at military bases across the southern continent and seas. In a single and untied event, the saints of Numinous Episcopate unleashed their twilight storms, which swept throughout the military bases within a moment, and everything it touched, from beyonders to mortals, ships to planes, buildings to towers, withered and rotted, all breaking and falling into the embrace of death in repose and silence. And the storms all but destroyed any fight the troops tried to put up against the descending army of spirits, allowing them to deafeningly touch down on the collapsing bases, and they brought death with them, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. Ultimately, the truth was that Alfred Hall was nothing but another insignificant soul mercilessly claimed by the surging trend of the times. With the element of surprise, the strategic planning of Lucian and his angels, and the covering of the Angel of Imagination, the first stage of the assault was extremely successful. Within moments of the assault, the military bases throughout the southern continent and seas were enveloped in the veil of death. Nothing below demigods managed to escape the initial attacks from the Numinous Episcopate, which almost turned the bases into wasteland filled with ashes and debris, devoid of life and vitality. It was a dreadful and harrowing sight for all the survivors to behold. The military might of the world's most powerful countries was wiped out just like that. Nevertheless, the assault was far from over. In fact, it had just begun. A copper light shot out from the ruins of Colaine to the bronze door, pausing right in front of descending legions of spirits and unveiling what appeared to be a colossal judgment scale flickering with mythical specks of light that emitted a strict and harsh aura. And from within it, a regal and majestic voice resounded far and wide with suppressed rage and fury. Weaken mysticism, enhance reality. Immediately, a suppression descended throughout the southern continent. All beyonders below the level of angels felt their powers decline along with other supernatural forces, while things based in the material world became more effective. However, the suppression was not evenly distributed, focusing on the wrecked military bases, particularly on Numinous Episcopate members who were now infiltrating the bases to cull the last survivors as well as the powers they had unleashed, though the level of suppression each bore differed depending on their sequences. This was one of the most potent skills of the Justiciar pathway. It was obtained when one ascended to the level of demigod, and as one ascended further, the power and effectiveness of this ability increased with them to the point where the Justiciar, the Sequence Zero, could use this ability to deprive every single Beyonder in the world, who were not mythical creatures, of their abilities or increase the power of conventional weapons to the point where they could even kill mythical creatures. The Night Emperor used this ability when he betrayed the 7 gods in the War of 4 Emperors. That day, he alone nearly brought down all of the Orthodox churches. Now, the one who executed this ability was none other than Sylvia Augustus, Field Marshal of Lone Military and an Angel of Justiciar Pathway, who had entered her mythical creature form. And the results were immediate. Leaving aside the suppressed Beyonders, the bronze doors that hung above the bases began to darken and wane with the army spirits, as if they were going to vanish into nothingness. But before that could happen, something interrupted. It was a heavy and severe bam, like a judge slamming his gavel and passing a judgment, which wouldn't be the wrong way to describe what had happened, for literally a judgment was passed here. A judgment to bring death upon the order that brought suppression throughout the southern continent. It was enacted by Hayter. As a death council, he had the authority to judge something or someone to their death, though it wouldn't be completely effective against others of his level, and those above him could completely ignore his judgment. The death councils had to judge the dead and guide them to the underworld while the underworld emperor was still alive. The judgment was imposed on reality as Hayter appeared before Sylvia in his mythical creature form, the feathered serpent, and the suppression over the Beyonders and all supernatural powers on the southern continent dissolved into oblivion, bringing everything back to normalcy. As the saints and demigods continued to battle in the ruins, Sylvia and Hayter faced off in the dim and dark sky. Hayter. Sylvia's voice resounded from the floating judgment scale like a raging tsunami. You and all of your people will pay for what you have done. I doubt that. Hayter merely said, his vertical eyes cold and indifferent, and then immediately he attacked Sylvia, holding nothing back. The feathered serpent let out a roar that pierced Sylvia's spirit body, but she tuned it out with her balance authority, which dispersed it evenly among her surroundings to the point that it was no longer a burden for her to endure. When she felt the darkness around her thicken and richen to form a curtain, she realized she had made a mistake. Hayter's roar, which was actually formed from the language of death that only those Beyonders of the death pathway could detect and understand. He disguised it as a spiritual attack in order to prey to an unknown entity. And, by dispersing his onslaught throughout his surroundings, she had even assisted him in successfully getting a response, and wanted to rectify it, but it was too late. The curtain revealed an image of a dark green giant black snake with a bronzed-skinned face, its closed eyes opened, burning with flickering pale flames. The artificial death. At the same time, in Byam, Sia Palenque Eggers floated above the Lone's destroyed navy base, glancing in the direction of Colaine with fretting eyes for a moment before returning her attention to the battles between saints and demigods taking place below, overseeing them. She wasn't assisting her army, she was preparing for someone to arrive, someone as powerful as her. Her senses suddenly tingled, and she looked up, her posture dignified and primed. Stormy and gloomy clouds engulfed the darkness and azure of the firmament in a single heavy moment, obscuring the sky above all of the Rorsted archipelago. Then there came a light that seemed to illuminate the entire sky, followed by catastrophic thunder that slightly shook the city of Byam, spreading fear and awe among everyone. And in the midst of it all, a young man with a dominant and flamboyant demeanor appeared. His blue hair was dark and thick, and he had long earlobes. His azure eyes seemed to constantly suppress lightning and storms within them. Sia immediately recognized him. Harrogaunt, an angel of the Lord of Storms. A/N, okay, I just want to say this, I am just a beginner in writing, so I don't have much experience in writing battles, but I will try my best to make it fluid and gripping. And as always, stones will be appreciated, they keep me motivated. Chapter 26, Storms and Curses. Harrogaunt, an angel of the Lord of Storms. Sia quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Harrow was an arrogant and ruthless man who believed in absolute power. Likes of him wouldn't bring a powerful sealed artifact to the battle, as they would think it was beneath them. This knowledge calmed her heart. She knew she was about to confront an angel of the Lord of Storms, but what sealed artifact they might carry with them was what truly worried her. After all, despite their negative effects, sealed objects could completely determine the result of the conflict. Nevertheless, she didn't let her guard down, as you should never underestimate an angel. For all she knew, she could be totally wrong with her assumptions. Sia was in for a tough battle, she could feel that, but she wanted to end the coming battle as early as possible, for her task was almost completed. As for Harrow, she only planned on wounding him. As for killing him, she didn't even bother to think about it because the fall of Harrow was guaranteed to attract the attention of the Lord of Storms, which she and her organization couldn't afford. There was also a fact that prompted her to make that decision. The forces of the Church of Storms and Night in Byam were entering the battle commanded by their saints. If the fight did not conclude quickly, her side would be completely disadvantaged. Given all of this, Sia Palenque Eggers didn't hesitate to launch an attack on Harrow, who was clearing his throat in preparation for a pompous proclamation. She assumed her mythical form and spit out a pale white flame towards Harrow, threatening death. Having his proclamation interrupted made Harrow seethe in rage, and he responded cataclysmically. He transformed into his mythical creature, a sea creature with tentacles, and aimed his tentacles at the approaching flames. Immediately, bolts of white lightning shot out and collided with the pale flames, canceling each other out in a horrific explosion. A catastrophic shock wave emerged, threatening to destroy all in its path, but Harrow erased it with his calamity authority, rescuing Byam and all of its people from annihilation. Using his momentary distraction to her advantage, Sia dashed out of the remains of the explosion at Harrow, flapping her feathery oily wings. In order to weaken Harrow, she used her authority to judge him. Harrow, on the other hand, wasn't caught off guard, though his annoyance and wrath were palpable as he felt himself weaken and enfeeble. But he bore it totally with his authority and counterattacked Sia as her vertical eyes flashed with pale flames, prepared to use her death sight on him. Harrow unleashed a terrifying and chaotic hurricane that expanded from him as he dashed to Sia. For her, though, his intention was clear as day. Harrow wanted to divert their fight away from Byam in order to avoid collateral damage. But Sia was having none of it. Instead of directing her death sight at Harrow, she directed it at the cyclone, disintegrating it into oblivion as she and Harrow collided amidst tendrils of white lightning and embers of pale fire, all of which lit up the sky in blinding brilliance in the moment of their collision. In the midst of it all, a feathered serpent and a tentacled monstrosity fought each other, just like the mythical beasts. Within moments, they zigzagged throughout the sky, leaving trails of light and nothing but destruction in their wake. But Byam, the city of generosity, remained standing despite clashes of mythical creatures, thanks to the saints of the churches of Storm and Night, who were negating the aftermaths with all of their might, but their defense wasn't powerful enough to stop it completely, causing the entire city to begin to burn and collapse in the midst of a storm of lightning and flame. The cries of despair and grief resounded from the burning city in haunting echoes. Nevertheless, they didn't faze any combatants in the terrifying conflict, though grimness began to seep into their hearts with each passing moment. As they crashed towards Sonia C, Sia received a prayer from her force, informing her the task was accomplished, and so she went all out, holding nothing back. She swiftly exited her mythological creature form, surprising Harrow and momentarily freezing him. This was enough of an advantage for Sia to put some distance between them. Immediately after, a necklace appeared around her neck, each of its rubies as red as the blood moon, emanating a decadent aura. Rather than attacking, Harrow also exited his mythical creature form, looking at Sia with a sneer. So that's your hidden card, but do you really think it'll help you with the coming divine punishment? Sia's heart sank. I think you should worry about yourself first, she said sharply. Oh, Sia, how foolish you are. Harrow reprimanded, his aura grew stronger, then he laughed, his laugh booming like a thunderclap, rattling the entire Sonia C. You are not the only one holding back, you know. He declared, his form bathed in lightning and waves, as if he had become one with the storm itself. Sia's eyes widened at Harrow, for she felt something arising from within his aura, something otherworldly, something transcendent, something divine. You are right. Harrow concluded her thoughts with a twisted smile, relishing in her shock. I have received the mercy of my lord. The blessing of the Lord of Storms. Sia didn't even think twice before mentally calling for help in the spiritual network that linked all high-sequence beyonders of the numinous episcopate. Yes, Sia could still fight Harrow in his current state, but as her lord had said, she was not here to fight but to destroy, and her task had been completed, and there was also her force she was in charge of, so she didn't see any appeal in fighting Harrow to the death. Nevertheless, she put on a front, as if she wanted to do just that in order to fool Harrow. She just wanted to buy some time until Hermes arrived to support their escape. Sia took a deep breath, grim determination filling her fiery eyes, and noticing this, Harrow's grin widened, brimming with supreme confidence, but before either of them could make a move, an aura swept past them, freezing them momentarily in their place. An aura so powerful, so eerie, so nihilistic, so cold, Sia couldn't be mistaken. Lord. She murmured under her breath, her eyes mirroring the emergence of crimson dark flames. Caesar Bay, West Balam. The initial stage of the assault at Intis Navy Base was successful, as it had been at all other bases, but things quickly became complicated when Reincarnated Tinker appeared. This seemed to be the signal that the Rose School of Thought had been waiting for, as they immediately attacked the forces of the numinous episcopate. They temporarily joined hands with survivors of the Intis base. Thankfully, Lucian and his angels had planned a special squad of Beyonders carrying powerful sealed artifacts just to combat the armies of the Indulgence faction, preventing numinous episcopate from falling completely into disadvantage, and there was the Temperance faction in the battle as well. All in all, it was a chaotic and heavy battle, even more so than the ones happening at the other bases. As soon as the two sides engaged in battle, Caesar Bay completely turned into a wasteland engulfed in death and desire. And this was not considering the fight happening between Reincarnated Tinker and Barkana in the sea. They were both in their mythical creature forms, dolls bound by thrown vines. An ancient bane possessed authority of curse. Their curses might range from something as simple as infecting someone with sickness to something as frightening as inflicting unavoidable death. It was ultimately up to the users and their creativity. Reincarnated Tinker and Barkana, both ancient banes, weren't short of creativity, slinging not only curses but also jabs at each other. They were both the size of castles and left nothing but devastation in their footsteps. Remember how you called me a traitor? Barkana glared at Reinette as he diverted her curse into the surrounding sea, causing it to evaporate instantly. But look at you now, kneeling to that reaper. At the end of the day, lovely Reinette, we're not that different, are we? Don't lump with the likes of you. Reinette spoke in an emotionless tone, but anyone could feel the rage surfing beneath it. I still have my soul and my freedom, unlike you, Barkana. You and your inane thinking. I miss that so much, you know. Always gave me the best laughs. Barkana laughed while launching a death curse at Reinette, and as she countered that with her own curse, he continued, a fanatical expression marring his countenance. Reinette, you still refuse to acknowledge the truth. You say you have freedom. Ridiculous. You and I, as well as all other prisoners like us, are already a part of something bigger, something greater, something cosmic. You should have rejoiced in truth, as I did, rather than pursuing your illusory freedom. His words, fervent yet true, hurt Reinette deeply, searing her soul. So what if it was the truth? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to submit myself to it. She declared, her heart burning with rage and hatred, all of which she channeled into a curse she was silently accumulating for a very, very long time. The root of the curse was the anger, hatred, and grudge that had emerged after she nearly lost everything to the Indulgence faction, and now with her declaration, it had reached perfection. Reinette Tinker opened her mouth, and all light throughout the southern continent dimmed and sank into the embrace of darkness, as if the Evernight goddess herself had turned her attention here. And Barkana felt his senses scream in danger, danger that could claim his life, but he looked unfazed, saying nonchalantly. Futile, Reinette. Annihilation. Reinette Tinker cursed, and the darkness around the southern continent converged towards Barkana, emitting a nihilistic aura that all but threatened to annihilate him into nothingness. But before the tsunami of nihilistic darkness could reach Barkana, an arm reached out from the spirit realm, targeting Reinette, who was exhausted and worn from casting the annihilation curse, with the aim of killing. Its surface was flowing with a black, sticky liquid that kept protruding out with strange objects. Some were skulls, while others had barbed mouths and three-dimensional eyes. Abomination Sua. The leader of the Rose School of Thought, an existence at Sequence 1, had been waiting for the right time to assault Reinette Tinker, and when it came, he seized it. And he didn't forget to spare some of his power to weaken the annihilation curse of Reinette to the point where Barkana could face it without dying. Reinette Tinker gazed at Abomination Sua, who was on her tail, without surprise. She expected this, and she even knew what the true intention of Abomination Sua was for coming after her at this moment, and she somewhat felt bitter that he succeeded. A white rose bloomed in the splendor of death between her doll figure and his black sticky arm. A young man materialized right before it, grasping the rose ever so gently. He had bronze skin and a chiseled build. His black hair was short and frizzy, exuding a darkness rivaled only by the void. His eyes were platinum silver, sparkling like the argent moon at night. He wore deep, dark robes embroidered with golden threads. But these were not the most noticeable aspects of him, rather, 6 pairs of wings with metallic colors unveiled themselves grimly from behind his back. The Reaper. Chapter 27, Wrath. As soon as he appeared, the Reaper looked at Abomination Sua's black sticky arm, his silver eyes shimmering with dreadful light. The arm immediately froze in its path, all of the skulls and barbed tongues, three-dimensional eyes, and many other twisted things on its surface decaying into ash and dragging it down with them. Reinette Tinker, on the other hand, knew Sua was still alive and well somewhere in the spirit world. The purpose of his attack was not to kill her but to drag Lucien out. And the Abomination Sua succeeded. He should personally appear any time now to fight the Reaper. But before anything could happen, Lucien turned and flung the white rose at her. Kill Barkana. His silver eyes reflected her figure as she clutched the rose. Reinette Tinker cast a subconscious glance in the direction of Barkana. Her annihilation curse had already reached him, though it didn't turn him into ashes since Sua had weakened it. It was still causing him enormous misery and pain as he tried to nullify its effects on him with all of his power, and from the looks of it, he was succeeding. Then the Queen of Curses looked to Lucien in a bid to give a silent agreement, but he was already gone. It didn't take her much to figure out what Lucien was planning. He didn't want to face Sua on the southern continent. After all, if they fought with all their might here, the continent would simply shatter. He most certainly intended to drag Sua away from civilization, and Sua would have no choice but to follow him because even he couldn't stop or disrupt Lucien's teleportation across the spirit world. Finally, Reinette grasped the stem of the rose tightly, her bloody eyes fixed on Barkana as she dashed towards him while preparing a death curse with the basis of the white rose, ready to push him into the embrace of death. Berserk Sea. Lucien Eggers emerged amidst the roaring sky and raging ocean. His dignified face was illuminated by the streaks of lightning that slithered through the dark and stormy sky. His figure was bathed in harsh droplets of rain, drenching his hair and dress. Yes, he could have used his powers to stay dry and unaffected by the storms, but he let himself be immersed in chaos and disorder of storms in preparation for what was to come. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous. After all, this was his first actual battle. And the fact that what he was going to face was the spawn of an outer god was all the more troubling, but he came prepared. Victory would be his. With that, a sense of serenity bloomed from his heart, smothering all the chaos around him. The roaring sky went silent. The raging sea went still. The stormy clouds went dim. The slithering lightning went away. All of the berserk sea had fallen into the embrace of serenity. But it didn't last long, as something depraved and abysmal emerged from the spirit world. It was a colossal tree drenched with oil. Over the tree, arms are stretched out among other strange things, and black and white eyeballs and wide and dark mouths. Its mere presence began to taint all the living creatures in the vicinity, causing them to either break down, suffer a tragic death, or worse, mutate into a mindless monster. Abomination Sua. Lucian took a long breath, slowly exhaling in the final embers of peace. A true abomination. He thought as he took in Abomination Sua's vile visage, his posture becoming dignified and ready for battle. Sua focused on Lucian with all of his eyes. The Reaper. He spoke, his voice gruff and thick from his twisted mouths. I bring my mother's message. Lucian furrowed his brows in surprise, not letting down his guard as he prompted Sua. What exactly is it? You have been bestowed with the highest honor. Sua said, his twisted and distorted figure shuddering with each of his words, as though he were emphasizing them. Mother has chosen you to be her mate. Lucian's face went blank for a second, then he burst out laughing, a twisted laugh full of emotions. Your mother sure has a sense of humor, Sua. His laughter had faded into coldness and apathy. I wonder if she can keep that as I cut her down and purge the cosmos of her filthy existence. Resistance. Sua's voice expressed no rage, but rather disappointment and weariness. I never truly understood that. Mother exists within all. What is the point of resisting something that defines you? He paused as all of his mouths rose to form distorted smiles filled with malice and happiness. Anyway, it is futile, for at the end of the day, nothing can escape the loving embrace of Mother, not even you, Reaper. To be honest, you make a valid point, but you are mistaken about only one thing. Lucian stated frankly as streaks of darkness graced his entire figure, and he raised his hand high to the serene sky. Truly, desire defines everything about us, but desire isn't actually her. A spark of crimson fire sprang in his palm, instantly dispersing and growing to transform into a blood-red sword. The Sword of the Conqueror, a grade 0 sealed artifact. The Reaper pointed the bloody sword at the abomination as red fire burst from it, spreading throughout his body, merging and igniting with the darkness, giving birth to a dark crimson flame. She merely holds the authority of desire. He declared as his fiery wings expanded to the sky, sweeping outward. She is not the desire. And the world stood still. In the astral world, amidst an eternal and natural paradise, Lilith sat on the branch of the tree at the edge of her divine kingdom, overlooking the world. She was focused on conflicts happening throughout the southern continent and seas, swinging her legs in thought and consideration. And as Lucian and Sua descended into the Berserk Sea, the Earth Mother could feel it. The opportunity was finally here and they couldn't miss it no matter what, and so she didn't hesitate before willing her voice to resound throughout the astral world within the barrier. Reinforce the barrier. Lilith declared as she unleashed her authorities, controlling them to support the barrier, which caused her divine kingdom to shine like the sun. But other divine kingdoms remained dim, which caused the Earth Mother to fear that they finally let their differences get the best of them, but her worries soon became naught, for every divine kingdom on the broken barrier began to shine like a sun as well. The seven gods reinforced the barrier with their authorities to the point that the influence of the outer gods in the world was beginning to wane drastically. At this moment, a faint echo escaped from the earth, becoming louder and louder as it spread into the astral world. She is not the desire. Oh, no. Lilith whispered, her face becoming visibly pale. Then she immediately braced herself for what was about to come. Roar. A star-chilling roar echoed from behind the barrier. It sounded like an amalgamation of all the blasphemous and depraved sounds in the cosmos, rushing towards the barrier with boundless wrath. Boom. Immediately, something twisted and abysmal crashed against the barrier in fury and indignation, trembling it thoroughly. And the divine kingdoms shook violently along with it, dimming significantly. For a moment, it looked as though everything was about to collapse, but just then, the divine kingdoms began to shine again, even brighter than before, with every authority of the orthodox gods reinforcing the barrier with all of their might. Lilith gritted her teeth, bearing the cosmic weight of the barrier on herself as blood pounded her ears along with the cataclysmic roars of Mother Tree of Desire. Ultimately, the seven gods held on. A while ago, at the Holy Wind Cathedral, Backlund, terrifying storms that were visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared outside of it, and then they surged towards the east in an unimaginable hurricane. Whoosh! The thick, accumulated fog was blown away, and the rich yellow and iron-black colors quickly faded away. Whoosh! The smoke in East Borough and the factory district thinned, and the healthy population felt relieved of their slight discomfort. Boom. Lightning leaped and thunder rumbled in the sky, but they soon subsided, and a downpour began to cleanse the land. The Church of Storms reacted rather quickly this time. Lady Despair walked swiftly through the filthy streets of Eastborough, unaffected by the pouring rain. Even though her plans had been ruined in a timely manner, the haze from before had caused more than 20,000 deaths, according to her calculations. Furthermore, there would be a subsequent spread of the plague. With this, I've pretty much digested most of my potion, but this is just a benefit I received as a matter of convenience. With large numbers of the population being wiped out, all this points to the Aurora Order and to the true creator. No one could guess what the royal family really plans on doing. It's time I leave, along with the true creator. Lady Despair was in a good mood. Her whereabouts were kept secret, and she had taken care of everything beforehand, therefore, she didn't have to worry about being surrounded by Backlund's demigods at all. Nevertheless, she was swift about it, for she hadn't forgotten Bernadette Gustave and her annoying clairvoyance. Just as she neared her exit, all of her honed senses screamed in danger, and she didn't hesitate to materialize a sharp and crystalline ice spear by her side. However, the ice spear froze in its path, disintegrating into spokes of light, almost like stars, and from within them, Bernadette Gustave emerged, gazing at Lady Despair. Found you. How? Lady Despair thought. Even if Bernadette had clairvoyance, she couldn't have found her so soon, considering her concealed state. It seemed she underestimated the Queen Mystic. She was no ordinary saint. But as the Sequence 4 Demoness of Despair, she had developed herself one step at a time since she was an assassin. She knew that she couldn't afford to be distracted or spout nonsense at such critical moments. It wasn't too late to think about all these matters later. Therefore, she chose to launch a large-scale attack again and wanted to take the opportunity in the midst of chaos to escape. Lady Despair's figure erupted with black flames that surged out of her body, spreading ailments in a bid to ignite everything around her and cause massive fire. In the face of this, Bernadette remained calm, lifting her palm to counterattack, but suddenly, her vision clouded, and she saw a figure emerge out of nowhere, producing an aura that froze and rooted both her and Lady Despair in their place. The figure stood in between them. It was blurry and hazy, and the only thing clear in it was the eyes, which seemed to compress the starry night sky. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel an uncontrollable fear. Chapter 28, Repose. In the face of Lady Despair, Bernadette remained calm, lifting her palm to counterattack, but suddenly, her vision clouded, and she saw a figure emerge out of nowhere, producing an aura that froze and rooted both her and Lady Despair in their place. The figure stood in between them. It was blurry and hazy, and the only thing clear in it was the eyes, which seemed to compress the starry night sky. It made one feel at peace, but it also made one feel an uncontrollable fear. The dark figure approached Lady Despair closely, her divine eyes serenely fixed on the demoness. You are. Lady Despair's horrified voice came to rest. Her entire body was like a sketch that had been quietly erased with an eraser, leaving no trace behind. Her final look was filled with dread and sorrow. The spot where she had previously stood was vacant, as if she had never been there in the first place. The dark figure then turned to Bernadette, who was desperately attempting to prevail over the waves of fear and horror that were attacking her mind and escape immediately, for when she tried to glance at the dark figure with her clairvoyant eyes, a sequence of thoughts screamed through her mind. Don't look. Don't look. You'll die. You'll die if you look. Do not look directly at God. Bernadette felt fear unlike anything she had ever felt before as the dark figure focused on her. Even if she had any questions about who she was dealing with before, they had evaporated now. She was in the presence of the Evernight Goddess. The Evernight Goddess appeared before Bernadette, disregarding her struggles indifferently, then raising her hand towards Bernadette in an attempt to alter her soul. But, before she could, a silver coin in the pocket of Bernadette's frock shimmered and rocketed out towards Evernight Goddess, only stopping when it was right in front of her. It then emitted a pale light that converged and coalesced to form an angelic figure with 6 pairs of metallic wings. All the while, the Evernight Goddess didn't interpret but merely watched serenely. It was as though her true intention for coming after Bernadette was to draw this archangel out. The faint light faded, revealing Lucien Eggers, leader of the Numinous Episcopate, who had descended on Backlund with the anchor provided by the coin. His main body had just surfaced in Caesar Bay to fight Sua, so he wasn't physically present, rather, he was here as a soul projection, which was one of the abilities that came with his soul authority. Technically, his soul projection was not a clone but rather an extension of himself. Simply put, he could use this power to be in multiple places at once. Lucien unleashed his aura, blanketing Bernadette and completely liberating her from the clutches of the Evernight Goddess. Leave. He remarked to Bernadette, though his gaze never left the hazy figure of the Evernight Goddess. Bernadette wheezed, her hands on her neck, as she kneeled on the ground with a scarlet face, but she forced herself to pull together before making a fall into the spirit world without hesitation. With her departure, Lucien completely focused on the Evernight Goddess, hiding his trepidation and apprehension as he assessed the situation. Unlike in the original story, she didn't actually descend through a vessel, so is she personally here? Unlikely. Is this a projection similar to his own? And judging from her inaction during his descent, her intention from the beginning should have been to confront him. So many questions and assumptions raced through his mind in a fraction of a second, only to be halted by the appearance of someone who calmed his tumultuous emotions. It was none other than the Angel of Imagination, Adam, who had also descended into Backlund. The Angel of Imagination gave the Evernight goddess a gentle smile. "It's been quite a while, Amon-Isis," he said warmly, as though he were greeting a friend. The figure of the Evernight goddess became less hazy and more defined, ultimately revealing her appearance. She was an ethereal woman with a veil draped over her face. She wore a black, classical dress, and it was embedded with a starry sheen. A circle of beaming rays surrounded her head. Adam. Amon-Isis greeted ethereally, but her attention was fixated on Lucian, which was getting on his nerves. "Don't worry, Lucian, I am not here to kill you. Isn't that great?" Lucian smiled as he asked Adam. Sarcasm. Amon-Isis took note, advancing towards Lucian. When confronted with a situation like this, Amon-Isis. Adam stepped forward in front of Lucian, confronting the Evernight goddess. "Lucian is under my protection." "Oh, Adam." Amon-Isis murmured, finally focusing on the Angel of Imagination. As sharp as ever. "I hate to admit it, but you are always one step ahead of us, even now with Lucian. You were the first to notice his uniqueness." "Did she?" Lucian's heart sank. "You don't know what you are talking about," Adam merely said. "Perhaps." Amon-Isis spoke ethereally. "Perhaps not. But there is one thing I am certain of." She squinted at Lucian. "Your fate, Lucian, is peculiar. Guard it thoroughly. You don't want it falling into the claws of misfortune now, do you?" she ended with an ethereal smile. Anyone could sense the hidden threat, and Lucian grinned, meeting the divine eyes of the Evernight goddess squarely. "If there's one thing I've learned in my life, it's that nothing is fixed. Change claims everything in one way or another, and more often than not, it follows no order or pattern, offering up endless possibilities. In front of it, impossibility and futility mean nothing." He came to a halt in a moment of severe silence. "So let's see whose fate falls into whose hands." Big words, but let's see. Amon-Isis chuckled at Lucian, then turned to the Angel of Imagination with a smile. "See you next time on the battlefield, Adam." Adam nodded gently. The Evernight goddess then turned, her figure fading away just as abruptly as she appeared, returning to her main body in the astral world. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief, his heart pounding against his chest. He was afraid, how could he not be? Considering how terrifying Evernight goddess was, this encounter with her just amounted to cementing that. She actually seemed to have found something about his true existence. Did she? The Reaper turned to the Angel of Imagination for confirmation. Perhaps. Adam looked at Lucian with limpid eyes. You never know with Amon-Isis. She is, after all, the mother of CONC element. Nevertheless, even if she uncovers something about your essence, it won't change anything for you. I still have to confront and defeat her in the end. Lucian sighed heavily. Yes. Adam hummed gently. Now go and meet your father. This is the best opportunity. He looked up at the astral world, which had plunged into chaos and disorder with the declaration of the Reaper. The gods are indisposed for the moment because of you. Oh. Lucian raised his brows in surprise. My provocation achieved that much. Can't say I am not surprised. With his declaration, he appeared to have struck a sore spot of the mother tree of desire. Thinking about it further, this did explain her enmity for Mother Goddess of Depravity. Her ultimate goal should be to become the desire rather than simply wield its authority. The Reaper finally nodded to Adam, his figure fading into the hues of the spirit world. Then he was gone, leaving the Angel of Imagination alone in the narrow and deserted street of the East Borough. Adam grasped the silver cross and began to slowly walk outward and along the roads of the East Borough, which were littered with dead bodies here and there. He strode among them while bearing witness to it all silence and repose, giving them his final respects. Colane, East Byam. The curtain revealed an image of a dark green giant black snake with a bronzed-skinned face, its closed eyes opened, burning with flickering pale flames. The artificial death. Sylvia jerked back in apprehension as the fiery eyes of the artificial death focused on her. Her honed senses were screaming in danger, danger that may end her life, so she went all out, utterly unleashing her balance authority. She aimed to bring balance to the battlefield by harmonizing chaos and order. By doing so, she might grab complete control of the battlefield, dictating all that happened there. At the time, she could simply sever the battlefield from the outside world, breaking the connection that Hater had established with the artificial death. As she exerted her authority over reality, the battlefield shimmered with bronze light. And the saints and demigods fighting below were immediately perplexed, as their attacks were stronger one minute, weaker the next, then oscillating in between, as if seeking to establish equilibrium. They weren't the only ones impacted, the entire battlefield was affected, even the army of spirits wreaking havoc here and there, who became docile one moment and raging the next. Nevertheless, Hater remained completely unaffected due to his power and the protection of artificial death. Then they unleashed their attack in sync to disrupt Sylvia's balancing process and kill her altogether. Die, Hater declared, his voice severe and loud, like a judge passing a judgment. Sylvia Augustus. The eyes of artificial death shimmered with dreadful fire, unleashing the death sight on Sylvia. Both of their attacks bore the intent of killing, combining and merging together to form the fatality of death, which all but wanted to drag Sylvia Augustus into its pale embrace. But Sylvia Augustus resisted with all her might. She even gave up on trying to restore balance to the battlefield and directed her authority at their fatal assault in an attempt to counter it, but it was ultimately futile since she faced a combined attack from an angel and a living uniqueness. And so death claimed her, her body reverting to human form and evaporating bit by bit as she fell down towards the battlefield. And her eyes, which were filled with bitterness, resentment, and a hint of fear, finally dimmed. Ultimately, Sylvia Augustus fell into the embrace of death. Spirit world. Hermes was in his mystical creature form, carrying Sia and her company on his back and fleeing from the battlefield of Biam. Behind them, enraged roars like thunderclaps kept resounding against a backdrop of surging waves. Sia groaned, her body bloodless and pale, trembling and shivering, all thanks to the side effects of the blood necklace. She was lying on the scaly back of Hermes, tended to by her demigods while her saints kept a watch on the surroundings, but just like her, they were battered and bruised. Harrow. Sia managed, her voice hoarse and croaking. Don't, Sia. Hermes chastised. He won't find us. Focus on yourself first. You managed to succeed and hold on, despite the odds. He said soothingly as he entered the dreams of the world, and the roars of thunder and sea faded away into the background. A beam of happiness passed through her heart at the thought of success, but it was quickly crushed when she saw her company, which had been reduced by more than half. Perhaps. Sia whispered wearily. Caesar Bay, West Balam. Reinette Tinker walked lightly on the sea, sending ripples along its serene surface. She stopped in front of a doll floating in the water. It was broken and shattered, with its pieces slathered around it, all nearly losing their resplendent luster. Why do you stand still? The broken doll whispered through his cracked mouth. Don't tell me your glassy heart is afraid to do the deed. Reinette Tinker stared at the broken doll impassively. It's death, isn't it? She asked silently. The thing you truly desire. The broken doll merely smiled a smile that conveyed innumerable stories and emotions, his face crumbling more and more with each passing moment. Goodbye, Bark-Anna. Reinette placed the white rose on the caved-in chest of the broken doll. May you finally find repose in death. With her words, the luster of the broken doll extinguished, and his shattered visage evaporated bit by bit under the rays of the sun, becoming ashes that were swept by the winds of the world. All that was left behind was a puppet with broken strings. And a silent tear was shed. Chapter 29, Conqueror. Berserk Sea. She is not the desire. Lucian declared, aiming the bloody blade at Sua. His fiery wings were spread out magnificently behind his back, sparing outward as his figure was bathed in crimson dark flames. His aura had changed. It was no longer merely a conflicting blend of grimness and tranquility, there was now a sense of triumph beneath it. A boundless triumph at that, almost as if he wanted to claim everything in the world as his. And nothing could possibly stop him, after all, victory was in his veins. Literally. For he held the sword of the conqueror, forged with victory and conquest. He bore the weight of its terrifying existence and its despotic will, all attempting to triumph over his own, but as it touched his nihilistic self, it became as submissive as a lamb, yielding to his desires. Death was ultimate, after all. With that, Lucian wielded not just soul and decay, but also conquest and victory. Lucian exhaled, his gaze was filled with serenity and grimness, and his posture was tense and poised. This essentially meant that he had forced himself to achieve equilibrium in order to bear all of the authorities he wielded within himself and even temporarily be able to unleash them all together completely. Though a single tip of the pendulum could push him over the edge in this state, he clung on with perseverance. My mother is not the desire. Sua repeated with twisted smiles, his black eyes looming at the fiery form of the Reaper. First resistance, now blasphemy in the face of nothing but kindness. You leave me no option but to put you down for your crimes and offer you to mother, but this form is somewhat unsuitable to do that. He trailed off as his abomination figure began to compress and twist to become a more humanoid figure. However, he wasn't even halfway through his transformation when a flash of fiery light materialized in front of his figure, imbued with the authorities of conquest and decay. It was a sword slash unleashed by Lucian, bearing the sharp intent to disintegrate Sua down to his atoms. but Sua was unfazed, parrying it with his mutation authority. The crimson slash turned black with corruption, falling prey to Sua's whim, who returned it to Lucien. Taking advantage of this moment when Lucien negated his mutated slash, he swiftly completed his transformation. In his stead, there was no longer a twisted creature but a humanoid being fashioned of wood, yet his shape was still bathed in black oil, embedded with all sorts of odd and twisted things. A large black scythe protruded from his hand, generating an unnerving echo. Lucien descended before Sua, flapping his dark crimson fire wings. And they regarded one another in a moment of reckoning silence. There was a reason why both of them chose direct combat. Their authorities restrained each other to some extent. Mutation constrained soul. Decay constrained curse. Even the partial, chained authority that Sua had due to being the spawn of the mother tree of desire wouldn't be that effective against Lucien, who controlled the authorities of the conqueror. And so they choose to directly confront each other, imbuing their weapons with their authorities to deal the greatest damage possible to one another. The moment of reckoning passed, and the serenity of the Berserk Sea was all but shattered as Lucien and Sua accelerated towards each other at unthinkable speeds. The crimson sword and the black scythe collided with disastrous fury. And the Berserk Sea roared in agony and pain as the destruction was immediately unleashed throughout it. With their first clash, nearly the entire surface of the sea had turned into a mixture of crimson inferno and black tides, with white roses blooming in brilliance in the midst of it all, along with mutated monsters rising here and there. To put it simply, it was chaos. Their authorities were entirely liberated and battled with one another. In an attempt to extinguish each other, the crimson inferno and the black floods collided and raged. White roses and mutant creatures clashed, with some withering and others transforming, either into embraces of death or desire. Nevertheless, most of their power was still in their clash, and all of that was merely the aftermath of their first strike. And the worst part was that they had only just begun. Lucien inhaled deeply, his thoughts flickering with pictures of all his sword training with Hader until eventually settling on one, and his body reflexively acting in rhythm with himself in the image, striking towards Sua with his red blade that exploded with catastrophic fire. Sua vertically raised his scythe above him, parrying off the blow of the Reaper, though he didn't escape completely unscathed. Streaks of crimson fire clung to his physique, but he simply snorted, manipulating the black oil on his skin to extinguish them as he raised his scythe to counterattack Lucien. And then their movements became so fast that they practically converted into streaks of crimson and dark lights that blazed through the surging water and roaring sea, colliding and repelling each other along the way. Within moments, the Berserk Sea and sky above it were filled with streaks of black and scarlet lights, as if someone had sketched the most complicated zigzag formation in reality. Clangs of weapons echoed like thunderclaps, along with authorities, all coming to form a grand and chaotic symphony that left nothing but death and destruction in its wake. The entire Berserk Sea was gone, literally. It evaporated into nothingness in the face of the battle between the strongest archangels on the planet. And the destruction they wrought would have spread and affected everything if not for the angel of imagination preventing them from doing so. Nevertheless, even if it were contained, a fight happening at this level couldn't be hidden for long. In the whirlwind of chaos and violence, Sua and Lucien keenly felt the gazes being directed here from all around the world, and so they temporarily stopped their clashes, opening up a distance between them. Lucien breathed, his form completely bathed in crimson dark flames, floating in the midst of the seething infernos and fiery lotus that seemed to fill everything. He almost looked like a fire elemental controlling a world of flames. Truly, he looked powerful, but all of this blazing display was merely a protection, burning away the mutation attacks that Sua was constantly sending at him into black embers. Sua, on the other hand, wasn't much better. He was surrounded by waves of black liquid, which brimmed with his authorities. It protected him from the discreet soul attacks of Lucien. Even when not clashing with their weapons, they were attacking each other, looking for an opening to deal a fatal strike. Fatal, indeed, for both of them knew that prolonging this fight wouldn't do any good for either of their interests. Considering the attention of the world slowly shifting to them, it wouldn't be long before someone or something interfered with their fight, and they couldn't afford that. Lucien was the first to make the move, breaking the temporary deadlock between them. He raised his sword high up in the sky, letting it break into a pillar of fire that soared up to the astral world like a pillar of heaven. I, Lucien Eggers, the demon of the end, impose my will on you. Submit to me and purge yourself, the abomination of the world. He declared to Sua as his voice resonated throughout the world but was only perceived and grasped by angels and those above. And each of the syllables in his declaration was imbued with the authorities of conquest and decay, which together imposed themselves on Sua. Sua hadn't let down his guard and prepared to counter it with his partial chained authority, so in face of the declaration, he wasn't caught by surprise, but still, when he faced the will of Lucien, he trembled in astonishment, for it was like the sun, ever-burning and unquenchable, unlike anything he had ever seen. And he wavered, only for a moment, but it was all that Lucien needed. His intention from the start was never to make Sua submit to him. It was all a ruse from the beginning to prepare for his actual attack. The demon of the end brought down his burning sword in one fluid motion at Sua. Burn in the flames of hell. He proclaimed as the pillar of the dark crimson flames descended, tearing through the black ocean of mutation and melting them completely. Then it submerged Sua in its ruinous embers with a roar that seemed to fill everything. For a moment, all that remained in the berserk sea were the flames. It looked as though Sua had fallen, but Lucian knew better. He knew the spawn of an outer god wouldn't fall so easily and silently. There had to be a catch. There always was. Nevertheless, Lucian was slowly starting to feel the weight of the Conqueror's sword. Even after achieving equilibrium, it seemed that there was a limit to how long he could bear the authorities of the Conqueror. I need to really end this fight as soon as possible. Lucian thought, his sharp and clear to his surroundings, searching for Sua. He had evaporated from his senses since his attack. But I fear that's not going to be easy. His fear was proven right, for an aura erupted from throughout the sea of flames that covered the berserk sea, extinguishing them utterly. It was so powerful, so terrifying, so transcendent. If Lucian wanted to put an appropriate word on it, then it would be cosmic. In the face of it, his deepest desires were invoked. He saw himself defeating the Evernight goddess. He saw himself ascending to become the pillar of the cosmos. He saw himself standing on the altar of his wedding, looking forward to the bride-to-be. He saw himself sitting with his father, playing chess, and drinking coffee in the twilight. He saw himself traveling the cosmos after Earth couldn't contain his wanderlust. He saw himself attaining peace in his life at last. Everything was already there, achieved and accomplished, waiting for him to claim it all for himself. All Lucian needed to do was grasp it, and everything would be his. Chapter 30, Victory. In the face of the cosmic aura, his deepest desires were invoked. He saw himself defeating the Evernight goddess. He saw himself ascending to become the pillar of the cosmos. He saw himself standing on the altar of his wedding, looking forward to the bride-to-be. He saw himself sitting with his father, playing chess, and drinking coffee in the twilight. He saw himself traveling the cosmos after Earth couldn't contain his wanderlust. He saw himself attaining peace in his life at last. Everything was already there, achieved and accomplished, waiting for him to claim it all for himself. All Lucian needed to do was grasp it, and all of it would be his. Yet he turned away from it, grimly walking away. Yes, all of his deepest desires were fulfilled there, but they weren't his. He was still a long way from achieving any of it. That harsh truth persisted in his core as the desire tried to seize control of his mind, soul, and heart. And so he walked away, rejecting the wonderful paradise that awaited him on the other side. With his choice, the perfect world shimmered with unreal light, twisting and shifting in a coalescence of unthinkable images and inconceivable echoes, all coming together to reveal the truth behind it all. What awaited Lucian on the other side was not a perfect world but the abyss of the cosmos, swirling and churning amidst the universe as a whole. It was pitch black, with no ray of light, as though it reflected the darkness that inhabited the hearts of the cosmos. And in the midst of it all was a figure larger than galaxies. It was a twisted wooden mass that protruded mutated flowers, slime-dripping mouths, withering legs, and tentacles. Small creatures are continually spat forth by the monstrosity, which are either consumed into the miasmatic form or escape to some monstrous life elsewhere. Mother Tree of Desire. Lucian faced the Mother Tree of Desire calmly. My will is not that weak to succumb to your illusions. He looked at the dark abyss that contained nothing but depravity and degeneracy and disgust. As I said earlier, you are not the desire, you are simply a pretender created by the original creator. He finished with a snap. Then the cosmos shattered all around him, with the raging roars of Mother Tree of Desire as a backdrop. With that, the demon of the end was back on Earth, floating in the berserk sea amidst a black ocean of mutation blooming with twisted flowers and dripping with mucus. And Sua floated nearby in his abomination form, and above him was a projection of a mummy wrapped in yellowish straps pierced by countless brown tree branches. Chains twisted with thorny veins protruded out from within both of them towards Lucian to chain him, but the crimson-black fire that drenched his figure protected him from them, resulting in a conflict between both of them in an attempt to weaken each other. The intention of Sua was clear as day. He wanted to push Lucian into the loving embrace of his mother. To accomplish this, he did not hesitate to pray to the corrupted chained god and summon his projection. And they attacked Lucian together, using the corruption of the Mother Tree of Desire within both of them. It manifested as twisted chains around Lucian with the intention of invoking his deepest desires under the cosmic aura of the desire, and they wanted to chain his very essence to it all. Ultimately, this would have ended with Lucian being corrupted and controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire. It was a great plan and all, and it would have succeeded if it had been someone else in the place of Lucian. Alas, it was not. Lucian opened his silver eyes, exhaling in the embers of tranquility, though his flames raged in wrath, pouring out from his figure in waves and melting the twisted chains. How? Sua's voice expressed his thorough astonishment and bemusement. How do you still stand in front of my mother? You underestimated me, my will, and my determination. Lucian stated calmly, clutching his sword. Now you shall pay for it. The demon of the end had gathered all of his resolve, determination, and will, then he imposed them on reality throughout the battlefield with his words, and everything in the battlefield shimmered with silver light, submitting to his whims. At this moment, Lucien held control over the reality of their battlefield. He achieved this through the authority of conquest, which was all about conquering everything, even reality itself. He had achieved the true might of the conqueror. Lucien willed the projection of the chained god to dissipate, severing the connection that Sua managed to establish to the battlefield, and of course, Sua tried to stop him after getting out of his shock, but with the advantage of controlling reality itself, he managed to keep him busy for those few moments. As the projection of the chained god faded away, Lucien discreetly breathed a sigh of relief. A major trouble was averted by his swift response, though the surprise and distraction of Sua also helped. Finally, Lucien concentrated on the abomination himself, which thrashed out of the ocean of white roses in wrath and bewilderment. His twisted figure was completely decaying in the embrace of death, but as soon as he got out, he purged away the influences of Lucien with his authorities. You. He hissed. What are you? Me. Lucien chuckled. I have many names and titles, but you can call me Reaper, for I am here to claim your soul. Arrogance. Sua yelled, twisted laughter bursting from each of his mouths. Just because you managed to send the chained god away doesn't mean you've won. Oh, but I have. Lucien grinned as his figure erupted with a catastrophic aura. I should thank you, to be honest. I was actually able to attain the true might of the conqueror thanks to your little attempt to corrupt me. There is nothing you can do now but accept your fate. Sua trembled as the aura passed over him. In the face of it, all of his senses screamed danger, danger that might end his life. Impossible, the abomination thought in astonishment. It was not that he never considered death, but with the existence of his mother backing him, even the gods themselves were helpless to deal with his existence. Oh. Lucien squinted in amusement, seeing through him. You don't really think your mother will save you this time? Of course. Sua wanted to reply vehemently, but he lost his voice because he couldn't connect with his mother. She was still there in the cosmos, but something, most likely those wretched gods, was blocking him from reaching out to his mother. It was at this moment that Sua realized the cruel truth. This was a trap from the start, but not for Lucien but for himself. He was never going to get out of here alive. He was going to be forever separated from his mother. But Sua would never accept that, he could never accept it, and so he roared and rushed at Lucien with all his might, feigning an intention to battle him to death while trying to find a way out of here. Futile. Lucien stated, looking ahead at the abomination. My declaration still stands, submit to me, the abomination of the world. Sua froze in his tracks as the familiar declaration was imposed on himself, but it was so much more powerful this time, as though everything was pressing down on his very existence in a bid to make him submit to Lucien. The abomination tried to resist, stirring all of his authorities against the declaration, but when they faced the blazing will of Lucien, they began to waver and flatter, just like his own existence. And he was losing himself, slowly falling into the clutches of the Reaper. No. He was going to escape. He was going to see his mother again. No matter what. Sua actually began to push Lucien's will out of himself, and just as he began to see hope, he abruptly felt all of his instincts screech, but it was too late, since the crimson sword had already pierced through his very existence, all but melting his determination and will into pieces, and immediately, the declaration began to fill the entirety of his being. Such a determination. Such a will. Lucien walked towards Sua, who remained completely frozen. I almost admire you, Sua. He stopped in front of the abomination. If you had kept it going, you would have succeeded and broken my declaration, you might even have had a chance to escape from me. But alas, you are not the hero of this story, nor am I the villain. So this ends now. The demon of the end spoke, his voice severe and harsh, passing his final judgment on Sua. Kill yourself. Sua did as he was told, like a puppet following the command of his master. His figure soon began evaporating bit by bit as the glaring rays of the sun broke through the clouds and illuminated him in blazing brilliance. Mother. In the last embers of his will, he whispered painfully. I am sorry, I failed you. Then the abomination of the world was gone, melting and burning away into ashes, leaving behind a black chain with the thrones that emitted steam under the scorching rays before finally becoming still in serenity. Lucien looked at the ashes sweeping away in the winds in moments of heavy silence, his somber face bathed in the golden rays of the sun. Then he bent down and picked the chain after making certain it was safe, and then he looked up at the sky. The clouds were dissipating, revealing the golden sun, blazing and searing, in the heavens. I need to leave immediately. He thought with trepidation. He was certain that the moment he cut his connection with the sword of the conqueror and exited the stage of equilibrium, the brunt of the fight would come bearing down on him. It wasn't that he wouldn't be able to bear it, nevertheless, it was a moment of weakness that anyone could take advantage of. They might just decide to deal with him and be done with all trouble, for example, the eternal blazing sun, he was certain those were the exact thoughts going through the divine mind of the sun now. Lucian exhaled, looking around the destroyed Berserk Sea for one last time, then frowned, for all that greeted him was a wasteland corrupted by authorities. Something must be done about this, he thought as he began to teleport through the spirit world, or repercussions on the world would be severe. But before he could completely teleport away, the spirit world fell into chaos, and all the knowledge and information in it began to stir and tremble as something colossal emerged from within them. Lucian looked up, his pupils shrinking at the divine sight that greeted him. It was an illusory tower. Every level was made up of thick books. Each book had a brass eye on it. The higher one looked, the darker it became. It was filled with the aura of insanity, destruction, inauspiciousness, and disaster. The tower extended into the sky as though it had encompassed the entire world within itself, including the destroyed Berserk Sea. Immediately following that, all around Lucian, pitch-black stone columns were erected, setting up a majestic cathedral. Inside this cathedral, each column, each arch, and each domed surface were embedded with the bones of different races. They were densely packed together, protecting Lucian within them. With the appearance of the cathedral, faint thunderclaps began to echo from the infinite heights, and the blazing sun in the high heavens began to shine brighter as well. But even as the cathedral faded away into the dreams of the world, the blazing sun still shone and the faint thunderclaps still resounded, but they ultimately did nothing to stop its disappearance. With that, the illusory tower that encompassed the world emitted an inconceivable light, illuminating everything for a moment before fading away along with the tower into the astral world. The world remained the same, the southern continent was in chaos due to the war between the numinous episcopate and the northern countries, and the northern continent finally took notice of the situation, but it was too late, nothing appeared to have changed, but the blazing sun shone on the surface of the stormy blue sea between the southern and northern continents said otherwise. It was as if a battle between the strongest archangels had never occurred here. And if one were to put a word to what that illusory tower did, it would be miracle. Corpse Cathedral. Lucian sat on a chair in the cathedral, his crimson sword and the thorny chain beside him. He looked utterly pale and weak, leaning completely back on the chair as he heavily breathed in and out, gazing up at the ceiling with hazy eyes. But as Adam appeared before him, Lucian flashed a big smile at the angel of imagination that said anything but weakness. I told you victory was in my veins, didn't I? A/N, phew, this chapter took some time to complete. I hope you found the fight good, as I tried my best in it. And as always, stones will be appreciated, they keep me motivated. Chapter 31, Reunion. Outskirts of Backlund, Lone Kingdom. Klein accepted the creeping hunger from Mr. Azik after questioning him about the circumstances. So, Queen Mystic is Bernadette Gustave. That is an awful coincidence, Zangwill escaped, what a pity. Thinking on this, what is the truth behind this entire event? I have a feeling Bernadette found out, maybe even Mr. Azik too. Azik passed the flesh glove to him and looked like he was about to say something, but something seemed to have captured his attention, making him turn and look in the direction of the Berserk Sea. What happened, Mr. Azik? Klein immediately questioned. Azik, on the other hand, had slipped into a rueful trance. Lucian Eggers. He murmured to himself, his black eyes slowly filling with realization. Lucian Eggers. Who is that? Klein pondered. Could he be related to? His musings were cut short by a soothing voice. You called, father. Klein drew back instinctively, looking ahead in disbelief as someone emerged in front of them. He was a young man with a bronze complexion and a well-chiseled physique. His black hair was short and curly, emitting a darkness only nothingness could match. His eyes were platinum silver and glittered like the argent moon at night. He was dressed in dark robes embroidered with gold threads. But these were not his most noticeable features, rather, 6 pairs of metallic-colored wings emerged grimly from behind his back. An angel. Klein was alarmed and shocked, but he concentrated on the number of wings behind the angel's back. No, an archangel. And did he just refer to Mr. Azik as his father? The archangel in question, most likely Lucian Eggers, focused his silver eyes on Klein, and beneath his gaze, Klein felt stripped, as if all of his secrets were laid bare for the archangel to see and witness, and sweat began to flow down his cheeks. Leave us, Klein Moretti. Lucian stated bluntly. And I will overlook the fact that you are still alive. To be honest, Klein wasn't surprised that the archangel had discovered his identity or even the fact that he had been revived, but what truly worried him was whether the grey fog had been discovered by him as well. Thinking about that possibility alone nearly collapsed his clown mask, but he somehow managed to pull himself together and looked at Azik in question and worry. Azik had been fixated on Lucian ever since he emerged, his eyes brimming with a myriad of emotions, but as Klein gazed at him, he said, "It's fine, Klein." He softly nodded. "Leave us." Klein gave Azik one last look but found nothing but acceptance and determination, so he nodded and walked away from them as quickly as he could. Azik and Lucian stood together, watching Klein vanish into the dense woodland towards the Backlund. Do you have to spook him like that, son? Azik asked, finally breaking the silence between them. I wasn't spooking him. Lucian shrugged, side-glancing his father. You know, father, I am the Reaper, and it is my responsibility. He had once escaped from my hands, and I am confident he will do it again. Ah. Azek gave a faint smile. You won't go after him if he really did that, will you? Klein Moretti is a very special soul. Lucian said, his gaze somewhere far away. But he doesn't belong to me. Who does he belong to, then? Azek asked quietly. Mysteries. Lucian revealed, his voice low and faint, almost a whisper in the dark. Mysteries. Azek repeated, his eyes sweeping with realization once again. Oh, that answers a lot of questions, but if what you said is true, he's in for a terrible path. Lucian said nothing to that, merely gazing ahead at the foggy backland in repose. I am sorry. Azek suddenly said, turning and facing his son. Lucian stated quietly. Don't be. How can you say that? Azek said ruefully, closing his eyes. I abandoned you, Lucian. Father, you did what you had to do. Lucian looked him in the eyes. I don't blame you for it. Azek felt a sharp pain in his chest. Even though his son said that, it did not alleviate his guilt but rather worsened it. You already know it. He stated factually. Yes. Lucian nodded faintly. I am aware of your problem and the underlying cause. Even I know your true identity, father. He trailed into silence. At that, Azek took a breath, his tense eyes flickering at the metallic wings of his son. You are an archangel. Son, what have you been through in these years? Honestly, father, not as much as you think, Lucian said wryly. Don't dismiss it all like that. Azek scolded gently. Lucian merely chuckled, gazing forward at the world as the winds rustled his dark hair. Lucian, look at me. Azek commanded, and Lucian did so, titling his head at his father. I know that even though I am your father, I might as well be a stranger to you after what I did. Father. Lucian wanted to argue. No, son. Azek cut him off abruptly. I abandoned you, and yes, I had my reasons, but that doesn't change the fact that what I did was wrong. I robbed you of a home and a normal childhood. Lucian pressed his lips into a thin line. My life wasn't all that bad. He spoke slowly in reminiscence. There were struggles and hurdles here and there, but what is life without them? He looked into the eyes of his father. So, father, please don't you blame yourself. What had happened had happened. Nothing can change that. All we can do is make sure we do right by our mistakes from now on. Azek sighed, a heavy and sorrowful sigh. You've matured into a fine young man. I may have missed out on everything in your life, but at least let me say this, I couldn't be prouder of you, Lucian. Lucian immediately stood still in his place, turning away from his father. Enough about me now, let's focus on you, father. Azek merely smiled in amusement and ruefulness. Lucian fixed his glare at Azek, making him finally drop his smile. Fine, fine, he still chuckled lightly. But it is great to know that your emotions aren't just a mask. They never were, father. Lucian admitted silently. Anyway, I'm actually here to take you back home. Home. Azek looked at Lucian deeply. Where would that be? The southern continent. Lucian answered. You don't belong here, father, you never did. The only reason you still walk freely is because you had value to Evernight Goddess, but with me here, not anymore. Evernight Goddess. Azek raised his brows in question and surprise. Have you ever considered why, despite the Church of the Evernight Goddess knowing about your specialness, they never make an effort to capture you and let you always stay one step ahead of them? Lucian inquired, tilting his head at his father. But why? Azek inquired, confused, after a moment of contemplative silence. What am I to a god? Now don't underestimate yourself, father. Lucian revealed. Your true identity is unique, I mean, truly unique, someone who can change an entire world with their choices. Azek once again fell into a contemplative silence, mulling over the revelation. But, son, you are still not telling me the truth. He ultimately said to Lucian. That's because we are running on short notice. Lucian said, looking up at the golden sun, which was gradually beginning to shine brighter and brighter. I know this is too abrupt, too hasty, but you need to make a choice immediately, father. Is someone on your tail? Azek asked. Yes. Lucian said, extending his hand to his father. Eternal blazing Sunday. Azek peered at Lucian but only found somberness and severeness, then, without hesitation, he grasped his hand, and immediately, they plunged into palettes of colors that were the spirit world. Can you at least tell me what you did to draw the ire of a god? Not a god, but gods. I will tell you everything once we are at home, father, Lucian said as they zoomed through the spirit realm at unfathomable speeds. Azek hummed compliantly, even though he was still very curious, worried, and vexed about all that had happened to his son. His emotions were a complete jumble, to be honest. But before leaving, we have to pick up someone. Lucien suddenly said, exiting the spirit world along with his father to descend into a carriage on the borders of Intis and Lone. Within the carriage was Bernadette Gustave, who was still trying to recover from all that had happened. The requirements for the ritual of the sage were completed, but she hadn't tried to advance immediately considering her unstable state. There was also the possibility of interference from the hidden sage. Bernadette Gustave. A half-surprised voice sounded before her, prompting her to look up in tension and guard, which reduced as she saw who the intruders were. It was still somewhat surprising to see them together, but considering they were essentially from the same family, it seemed reasonable enough. Lucien extended his other hand to the Queen Mystic. "We need to leave," he stated. "There is no place for you in the northern continent anymore." "What do you mean?" Bernadette snapped her weary eyes at the Reaper. Lucien merely pointed at the carriage window, and Bernadette followed him with caution, looking outside the carriage. What caught her attention was the sun, blazing and searing in high heavens, and immediately, her clairvoyant senses revealed to her what could happen next. The blazing sun expanded in her vision until it filled everything. And she closed her eyes, blood seeping out from them, but she ignored that and grabbed Lucien's hand tightly. Then they disappeared from the northern continent, diving into the depths of the spirit world. "What about now, son?" Azek asked, giving in to his worry and curiosity. Bernadette stilled at his words, but she gathered her thoughts to focus on Lucien rather than the fact that the Death Council was the Reaper's father, as she had an intuitive sensation that Lucien's answer would be very important, but if she had to put a precise word on it, it would be epical. She just hoped it would explain why she would attract the attention of the Evernight Goddess and the eternal blazing sun in a single day. "I liberated the southern continent." Lucien spoke calmly, as if he were discussing everyday issues. And their reactions were truly a sight to behold. Chapter 32, Freedom. Corpse Cathedral. Lucien sat on a chair in the cathedral, his crimson sword and the thorny chain beside him. He looked utterly pale and weak, leaning completely back on the chair as he heavily breathed in and out, gazing up at the ceiling with hazy eyes. But as Adam appeared before him, Lucien flashed a big smile at the angel of imagination that said anything but weakness. "I told you victory was in my veins, didn't I?" Adam looked at Lucien with limpid eyes. "You are truly an anomaly." "Anomaly, you say, can't argue with that," Lucien said in between breaths. "But why do you bring that up now?" "I foresaw your victory," Adam said serenely, sitting next to him. "But not in the way you achieved it." "What changed?" Lucien breathed out, curious. "You would have defeated Sua, but you won't have enough power to kill him. So, not wanting to waste such a valuable opportunity, the gods would act and finish the job," Adam disclosed. "Oh, I see." Lucien took a breath, his hazy eyes slowly becoming clear and bright. "The source of change happened when I achieved the true might of the Conqueror." "Yes." Adam spoke gently, his gaze fixated on the cross at the altar. "It is impossible to unleash the true might of authorities from sealed artifacts unless your existence is closely related to the said sealed artifact, which you clearly do not have with the Crimson Sword." "I get it," Lucien said. "But aren't you forgetting something? The calamity of destruction and the eternal darkness could still have a connection despite my existence." "Perhaps," Adam said, his golden eyes gleaming with a sharp light. "Perhaps not. Even I am not so sure anymore. There are still too many mysteries out there in the cosmos to uncover." "You won't have to wait for long, as you will soon ascend to become the God Almighty," Lucien foretold. "Then mysteries will become meaningless in front of you." "But, Lucien, your very existence contradicts your words," Adam retorted simply. "I know." Lucien sighed, a heavy and weary sigh. "If there is one thing I learned from my reincarnation, it is that the cosmos is infinite and limitless, encompassing all possibilities and impossibilities." He paused. "A fool once said, death is but the next great adventure." Albus Dumbledore, Adam said immediately. "So this Earth also had Harry Potter, eh?" Lucien raised his brows slowly. "Our Earths are completely similar, until the apocalypse, if we only consider the material universe." Adam nodded sagely. "I thought as much." Lucien sat up straight and rested his hand on the armrest, a hiss escaping his lips. "Anyway, back to Albus Dumbledore. Nothing can deny that man was a fool, but sometimes fools are the ones who can see the truth for what it is. I don't think he was entirely wrong when he remarked, death is but the next great adventure. Fool. Adam whispered under his breath, almost in thought, then he shook his head. "We can continue discussing this afterwards." "Yeah, let's," Lucien said. "After we become pillars." Adam hummed thoughtfully, holding the silver cross. Then he grabbed the sword of the Conqueror, examining it. "Do you know who this belonged to?" he asked rhetorically. Lucien guessed offhandedly. Sauron. Einhorn. Adam corrected, looking at the tip of the crimson sword. He was a true conqueror, despite being a woman in the beginning. Oh. Lucian raised his brows in surprise as he almost heard praise in Adam's tone. Not everyone can end up accepting the gender transition. Adam elaborated, noting his surprise. Look at the demoness pathway, why do you think it is in its current state? You don't mean. Lucian's clear eyes widened. The truth was incredible, but thinking about it, it does explain a lot of twisted things going on and about in the demoness pathway. Yes. Adam confirmed gently. Cheek never fully accepted her transition. Her contradictory feelings about her gender affected the demoness pathway, allowing only men who transitioned into women to progress further. That's fucked up even for a god. Lucian hissed, half in pain and half in incredulity. She should seriously see a psychiatrist at this point. Adam smiled, but he didn't seem to want to delve deeper into the struggles of the primordial demoness. But Einhorn was different, he ultimately accepted what he had become. And that led to glory and victory, but alas, he fell in the end. Under your story. Lucian added with a twitch of his lips. Yes. Adam nodded in pity. It was a necessary sacrifice. Necessary. Lucian mulled over that bitter word. I probably shouldn't bring this up, but you know, I greatly value loyalty and dedication. Adam gestured for him to continue, and so Lucian did. Medici, Red Angel, was your. Lucian corrected himself since Adam was Adam and the ancient sun god was the ancient sun god, both were the same but distinct in essence. Your father's most loyal angel, other than Ouroboros, I even think if he asked Medici to put down his life, he wouldn't hesitate to do so, so if I may ask, why did you do this? He refrained from phrasing it as a betrayal, as he knew Adam enough to know that he must have reason to do this, no matter how callous and heartless that may seem. Adam was silent for a moment, grabbing the silver cross, before saying silently. After my father's fall, Medici became distraught and devastated. Imagine achieving everything you wanted, only for it all to collapse at the hands of people you considered your sworn brothers. It would do a number on anyone, and Medici was no exception. He was hell-bent on revenge and willing to do anything to achieve it. He got corrupted, didn't he? Lucian sucked in a breath. City of Calamity. Adam said, his gaze somewhere far away. The only way to save him was death, so I granted it. What a tragic fate. Lucian sighed, placing his chin in his palm. You needn't feel pity for him. As you know, he is still alive, and he is, Adam paused, gazing at Lucian. Coming for you. What? Lucian stilled in his place for a moment, then understood, his gaze flickering to the crimson sword. When you achieve the true might of the conqueror, your will resonated with every beyonder of the red priest pathway. Adam gave the crimson sword back to Lucian. Lucian held the sword, looking at it deeply. Let him come. He breathed out. I will face him. Adam said nothing to that, looking ahead at the cross at the altar in silence. Anyway, I feel somewhat better now. Lucian stood up from the chair. I better go and deal with the fallout. He began walking towards the door of the corpse cathedral. What do you think Augustus will be doing now? Will he be pulling out his baboon hair in frustration and rage? He asked offhandedly, stopping in the foyer. Probably, Adam indulged Lucian without turning back to him. But not for long, you made your move, now it is time for the gods to make theirs. I wonder, Lucian whispered, even though he had a good idea what the gods planning to do. Then he was gone, plunging into the dreams of the world, leaving behind a whisper. What they will do. Southern continent. The fight between the numinous episcopate and northern continent militaries has thrown the entire continent into chaos. Even though the battles were limited to the bases, the blows exchanged between angels had an effect on the entire continent, causing mass panic here and there. But the local governments, who had prepared well enough for this situation, immediately acted to bring back order to the continent, but they didn't forget to take advantage of the chaos to deal with the last remnants of northern supporters. As for the military bases, every one of them was either destroyed or occupied by the numinous episcopate. The fighting everywhere began to cease, except in Caesar Bay, where the forces of Rose of the School of Thought were making a desperate last stand after Barcana fell, but it was ultimately futile since Reinette Tinker personally entered the battlefield to deal with them. The Queen of Curses kneeled over all the dead bodies of prisoners, and from within them, white roses grew, creating a flower field that filled the entire battlefield. Teacher. Sharon whispered, standing behind her and placing her hands on her shoulders. She didn't escape the war unscathed, scars and bruises filled her, despite becoming a demigod. Reinette turned to her student, and Sharon froze in shock, for her teacher was smiling, a small and faint smile. We won, Sharon. She closed her eyes in the embers of serenity. Sua had been slain. Sharon immediately embraced her teacher, their figures bathed in the fainting light of the sun. At the same time, in Colaine, outside the lone base, Lucian landed, holding the crimson sword and thorny chain. He turned and looked at the restored berserk sea. How exactly did the god of knowledge and wisdom achieve this? What authority did he use? He ruminated on the issue until Bernadette and Azek emerged in front of him. Lucian retrieved the soul projection back into him. Come on, he said to them. We can't miss this. You have a lot of explaining to do, son. Azek noted as he walked alongside Lucian and Bernadette. You will understand everything soon. Lucian merely said while they entered the ruined military base where everything was temporarily gathering. With his appearance, the hectic ruins fell silent, and everyone bowed to him in respect and reverence, even the injured, who managed to bow their heads despite their pain and suffering. Enough. Lucian acknowledged with a faint smile. Tend to yourself first. And so they did, but still, the hecticness didn't return to the ruins. Lucian strode forward towards the edge of the ruins with Azek and Bernadette in silence. As they reached it, Sia and Hader joined them, all of them looking ahead at the group of nervous and tense mid-sequence beyonders. They stood atop the rumble while holding a huge flag in their hands, facing the sea. They looked like they were about to raise it, but his appearance interrupted them. Continue. The Reaper ordered to the mid-sequence beyonders, who froze in their places before nodding enthusiastically and grabbing the pole of the flag tightly. Everyone. Lucian declared, capturing the attention of all. I want to say many things to you in light of what we accomplished, but words can never do justice sometimes, so come on, let's witness the dawn of a new era together. And so, under the eyes of all, the flag was slowly raised by the Beyonders together, its black background with a white rose and strips gleaming brilliantly in the golden rays of sun. It was the new flag of the Balam Empire. A sudden flash of light illuminated the Beyonders, raising the flag, which was immediately followed by a sharp click. A picture was taken. A picture that would go on to be one of the most epical images known to mankind, one that changed the course of the entire history. For, at this moment, the era of colonialism was brought to an end. And the southern continent was liberated. As the flag of the Balam Empire rose and flapped in the winds of the world, every soul on the southern continent could feel something different filling everything around them. It was strangely familiar, something they had yearned for so long, something they were willing to give everything for, and they have finally achieved it. Freedom. And bloody tears were shed from the eyes of the world. A/N, okay guys, my exams are starting. I may not be able to keep up my daily update schedule anymore, but I will try my best, anyway. And as always, stones will be appreciated, they keep me motivated. Chapter 33, Repercussions. The sky over Byam was swept by storms and thunder. Rain poured down over the capital, quenching the fires that had nearly brought it down. Its harsh droplets rained down on the rubble, smothering the cries and sobs of innumerable people. Harrow Gaunt landed on scorched ground, his countenance stormy. How is the situation? He addressed his inquiry to John Cottam, Archbishop and Saint of the Church of Storms. Grave, Cardinal Harrow. John Cottam spoke severely. The base has been completely destroyed, and there are no survivors. They made certain of that. And Byam is in ruins, we're still tallying casualties, but we may estimate more than. He closed his eyes and said, 100000. Harrow's electric eyes blazed at Cottam. I was not asking about what happened. He spoke as lightning blazed across the sky, followed by thunderclaps. John Cottam bowed his head completely, his blue hair drenched from the rain. The resistance is mobilizing as we speak. They want to use turmoil to grab control of the entire archipelago. If nothing is done, it will almost certainly fall into their hands. He reported with a suppressed quiver in his voice. Harrow clenched his jaw. Hold down the fort for loan. Yes, Cardinal. John Cottam responded swiftly, his head still bowed, not daring to look at that enraged angel. Then he swiftly left amidst the stormy winds to carry out the order. Harrow looked at the sky. How bad is it? He asked Ariana, the angel of CONC element, who appeared silently near him. The southern continent, Ariana said serenely, is liberated. Harrow Gaunt closed his eyes for a second as lightning streaked across the sky, then opened them gravely. How could such an operation go undetected until the very end? We have a job to do, Harrow. Ariana said succinctly. Regardless of the truth. Harrow Gaunt exclaimed exasperatedly. All right, then. We might as well be done with it. Though I personally think this is a gamble. Our opinions matters not. Ariana said simply. Harrow Gaunt opened his mouth to retort, but looking at her perpetually inscrutable face, he sighed. Let's go. Backlund, Lone Kingdom. Audrey walked by the windows, looking at the fog mixed with pale yellow and iron-black colors rapidly dispersing. When she saw the heavy rain that was incompatible with winter, her heart felt more at ease. But there was still a tinge of worry as she headed towards her father's room. She reached for the door, but she froze as she heard whispers from within. He is gone. Earl Hall said. It is gone. Everything is gone. Audrey had never heard her father sound so broken and fragile. Husband, what actually happened? Caitlin Hall spoke, her concern evident in her voice. Alfred, the colonies, the bases, Earl Hall said, all of them, Caitlin. There was a stumble, followed by the sound of a vase breaking, but Audrey wasn't so sure, for she clutched her chest tightly. Please, please tell me, Caitlin said, you are jesting. There was only silence, silence so heavy and oppressive that Audrey felt she couldn't breathe, and she ran as the sorrowful screams of her mother rang in her ears, filling everything. It made her heart pound painfully against her chest. Susie followed her, calling to her in worry, but she locked herself within her room and crashed against her door, breaking down in tears. No. Audrey wheezed, resting her back on the door. No, 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 no. Alfred. Her heartbreaking sobbing mirrored that of every mother, daughter, father, brother, and lover who were slowly receiving the news from the southern continent. Forsaken land of gods. My lord. Ouroboros reported silently. He succeeded. The shadows that blanketed him stirred as the voice reverberated throughout them. Give him my offer after his coronation. Yes, my lord. Ouroboros bowed. Medici has returned. The shadows continued hoarsely. And he is going after him. Ouroboros slightly froze at the mention of that name, then nodded impassively. I will see to him. The shadows calmed down, leaving Ouroboros all to himself in reckoning silence. Medici. He whispered under his breath, a touch of emotion blooming in his ever-impassive eyes. As foolish as always. He smiled. Fanapater. Grace Castilla, the ancestor of the Castilla family, brooded on her throne. She was an archangel, the hand of order, who had managed to survive the dark times of the Fourth Epoch and even came out on top. Her family was ruling 1/4 of the continent under her order, after all. But even she had to admit that what happened in the past few hours was epical. Something so significant like this hadn't happened since the end of the Fourth Epoch. The southern continent was liberated. She could literally feel it in her senses. The twisted order that the little George established in the East Balam collapsed like a sandcastle hit by waves, and with that, he lost the title of emperor along with any hopes of becoming the Black Emperor. It was almost comical. Castilla suppressed a bark of laughter, considering how much effort and work he had put into it, only for it all to go down the drain. However, she knew better than to think it was the end of him. Chaos and disorder would soon take over the world, and George, slimy snake that he was, would completely take advantage of the situation. She wouldn't even be surprised if he managed to survive till the end. There was also a high chance that the gods would make their move in light of all that happened. Whatever that might be, she knew it would push the world into war regardless. War. Her kingdom was unaffected by the Reaper and his organization's onslaught as they had no colonies or oversea military bases. Nevertheless, despite this, she knew that even they couldn't escape what was going to happen. Earth Mother always opted to remain neutral, but with the situation with Reaper, she sure won't continue to maintain her stance. Speaking of the Reaper, he was an enigma through and through. Castilla, despite all her powers, still wasn't sure of the identity of the Reaper, which was enveloped in mysteries. She had her guesses, though, but none were plausible enough. But she was certain about one thing about the Reaper: he was planning on becoming the Death. It was all too obvious for her, and the Reaper was capable enough, unlike the little George. After all, he managed to slay Sua, the abomination of the world, in the Berserk Sea and even pushed the god of knowledge and wisdom to personally act. All in all, the Reaper's ascension to death was something that the Evernight goddess and the god of combat wouldn't want to see. This would ultimately boil down to the War of Gods, which hadn't happened since the fall of Death. Grace felt a headache at that revelation, but she shoved it aside, focusing on the situation at hand. Before her throne stood her descendant, the king of Fanapater Kingdom, who was waiting for her instructions on how to respond to the situation. Adopt a wait-and-see approach, she decided, tapping the armrest of her throne. Nevertheless, start preparing for war. Is it truly unavoidable? The king said, his voice strained. Great powers are at play here, Henrik. Grace said, humming under her breath. Neither I nor you can stop what is to come. She paused in a moment of grimness. Prepare. That's all we can do. The king, Henrik Castilla, bowed to Grace. I will see to it, ancestor. Illiniza, Southern Continent. The headquarters of Numinous Episcopate. Bernadette Gustave hated Lucien Eggers. Because of him, she had to abandon her entire life on the Northern Continent. She was now a fugitive, wanted across the Northern Continent for assisting and abetting the rebel armies of Balam. That's what the Northern people were calling Numinous Episcopate. You could assume this was nothing to her, considering she was the Queen of Pirates, but these two situations were completely different. When she was the Queen of Pirates, she could at least freely travel around the northern countries as long as she kept her head down, but now, if she dared to step into the Northern Continent, she would be immediately besieged by angels of the Orthodox churches. To top it all off, there was a kill-at-sight order on her from Lone and Intis. Bernadette Gustave sighed, rubbing her temples. To be honest, she knew Lucien wasn't fully to blame for her predicament. After all, it was her choice to accept his blessing and his arrangement, albeit knowing full well that once she did, there was no coming back. And now she was reaping what she had sown. The queen mystic gazed at the stars adorned in the dark blanket thrown around the world by the ever-night goddess. Her chaotic heart was slowly calming down in the serenity of the night. She was standing on the balcony of the room of the numinous episcopate headquarters that had been temporarily assigned to her. The headquarters, as expected, were cold, bizarre, and drafty, befitting the organization that worshipped the death, yet even she can't ignore their strange luxuriousness that brought repose to her soul. Death is strange. Bernadette thought as she turned back and began walking towards the bedroom, which was well protected under her enchantments. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. She wanted to get some rest after making all the preparations for her organization, Elemental Dawn, to relocate to the southern continent. She even notified Katlia of her decision, advising her to be cautious and avoid the northern continent as well, notwithstanding the fact that her little girl should already be steering her ship at full speed to the southern continent to locate her. She was unconcerned about this operation as her organization only operated in the seas and colonies. And now that almost all the navy of the northern countries was gone in the assault, this operation was bound to be successful. Even if there were any hindrances, she wouldn't hesitate to personally deal with them. As she brooded on her current situation, she reached for the hand of the door in the balcony, but before she could open it, her senses tingled. Bernadette turned immediately to witness Lucien floating before her balcony, his metallic wings flapping silently in the light of the stars. "May I?" he asked in a polite tone. She frowned inwardly, half wondering why he was here and half fretting that the tranquility she had finally attained would be disturbed by his appearance. Nevertheless, her face didn't betray her emotions as she nodded silently, inviting him to sit at the table at the edge of the balcony. "Sorry for dropping in like this," Lucien said as they sat down, his wings melting away into the darkness of night. "It's fine." Bernadette shook her head, her face lit by stars. Lucien hummed. "You look tried." "I am," Bernadette admitted, her impassiveness melting away with his words. Today was just too much for her, so she couldn't bother to continue acting for someone who could see through her facade regardless. "Good." Lucien praised her with a smile on his lips. "What?" Bernadette pressed, unnerved. "As the saying goes, beauty is how we feel on the inside." Lucien said quietly, pointing to his chest. "You should try to follow it." He indicated her heart. "Drop your perpetual mask and express yourself more, for you." He ceased suddenly, as if comprehending what he was about to say next, but he proceeded with a light smile. "Are truly beautiful, then?" Bernadette blinked. "Are you flirting with me?" "Oh, I am sorry." Lucien groaned, but his voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Was I that obvious?" Chapter 34, Choices and Paths. As the saying goes, beauty is how we feel on the inside. Lucien whispered softly while pointing to his chest. "You should try to follow it." He pointed to her heart. "Drop your perpetual mask and express yourself more, for you." He suddenly paused, as if he were also finally realizing what was about to say next, but he forged on with a light smile. "Are truly beautiful then?" Bernadette blinked. "Are you flirting with me?" "Oh, I am sorry." Lucien groaned, but his voice was dripping with sarcasm. "Was I that obvious?" Bernadette blinked again, trying to get her head around what just transpired. She was frozen in her chair, cold wind sweeping her hair. "Why are you so nonplussed?" Lucien leaned forward in his chair, intrigued. Like a young maiden receiving her first compliment. Bernadette got hold of herself, then retorted sharply. "You are a king of angels." "So?" Lucien shrugged, not bothering to correct her. "Just because I am a mythical creature doesn't mean I have lost all of my human desires." "I mean time," Bernadette elaborated, but was cut off. "Oh." Lucien drawled with raised brows. "You actually think I am old?" Bernadette tempered her tone carefully so as not to appear offensive as she sensed a shift in the atmosphere encompassing them. "You are not." Lucien looked at her in the eyes. "I am younger than you." He nailed the coffin shut. Bernadette suppressed her gasp as she recoiled in her seat. Of course, he was younger than her. She might have noticed it sooner if she had taken a closer look at his silver eyes, which were filled with vigor and youth. Those were not the eyes of someone who had seen the world for all that it was. Lucien smiled brilliantly, relishing her shock. "But I meant what I said, Bernadette Gustave, you are truly beautiful without your mask." Bernadette composed herself and looked him in the eyes. "I am flattered." She allowed a gentle smile to grow on her lips, and it was genuine, but deep down, she didn't want to encourage him since relationships were the last thing on her mind, much less one with the king of angels. Thankfully, Lucien seemed to pick up on her reservations, much to her relief. "Anyway, I am here to discuss your ascension. I am planning on doing it tomorrow." Bernadette said, leaning back in her seat. But there is still something. She hesitated. To be honest, she wanted to ask for Lucien's help with this, but the thought of becoming more indebted to him kept her from approaching him. She didn't really know what he would ask of her in return or whether she would be able to fulfill it. It's hidden sage, isn't it? Lucien narrowed his silver eyes at Bernadette, and she nodded begrudgingly. Then he brooded for a moment before saying, proceed with your ascension. I will deal with hidden sage. Bernadette nodded once more. After all that happened today, she had no doubts about his ability. I am indebted. She uttered those bitter words because she didn't really have any other choice. Don't be. Lucien chuckled. Another angel joining my side for the upcoming war. I couldn't have asked for more. There it is. Bernadette's lips twitched. The price. But she felt a sliver of relief knowing that the price wasn't something beyond her abilities. And her participation in the war was inevitable anyway. Lucien stood up from his chair and said, what do you say, Bernadette Gustave? He extended his hand to her. Bernadette took a breath, shaking his hand with resolve. There was no turning back anymore, so she might as well take a gamble on this path. At least there was hope for finding her father in it. That's the spirit. Lucien smiled warmly. Then he waved his hands, summoning cups of wine in both of their hands. For our future, he said to her. Bernadette raised her glass to him, admiring his ethereal face illuminated by the stars. He was stunning, nothing could deny that, and they clinked it together, enjoying their wine in harmony. With that, the last of her reservations faded away. This was her path now. She just hoped she wouldn't come to regret her choice today. A short while later, Lucien also stopped by to meet his father. He tensed as soon as he noticed his father reading reports about the assault, even though he was the one who handed them to him at his request. Sit down, son. Isaac pointed to the chair in front of him with a touch of weariness in his eyes. Lucien obliged silently, taking a seat in front of his father. Are you done with your duties for the day? Isaac asked, gathering the reports on the table and putting them aside. Almost. Lucien shook his head, leaning in on his seat to make himself more comfortable. Enough about me, father, have you gone through the reports? Yes. Isaac nodded. So? Lucien drawled. What do you think? Son. Isaac sighed, seeing through him. You worry too much. I am not going to judge you for this. I am in no position to do that after failing my duties as a father. Father. Lucien began, frowning, but Isaac cut him off. And I am sure you have your reasons. I do. Lucien shifted in his seat uncomfortably. But, as you said, having reasons alone cannot justify what I have done. If only I knew you would use my own words against me before. Isaac said mirthlessly. Lucien merely smiled, half closing his eyes. So, do you regret it? Isaac leaned forward in his seat, noting his uncomfortableness. Oh, no. Lucien shook his head immediately. I don't regret my choice. At all. He came to a halt in a moment of severe silence. It's just that seeing you read those reports and what you might think of them made me feel the gravity of what I did for a moment. Son. Isaac said, his tone slow and gentle. If you want to talk about it, I am all ears. Lucien was silent for a moment, then he shook his head once again with heaviness. I am fine, father. He forged forth with a light smile, regaining his spirits. I will adapt. I always have. You needn't worry much, father. Lucien. Isaac began, but, seeing his guileless smile, he merely sighed. I understand, son. He said finally. But remember, I am always here. I know. Lucien murmured morosely, his gaze fixed on the fireplace in the corner of the room. But I'm afraid I'm not sure you'll be able to live up to those words. My condition. Isaac half closed his eyes, his weary face illuminated by the ember of fire. Lucien refocused on his father. I have a way, father, to stop your cycles of undying and heal you completely, but you must first make a difficult and painful choice. He revealed, his voice low and hushed, just a whisper in the night yet clear as day to Isaac. Yet even as the cure was placed in front of him, he found himself hesitant to accept it. Lucien seemed to notice his uncertainty. I am sure in your brief time here, you should have already picked up the clues about your identity, father. He said with a tone of somberness. I have. Isaac admitted wryly. For the record, I am uncomfortable with all of their reactions. He took a breather. The way they treat me, the way they look at me, the way they address me, it's like I am higher than all of them, even your angels were the same. It's almost like I am there. He began to mull over an array of words to find something suitable for his situation. Emperor. Lucien prompted silently. Yes, Emperor. Isaac repeatedly nodded, tapping his armrest. Then he suddenly froze, and a look of grim realization dawned on his face. I was their emperor. He leaned forward, his face twisting in place as he clasped it within his palm. Lucian unleashed his soul-soothing aura, calming his father down, and then he tethered the aura to the room as he knew his father was going to need it now more than ever. Isaac reclined back in his seat, his face pale and drawn. Who? He said breathlessly. No, what am I, son? Lucian pressed his lips into a thin line, meeting his dark eyes. You are the son of death, a mythical creature born with no humanity. You are an angel of death, the death council that judges the fallen and forsaken. You are the emperor of Balam, a forgotten legend in the hearts of all. He declared, his voice gentle but reckoning, hammering down the psyche of Isaac, slowly awakening the suppressed and forgotten memories. But before that could happen, Lucian continued with a bright smile. But you are also a father, so responsible and caring to your children. You are a husband, a loving companion to your sweethearts. You are a teacher, the guider of the lights of the world. Lucian. Isaac smiled, his countenance easing into serenity. Lucian continued on, matching his smile. You are a scholar and a historian, bearing secrets and knowledge of the gods. You are a soldier, with blood and iron in your heart. Ultimately, father, you are also a human. He paused. You are everything I said and much more. I want you to remember all of this before you make the choice. Isaac was silent, and Lucian patiently waited, gazing up at the stars through the window, his wavy hair swaying in the dark breeze of night. What are my choices, son? Isaac asked, taking a deep breath in resolution. Lucian smiled, hearing his father, but it faded as he noticed his dark eyes, which still hid his weariness, exhaustion, and pain, so he shook his head at Isaac. Not now, think about everything carefully and ask me that again when you are truly ready. Isaac didn't bother to put up any fronts, rather, he reclined in his seat, nodding to Lucian with a heavy sigh. I will leave you to it then. Lucian stood up from his chair and walked towards the door, but as he touched the doorknob, he spoke silently, looking up at the ceiling. I am sorry, father, for doing this, forcing you to make a choice. Don't be, son. Isaac shook his head. I think it's about time I face my past rather than running away from it. Lucian stayed in the foyer for a moment before exiting the room, leaving behind only a whisper. Good night, father. See you at the council tomorrow. Chapter 35, Council. December 29, 1349. As the rays of dawn graced the world, Lucian Eggers entered the main chamber of the headquarters of the numinous episcopate. He wore a black robe embroidered with golden threads, the dress reserved for southern royalty. His black hair has become voluminous and wavy, reaching his shoulders. His silver eyes were sharp and clear, observing his audience. The main chamber was lifted by black gold pillars that wove higher and higher to support a dome ringed by stained windows, and behind them was the melting night, handing its last light into the chambers. In middle of it all was the painted table, which was graced by the angels, Rainet, Sia, Hater, Hermes, and last but not least, Isaac Eggers. And surrounding the painted table were chairs, neatly arranged, in which the saints and demigods were present, as was Bernadette, seated quietly in the corner. Every high-sequence beyonder involved in the assault was summoned to the council that would decide the fate of the southern continent, and all attended, presenting their finest selves, given the historic nature of the occasion. With the entrance of Lucian, everyone stood up from their seats in unison, most out of reverence and respect, some out of acknowledgement and appreciation, and a few out of warmth and kindliness. Lucian nodded to everyone as he marched into his main seat at the painted table, then peered around. Before we begin, a moment of silence for those we lost yesterday. A somber silence filled the hall as everyone paid their respects in their hearts for their fallen comrades, praying for their safe journey to the afterlife. The moment passed, and Lucian declared silently, his silver eyes shining with light. May their souls attain eternal rest. May their names be engraved in the annals of history. May they find repose and peace in the underworld. Everyone lowered their heads one last time before taking their seats alongside Lucian, their faces heavy with emotion. Then, as the somber atmosphere waned into dignity, Lucian placed an array of newspapers on the table. They were the famous papers in different regions of the world, and all of these diverse papers in different languages now shared a single similarity. It was their front page, with a photograph of the Beyonders raising the new Balam flag on the ruins of colonialism. It was such a significant and iconic image that when Hater released it to the public, it spread like wildfire over the world, with all newspaper businesses making overnight changes to incorporate this image on the front page. Though the images were the same, the context of the news varied completely from one newspaper to another, filled with propaganda, opinions, and stories. And the majority of them were vehemently opposed to numinous episcopate. Some even took it a step further, demonizing them and their cause. They were all successful in swaying the public opinion of the northern continent against the numinous episcopate as soon as the news got out. This came as little surprise to those gathering for the council, given that they had left Biam in ruins with countless dead. Nonetheless, reading the demeaning and degrading titles slapped on them and their cause made them feel somewhat uncomfortable. Lucian took note of it all. Don't let this get to you. he remarked, pointing at the newspapers. They can call us whatever names and slurs they want, demons, slaves, apes, lowers, it will make no difference in the coming war. He paused, looking around. Always remember, history is written by victors. The uncomfortableness in the chambers waned away like embers, leaving nothing but tension behind as they understood the underlying meaning of his adage. Lucien continued, leaning forward in his seat as the tension grew in the air. We have achieved freedom and liberation from centuries of oppression, but the times ahead of us are even darker than the past. He paused, then went on, each of his words was punctured with grandeur and gravity. Never forget we are not facing Lone or Intis or any of other northern countries, but the gods who stand behind them, the 7 orthodox gods. They are the ones who shape the order of the current civilization, which we are up against. So tell me, do you still want to take this wretched path with me? The Silent One asked his people, meeting everyone in their firm and resolute eyes. Good, nothing short of what I expected. He nodded, not being stingy with his praise. He sure seems passionate. Bernadette shifted in her seat as she ruminated. But, in light of what had happened the day before, the parliaments of Lone and Intis should also be convening now, and whenever she thought about this, her clairvoyant senses were tinged with a foreboding. Something horrible is about to happen. The Queen Mystic could feel it in her bones. But she temporarily suppressed her uncomfortable nerves, electing to refocus on Lucien. But victory isn't going to be easy, especially in the coming world war. Lucien said, his voice carrying a sharp edge. There are still a lot of issues that need to be addressed in our home before we can think about that. His gaze flicked to Sia. First and foremost, the resurrection of the Balam Empire. Sia stood up from her seat, taking over from her lord. The Balam Empire, she said, clearing her throat, capturing the attention of all, was collapsed and divided after the fall of the underworld emperor at the hands of the 7 gods. The shards of what remained of our glorious empire were seized by various powers, plunging the continent into millennia of anarchy until the arrival of the Northerners. They took advantage of anarchy to colonize us, yet even they couldn't completely extinguish it, they just regulated it. Her tone took a turn into somberness. Even now, after we liberated the southern continent, the anarchy still persists, but we can't afford that if we are to resurrect the Balam Empire. Sia continued, looking between Lucien and Hayter. In light of all of this, we have decided to have a succession ceremony tomorrow in Selkith Palace in Colaine. Every power, either extraordinary or ordinary, of the southern continent will be summoned to swear their fealty to our lord. My lady, what about those that deny the ceremony or are absent for the ceremony? Michel, a demigod of the numinous episcopate, asked the question that was on most minds. They will be deemed traitors of the empire. Sia said severely. They shall be judged with capital punishment, she continued, looking around everyone. If there is any resistance, we will purge them. The council swayed in approval, nodding in concurrence with their words, especially the last. Raynette Tinker nodded along with them. She knew even she and her faction would be summoned to swear their fealty to Lucien tomorrow, and refusing wasn't really an option as much as she desired freedom. It was part of her deal with Lucien, after all. Honestly, it would be a lie to say she hadn't thought about backing out of the deal despite the dangers, but with all that happened yesterday, that wasn't really much of an option anymore. As much as she hated admitting it, her faction needed Lucien to survive until they could stand on their own. Sacrifices have to be made if you want to tread further on your path. It was an eternal law of the cosmos. There was also the fact that Lucien possessed the characteristic of Sua. She needed that to ascend farther along her path in order to attain her dream, which was always to become above the sequence of chained and abyss pathways and slay the mother tree of desire, a ridiculous dream, to be honest, but hey, what are dreams if they are not ridiculous? I will grant each of you summons as soon as the council is over. Send them across the southern continent through your messengers to those designated. Sia ordered, to which everyone nodded in compliance. And ensure their timely arrival in Colaine for the succession ceremony tomorrow. She ended, handing the conversation over to Hayter. As Sia sat back down in her seat, Hayter began. The next thing on our agenda is the coronation. It will be held after the succession ceremony on the dawn of the new year. It will also be held in Colaine's Selkith Palace, which will become the royal castle, and the city will become the capital of the Balam Empire. He declared, the coronation is going to be a big event, unlike the succession ceremony. All of our people will be taking part in it, either through ordinary or extraordinary means. So it is. Hermes inwardly sighed. His guesses were proven correct. This whole succession coronation event was actually an ascension ritual for Lucien to become the Pale Emperor. This wouldn't have elicited much surprise from him if it weren't for the fact that his student was already an archangel. From the looks of it, Adam seemed to place extreme importance on him. He was taken aback when the Angel of Imagination directly asked him to tutor Lucien, but he knew Adam typically takes an interest in those who become notable individuals who can change the course of history. And given that Lucien was surrounded by mystery and secrets from the very beginning, he definitely fulfilled the role of being a key player in the gamble that was history. But it was still unusual for Adam to place such significance on someone. Even that foolish kid, Roselle, did not receive such treatment from him. Hermes didn't have to wait for long, he soon found out why. His student, after all, literally changed the entire world in a single day. Destiny was on his side, Hermes could at least tell that, but still, nothing could deny that his student was an enigma. He just pondered if he could grow to be a star that would shine eternally in the heavens or if he would burn and explode in the process like his countless predecessors. Hayter continued. About the coronation, there is still much to be discussed and finalized. He swept his gaze at the high sequence beyonders of numinous episcopate, ordering. So come to my chambers after you are done with summons. Thank you, Hayter. Lucian said. You may sit down. Yes, my lord. Hayter nodded, returning to his seat. Lucian peered at all in serenity. The next issue is empire governance. He stated. Yes, I will be emperor, but even I cannot be perfect in everything, so I am forming a council of advisors who can help me in ruling the empire. The Royal Council. Chapter 36, Breaker of Order. The next issue is empire governance. Lucian stated. Yes, I will be emperor, but even I cannot be perfect in everything, so I am forming a council of advisors who can help me in ruling the empire. The Royal Council. A ripple of surprise spread throughout the chamber in the face of the unexpected news. Historically, the underworld emperor had counselors to help him in his reign. In some cases, they even ruled the empire indirectly during his absence. But the underworld emperor never acknowledged them like Lucian as a separate legislative body, granting immense political power to the members. The seats of the royal council will be filled by saints and angels. Lucian continued, his voice growing solemn and dignified with each word. The positions are the Lord of Coins, who will be chief treasurer. They will oversee the economy and finance of the empire. The Lord of Whisperers, who will be chief intelligence advisor. They will oversee the intelligence sector of the empire, protecting it from shadows. The Lord of Information, who will be chief communication advisor. They will oversee the media, image, and relations of the empire. The Lord of Order, the chief legal advisor. They will oversee the laws and rules of the empire. The Lord of War, who will be chief military advisor. They will oversee the army, navy, and air force of the empire. The Lord of Faith, the chief spiritual advisor. They will oversee the beliefs of the empire. The Hand of the Emperor, the chief advisor. They will oversee the empire itself. And last but not least, the Emperor himself, who is the leader of the Royal Council. He will rule the empire. A reckoning silence fell over the council, each in their own thoughts, though a visible excitement flashed past the eyes of each saint. This was a golden opportunity. Political power may not hold much importance when compared to extraordinary power, but it was still very substantial in the current order of civilization. This would be even more so with the resurrection of the Biome Empire, where the concept of hierarchy was held in very high regard. So, how could they not be excited? Lucian took note of all of their reactions. I will personally select and appoint all the seats of the Royal Council right after my coronation, under the witness of the Biome Empire. At his words, a veil of tension fell over the hall. The fact that the Reaper himself would be selecting the members of the council just put a lot of weight on their shoulders. Lucian took a moment of silence, allowing them to digest the information. Moving on, the beliefs of the seven gods. Bernadette Gustave, who had been impressed by the Royal Council to the point where she began to analyze and infer about the underlying tasks and responsibilities each seat would possess, got distracted by his remarks. Don't tell me he is going to. She thought, suppressing her rising shock. Their faiths will be considered unorthodox within the empire. Lucian proclaimed, a grin on his lips. Thus, the seven orthodox gods will be deemed evil gods in the Biome Empire. What followed his proclamation was a pin-drop silence as the entire chamber was frozen in shock except for the angels, but even they looked somewhat uncomfortable at his words. How could they not be? If his proclamation were enacted, it would cause an uproar all around the world, no less than the one that was caused by the assault. After all, the faiths of the seven were one of the most significant components of current civilization, if not the most important. From the beginning, people were taught that there were only 7 orthodox gods and that all other gods were evil and wicked. The current society was based on that concept. Millennia of indoctrination had etched it into the very soul of humanity, to the point where people were unconsciously distrustful and terrified of any deity other than the 7 gods, but to them, they would subconsciously begin to give their faith, their trust, their soul, and in the end, everything. It could even be considered the order of civilization itself. Lucian wasn't jesting when he said they were going up against the order of civilization. He meant it literally. And he knew that by doing this, he would be pouring oil into an already raging fire. But did he care? No, not at all. After all, it wasn't only his people who were labeled with names and slurs, even he himself didn't escape their defamation. The 7 Orthodox churches made a joint declaration that deemed him an evil god. Lucian wanted to give the 7 gods and their countries a taste of their own medicine, and his grin widened at that thought. He is enjoying this. Bernadette recoiled in her seat, her gaze flickering at his grin. She was still reeling from the shock of his terrifying proclamation. Even though she hadn't been particularly faithful to any of the 7 Orthodox gods, hearing them described as evil gods still shook her heart. She could already imagine the repercussions. The zealous believers would go mad in rage at the blasphemy against their gods, especially the Inquisition of the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. She wouldn't even be surprised if they decided to launch a crusade on the southern continent. Bernadette looked around the chamber. She could literally feel shock and discomfort coursing through the air, but as she expected, nobody spoke up against the proclamation in the end. There was no point. The Queen Mystic knew it. The situation had already deteriorated to the point where adding more fuel to the fire didn't really matter. All the bridges that could be burned had already been burned. It will be enacted after my coronation. Lucien continued contentedly, his silver gaze sweeping his silent and grim council. Oh gods, this war is going to be hell on earth. Bernadette thought gloomily, reclining in her seat. Next, Lucien said, moving on to the next issue, melting the atmosphere in the hall. The status of extraordinary. He really is going all out, isn't he? Hermes thought, suppressing the twitch of his lips. Even Roselle was not this audacious when he tried to oppose the 7 gods in his years of madness. Perhaps Amon had found his successor. In retrospect, labeling the 7 deities as evil gods would not trigger a strong retaliation from them. Expect the Lord of Storms, the Eternal Blazing Sun, and possibly the God of Combat, as something similar occurred in the 4th epoch. In the Solomon Empire, the 6 gods were deemed evil deities by the Black Emperor. At the time, the distinction between gods as orthodox and unorthodox wore thin, and towards the middle of the 4th epoch, it didn't really matter. Either way, the coming war was bound to get worse with the way his student handled things, but he couldn't really blame Lucien, as in this situation, there was no right or wrong. All that mattered was victory. By the end of the 4th epoch, Lucien continued, elaborating on the status of extraordinary. The extraordinary withdrew from the stage of the world. There was a flash of surprise on the faces of everyone who didn't know much about the society of the 4th epoch, where the extraordinary and ordinary were integrated seamlessly into the civilization thanks to the efforts of the Black Emperor and the Night Emperor. It was a decision made by the 7 gods to reduce the number of Beyonders in the world and limit the existence of the extraordinary in order to give the world time to heal from the devastation that was the War of 4 Emperors. Oh. Bernadette thought in realization, her brows raising to her hairline. But I have a feeling that there is more to this. Since then, Beyonders have disappeared from the public eye, only operating from the shadows of the world, but not anymore. As the apocalypse nears, the secrecy will be harder and harder to hold from the public, so in the Balam Empire, the existence of the extraordinary will be slowly revealed, step by step, to let the people accept it eventually as a norm of our civilization. Again, the apocalypse. Bernadette thought with gloom, and her mood mirrored everyone else's. There was also an undercurrent of curiosity, as if they were wondering how exactly the apocalypse would result in the ultimate exposure of the extraordinary. Lucien, Hermes suddenly spoke up, capturing the attention of all to him, the mysterious angel in the assault. You don't mean to bring back the order of the 4th epoch? Yes, teacher, at least in form. Lucien nodded. The Beyonders are the core part of civilization in either epochs. So I think it is better to properly recognize and integrate them into the empire. Hermes hummed, reclining in his seat in silence. Did the Reaper just address the mysterious angel as his teacher? Sharon thought, her glassy eyes subconsciously shifting to her teacher, who was as impassive as always. Just who is he? Maybe teacher knows. The appointed Lord of Information will lead this endeavor. Lucien decided, ending the issue. Further details will be issued afterwards. Then the council continued on, with the major issues over, the minor issues were brought up by Sia and Hater in turn. It was all about the conception of the Balam Empire, of its sectors and districts, of its lower positions and seats, and so on. They used the map of the southern continent to illustrate their declarations. Bernadette had tuned them out by then, her mind flying with thoughts about Lucien, the mysterious angel, and the World War, but it was truly well thought out considering how little time they had to plan and decide. She was engrossed in her thoughts until a white owl emerged into the chamber, interrupting not only her but also the council. Lucien raised his hand, allowing Merlin to land on his arms, and then his messenger told him the dire news he had awaited. Everyone, he said, meeting the curious and inquisitive eyes of all, the council is temporarily halted. We have a situation. He delved into the spiritual connection that Merlin carried with another spirit, which was currently possessing an insignificant parliament member of Lone, then extracted and displayed it before the council. Above the painted table, a flickering projection revealed the image of Lone's parliament, with all of its seats occupied by its members. In the middle of it all walked a man with a grave face and an old-fashioned mustache. He was wearing opulent robes, bearing the coat of arms of the Augustus family. He was followed by an ascetic woman dressed in a black hooded robe and a stern man dressed in a flamboyant dark blue robe. George Augustus III is addressing his parliament. Lucien declared, his gaze fixed on the variation of spiritual projection, admiring his creation. He wasn't concerned about his prying being discovered because what was about to happen wasn't really a hidden event. A lot of eyes from all over the world should be turning here already. If his predictions were correct, George would appreciate all the attention, especially his own. Bernadette looked at the projection, her heart thumping painfully against her chest. She knew it now. The cause of her terrifying foreboding wasn't Lucien or any of his declarations. It was George Augustus III, the King of Lone. Chapter 37, Vengeance. December 29, 1349. Backlund, Lone Kingdom. The city of cities looked dim and wan, mirroring the eyes of its residents. Even the brilliant rays of the sun didn't seem to be able to melt the gloomy veil draping the city. It was as though the city was losing something precious, something valuable, something invaluable. Hope, it was. That fickle yet constant struggle against the trend of times was receding from Backlund like a tide, leaving nothing but despair and death in the wake of the events of yesterday. The Great Smog of Backlund. At noon yesterday, a deadly yellow cloud of smog and pollution began to spread from the East Borough to the rest of the city. All those that came into direct contact with it died like falling trees, while those that had indirect contact with it were infected with a fatal plague. Although the spell singer of God created a hurricane that blew the smog away before it could spread throughout the Backlund, there were still grave consequences. According to preliminary estimates, a total of over 21,000 people died while the subsequent plague was still claiming lives. But even such an event paled in comparison when the news of what happened on the southern continent and seas hit the city like a tyrannical bolt from the Lord of Storms. The rebel armies of Balam attacked and destroyed the military bases of Lone and Intis in the colonies and the seas, leaving no survivors. Even the colonial governments had to fall under their control. Ultimately, they had liberated the southern continent from colonialism. That was the official declaration issued unanimously by the governments of the northern countries. Anyone with a brain could tell that there was more to this, such as how measly rebels managed to destroy some of the world's strongest bases, how such a coordinated and well-planned operation went unnoticed until it was too late, who exactly were these rebels, and how did they become so powerful? Was it because they believed in a new evil god, the Reaper? And so on and on. There were too many mysteries and unknowns to unravel for those curious and wondrous minds, but they had little to no time for them in the face of the trend of the times that were like storms sweeping the northern continent. It would be an understatement to call what followed after that devastating. The losses were astronomical. The death toll was heavy, far outweighing the initial estimates, with most lives lost in the city of Byam. As for the material losses, it was all the more ruinous. The destruction of a major part of their military as well as the loss of their colonies caused the economies of Lone and Intis to be left in shambles overnight. Both of the countries were heavily dependent on their colonies, so losing them had a drastic effect on them. And the dreadful fact was that people had just begun to face the repercussions, but once they completely settled down, true hell would descend on the world. The first signs of its arrival were already emerging in the Parliament of the Lone Kingdom. All of its members were gathering in light of what happened to debate and decide their response. The Parliament was located near the center of Backlund. It was a majestic and grand structure, embodying the wealth and power of Lone. Its broad and guarded entryway was swarmed by throngs of reporters, trying to soak up every bit of information from the members of Parliament who were arriving in their carriages for the historic occasion. But all fell silent as the last carriages arrived at the Parliament bearing the emblem of the royal family, and from one in the middle, George Augustus III emerged, draped in his opulent robes. Flashes of light swept him along with fervorous queries as soon as he stepped out, but the King of Lone merely nodded in answer to reporters, traipsing off with his escorts into the Parliament. He was soon joined by Ariana, the angel of Conc element, and Harrow, the angel of calamity. They entered the assembled legislature together, in full view of everyone. Hushed whispers arose around the Parliament chamber, most about his imminent address, some concerning the identity of the ascetic woman and strenuous men trailing him, while the rest kept their grim silence, all following them as they reached the center podium. George Augustus III ascended to the podium, standing before the array of microphones as flashes of camera light swept through his figure along with expanding whispers, but he merely raised his hand, making the legislative chamber fall into a pin-drop silence. And all of the eyes were turning to focus on him. It came not only from the Parliament but from everywhere, Intis, Fasak, Fainapotter, Lenberg, Mason, Balam, and even the astral world. Under the attention of the world and gods, the King of Lone cleared his throat and began by acknowledging the legislative members regally. Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and members of the House of Commons and Lords. George Augustus III paused, looking back at the eyes focusing on him from the world levelly as a reckoning silence filled the expanse, then he shattered it grimly. Yesterday, December 28, 1349, a date that will live in infamy, the Kingdom of Lone was suddenly attacked by rebel forces of the Empire of Balam. It will be recorded that the attack was premeditated for many days or even weeks. During the intervening time, the rebels have managed to deceive and blindside us from the threat they posed. The legislative members watched on in indignation. They have been shamed, their reputation as the most powerful country in the world was put to question after what happened. Their attack on the overseas and colonial bases of Lone Kingdom has almost crippled our military and naval forces. And the colonial government of East Balam has unanimously surrendered to them. The King of Lone met the eyes of all gravely. I regret to tell you that over 500,000 lives were lost yesterday. The parliament erupted in an uproar. Even though they expected the losses to be astronomical, hearing them directly still shook their hearts. Such a large number of lives lost in a single day hadn't ever happened in recorded history. Many members felt faint as they thought about what this ultimately implied for them, their families, and their kingdom. Silence. Mr. Speaker banged his gavel heavily, but it wasn't enough to suppress the chaos that descended on the parliament. Silence. He banged his gavel again. Everyone. George Augustus III intervened, looking at the chaotic chambers. Then, all their chaos moved to his tune, spinning and weaving into a twisted harmony. Immediately, the members of parliament went silent, returning to their seats and regaining their focus on their king, though there was an intensity to their eyes that hadn't been there before. An intensity that the King of Lone knew all about. He had seen it countless times among the slaves working in his mausoleums. It was a desire deeply rooted in the hearts of humanity. Vengeance. George Augustus III smiled in his heart as he continued with his epical address. The rebels of Balam pose an immense threat not only to our nation but to the current order of civilization itself. They intend to destroy everything that our forefathers fought so hard to create. The intensity in everyone's eyes grew with each of his words, capering and dancing to his twisted tune of vengeance. We cannot allow that, but if the events of yesterday were anything to go by, then the rebels are unlike anything we have ever faced. No amount of debate and decisions here will amount to anything when we make first contact with our enemy. Instead of shouts of outrage at the blatant disregard from their own king, the members of parliament remained in silent resignation. It had become obvious to the wisest of them that their king had a hidden agenda and was taking advantage of the situation to push and implement it, though even after realizing this, they ultimately raised no objections. It was not that they didn't want to, but they couldn't in the face of their king, who was uttering such cold and hard facts that left no room for opposition at all. Maybe he was deceiving them into following his will, twisting and distorting the facts to make them dance to his tune like puppets, but even if they knew this, what could they do other than dance along? The truth is the best form of deception, after all. Earl Hall thought, looking at his king, then closed his eyes for a moment before opening them, the intensity burning brighter than ever. Alfred. The facts of yesterday speak for themselves. This new enemy is no longer a factor that we can face through conventional and traditional means. We are entering unfamiliar territory, so now more than ever, we must unite behind a single front, a single person, who can guide us to victory. The King of Lone proclaimed, each of his words punctured with a regality, all coming together to bore on the parliament. And they responded, standing up one by one from their seats with grimness. On cue, Ariana and Harrow emerged from behind George Augustus III, taking out dark and blue specters covered in diamonds, rubies, and sapphires, all shining with the divine light, from within their robes. As soon as they were revealed, the world held its breath, for those were the famous divine specters. It embodied God's authority on earth, enabling its wielder to convey and represent the will of the gods. Under watchful eyes, the King of Lone extended his hand and humbly received the divine specters from the angels. Following that, his escort brought out his crown and regal cloak, which Ariana and Harrow placed over him in acknowledgement. Then George Augustus III turned and faced the world, declaring for all to witness and behold. I believe that I, George Augustus III, the Emperor of Lone, interpret the will of the divine, of the legislative, and of the people when I declare that the parliament is permanently dissolved and the Lone Kingdom is reconstituted into an empire, so help me God. Immediately, the members of parliament, who had all stood up, bowed to George Augustus III in acknowledgement. They chanted together in twisted harmony. God save the Emperor. God save the Emperor. God save the Emperor. Flashes of camera lights filled the chambers of parliament, capturing the epical moment. And underneath it all was a faint rustling from a flipping book, but when a hand holding a silver cross extended out, it abruptly stopped, revealing a page containing a glimpse of a grand story. On December 29, 1349, in the light of assault by numinous episcopate, George Augustus III, with the support of Evernight Goddess and Lord of Storms, dissolved his parliament and reconstituted his kingdom into an empire by proclaiming himself emperor. Chapter 38, Choices. December 29, 1349. HQ of the numinous episcopate, Southern Continent. After the council dispersed, Lucian reclined in his main seat alone in the main chambers, his thoughts flying to the declaration of George Augustus III. The gods were forced to support George due to his existence. The Evernight Goddess and the Lord of Storms granted George their consent to dissolve the parliament and turn Lone into an empire. He had proclaimed himself the Emperor of Lone with the unanimous support of all parties. Though Lucian somewhat expected it, witnessing it happen before his eyes felt surreal. Others weren't much better, they were shell-shocked in the face of this turn of events. After all, this truly changed a lot of things, the most important of which was the apotheosis of George Augustus III. Unlike before, he had a real shot at becoming the Black Emperor now with the support of the Evernight Goddess and Lord of Storms. He no longer had to worry much about instabilities and uncertainties. By becoming the Emperor of Lone with the full support of all, his path to godhood had become stable and firm. Given all of this, stopping his apotheosis was going to be far more difficult than it was in the original story. They probably had to go all out, bringing in all the help they could get. Only then was there a chance of success, though the plausibility of this scenario was predicated on the fact that the Evernight goddess and Lord of Storms didn't intervene directly. If they did, the resistance would be futile. Lucian should probably start looking for allies in gods, but he decided to push this endeavor for another day as he looked at the opening door of the chamber, and from behind it, his teacher emerged, holding a suitcase. "You are leaving, teacher?" the demon of the end asked, standing up from his seat and walking towards Hermes. "Yes." Hermes hummed. "My job here is done." "I understand." Lucian nodded, standing in front of his teacher. "But will you participate in the war?" "Probably not." Hermes paused, considering for a moment. "Until its end stage when you invade the northern continent." "You think I can?" Lucian asked. Hermes shook his head. "You are not just the Archangel of Death," he said lightly. "But also miracles, Lucian." Lucian mirrored his smile. "Take care then, teacher. You will always have a place here." "That's good to hear." Hermes nodded contentedly, his figure fading away into the dreams of the world, leaving behind a whisper. "All the best, Lucian." "Until next time, teacher." Lucian whispered back, witnessing Hermes fade away into the unreal realms of the mind. Then he walked back to his seat, taking it with a prolonged sigh. Before him were an array of documents placed on the painted table. It was a personal profile of every saint belonging to the numinous episcopate. Even since the council ended, he had been reviewing them thoroughly. Yes, he was selecting members for his royal council, but some of the seats had already been filled by angels long before his declaration in the council. Lucian had chosen Sia Palenque Eggers as Lord of War, considering her millennia of experience in military combat. As for Hayter, he would be the Lord of Whispers considering he single-handedly managed to expand the influence of numinous episcopate into the northern continent, though the branches there had been disbanded and called back before the assault. The Lord of War and the Lord of Whispers were the two most important positions in the royal council other than the Hand of Emperor, as they directly and indirectly protected the crown and the empire, thus, his angels were most suited for those positions. Now, for who was going to be his hand, the choice was pretty obvious. There was no one more suitable for this position than his father, but Lucian hadn't yet finalized it for obvious reasons. However, not only did the Hand of the Emperor have the ideal candidates, but so did the Lords of Faith and Information, Reinette Tinker and Bernadette Gustave. Reinette Tinker fulfilled every quality he deemed required for Lord of Faith. This position would also grant her immense political power, which would be all the more helpful in curbing the beliefs of the outer gods when the barrier weakens further with passing years, but where her loyalties ultimately lay was still a question. The same could be said for Bernadette Gustave. If she became the sage, sequence 2 of the Hermit pathway, she would gain the authority of Information, which makes her all the more suitable for the position of Lord of Information. However, her case was even more complicated than Reinette's. Lucian brooded on their cases, undecided and uncertain, then pushed them to the back of his mind for now, electing to rather focus on the remaining vacant positions. The Lord of Coins and the Lord of Order, both were important positions no less than others and, in some ways, even more so. The Silent One picked the personal profiles of his saints, screening the suitable candidates for those two seats. Time ticked on. Lucian became too engrossed in the selection, cutting down the number of candidates into 4, whose profiles were spread out before him as he tapped the end of his pen on the table thoughtfully. But he was soon interrupted by none other than his father. "Father?" Lucian asked. Isaac Eggers took a seat by his side. "Have you finalized the selection?" he asked back, looking at the 4 personal profiles of the saints. "Almost," Lucian said, then he continued swiftly, feeling the air thicken with heaviness. "Why are you here, father?" Isaac was silent for a moment, then met his silver eyes. "I am ready, son." "Are you sure?" Lucian asked, concerned. "There is no need to." "I am." Isaac cut him off firmly. "It's time I face my past." Lucian peered at his father, finding nothing but grim determination, so he nodded, teleporting the files on the table to his room. As he stood up, he extended his hand to his father and said, "Before we can face your past, there is someone you should meet." "Who?" Isaac asked, clasping his hand and standing up as well. Lucian took out a badge engraved with the symbol of a cross from within the darkness of his robes. "Adam, the son of the Creator." Isaac took a breather, his dark eyes flashing with realization. "So it really is him. The one who is supporting you." "You guessed it." Lucian acknowledged, though his tone held no surprise. "What gave it away?" "There are not a lot of beings on the world that can keep your epical operation under wraps till the last moment." Isaac spoke lightly. "Though I was still unsure until you confirmed it yourself. I knew this was inevitable." Lucian chuckled and shook his head. The wisest were going to connect the dots soon and later. Indeed. Azek nodded. So, why are you taking me to meet him? And do you truly understand the being you are dealing with? He is dangerous, incredibly so. If my scrambled memories were anything to go by, even gods were said to pale in comparison. Lucian met his dark eyes. Trust me on this, father, he merely said. Azek sighed, a long and heavy sigh, then his eyes regained their firmness. Let's go, then. Lucian gripped the cross badge tighter, and immediately, their surroundings became illusory and ethereal, melting away into bone pillars, a light cross, rows of white pews, ribbed vaults, and stained glass windows, all coming together to unveil a holy cathedral. They appeared at the end of the nave, near the entrance of the bone cathedral, as Adam stood up from the front row of pews, put his book aside, and walked towards them. Azek Eggers gazed around at the bones embedded everywhere throughout the church, feeling uncomfortable in their presence. They gave off a peculiar aura that reminded him of his father, a garbled mix of ancient, manic, and deified, and he hated them. But that aura vanished as a warm gaze focused on him, and he looked up to meet those clear golden eyes filled with purity and innocence. They eerily reminded him of Lucian's eyes when he abandoned him in the footsteps of that orphanage. Those were the eyes of the angel of imagination. Couldn't say he expected that. Amon Isis has not left any backhand in him. Adam spoke, his voice so gentle and kind, like a compassionate priest on a divine mission to save the world. You can take him there. That's good. Lucian breathed a sigh of relief, yet there was still a tinge of anxiety in his gaze, as if those words held something that deeply concerned him. Amon Isis. Azek thought, his brows furrowed in pain as the memories of his father cursing that very name countless times flashed through his mind. That's the true name of the Evernight goddess. Father. Lucian called, concerned as his palm began lighting with a silver light, reaching for his father's brow, but Adam interrupted, waving his hand at Azek and alleviating his pain. You must hurry. Adam urged. All of his suppressed memories are returning, yet his soul remains divided. Azek had numerous questions on his tongue, but he never got a chance to express them, for his son had already plunged them into the palette of colors that was the spirit world at unimaginable speeds. Somewhere hidden in the Berserk Sea. Lucian and Azek landed inside a dark and cold mausoleum. Around them were open coffins, filled with rotting corpses with white feathers on their backs. The son of death immediately turned to look in the direction of flights of stairs that led deeper into the mausoleum, which was covered in a swirling black smog. Something is calling out to me from there. He whispered, his gaze fixated on the stairs, then turned towards his son wearily. I think it's time for an explanation, son. Lucian faced his father somberly, then told the truth about how death divided his soul to transform him into a vessel for his revival. Azek took a moment to digest his words. So what are my choices? He ultimately asked, his eyes set on resolution. Lucian began heavily. You have 3 choices, father. First, heed the call in your soul and proceed to seek completeness on your own, enabling your father to revive within you. Second, allow me to extract halves of your souls from your body in artificial death. I will then fuse them together, restoring your completeness. But if I do this, you will no longer be the present you but an amalgamation of everything you have held and carried throughout all your lives. Third, it's to give up everything and directly leave. You will forever be stuck at your current level. You will have no way of advancing further. You will still die again and again, waking up with no memories and repeatedly searching for your past experiences. The choices were put forward, and the world held its breath in anticipation. Amidst the heavy and somber silence, Azek Eggers looked at Lucian, a contented smile gracing his lips. Guide me, son. Lucian smiled, a smile that spoke volumes of his relief, then he hugged his father, saying, See you on the other side, father. A veil of darkness consumed Azek Eggers, plunging him into the embrace of Somnus. Chapter 39, Fusion. Lucian drifted in the heart of darkness, just darkness devoid of anything and everything splayed all about him. Nothing seemed to escape its nihilistic embrace, not even the faintest of lights or the lowest of sounds. Yet he remained, placing his hand on his chest. He then raised his index and middle fingers together, his silver eyes set in resolution. Amidst the darkness, above his fingers, a white star was born, emitting a faint yet clear light like the evening star. It drove away the darkness surrounding him, revealing a large and withered island, and above it, 2 figures floated next to each other. One was a man who had seen the vicissitudes of life, and the other was a dark green colossal snake with a face strikingly similar to the man, both still within the embrace of Somnus. The brightness of the white star drenched their shapes, rendering them ethereal and illusory, until they, too, began to emanate streams of light, reflecting the star. Then, they all began to converge together, swirling around each other like planets revolving around their star. And the fusion began. The streams of lights were the halves of the soul of Azek Egger, and the white star they were converging to was the essence of soul. It was the condensation of the soul authority that the Reaper held. That authority enabled him to control, manipulate, and alter the souls of living beings. He could even create the soul itself. To put it simply, he could use his soul authority to connect directly with the essence of all beings, alerting and modifying them to his will, from something as simple as their thoughts to something as complex as their personalities, even their gender and characteristics. Everything about them was subject to his will. But soul was an art, so possessing finesse was compulsory. Your work demanded your absolute concentration. A single mistake or error could have unimaginable consequences, like opening a Pandora box. Situations like this made Lucien question from time to time whether the Earth Mother was the most powerful deity. The inconceivable horror she could unleash in the name of life made him shiver. Oh, he could see why the Mother Goddess of Depravity was so feared by all. Anyway, coming back, soul was indeed an art, and Lucien was an artist, possessing everything needed to create a masterpiece that would be unrivaled in epochs to come. Thus, it would be no problem for him to fuse the souls of his father together. But the situation was not as simple as he made it out to be in the choices he presented. His father noticed it yet chose to place his trust in him. And Lucien wasn't about to let him down, even if it meant confronting the will of the fallen Death himself. Yes, the Underworld Emperor, he may have fallen, but his will still lies in dormancy within the halves of his father's soul, so when they began to combine, he would awaken. This could explain why Evernight Goddess didn't offer Azek the option of fusing his soul, but rather offered to stitch them together in the original book. She simply didn't want to take any chances of the Underworld Emperor awakening. But Lucien was going to fuse the souls of his father, despite the risk of confronting the dormant will of the Underworld Emperor. Why? Family, duh. Though, as you could expect, he came prepared, holding no apprehension or concern. His unwavering confidence emanated from who he was and what he represented. Lucien may just be an archangel in power, but his existence, his being, his essence weighed far more than that. He was death, Adam had said, the ultimate end of all things. He was a walking singularity of the cosmos. And he was going to use all of that to his advantage for the coming confrontation with the Underworld Emperor. There was also the fact that Underworld Emperors would only resist instinctively until fully awakened. This alone was a huge advantage that he could maneuver within the confrontation. Nevertheless, the demon of the end knew he was taking a huge risk, as you could never underestimate a god, even if they had fallen, yet he forged ahead with utter determination, his silver eyes gleaming brilliantly as the halves of his father's souls united in the shape of streams of light emanating from the figures revolving around the silver star that floated above his fingers. A profound silence filled the expanse the moment streams of light united, which was then immediately shattered by a star-chilling roar. Roar. It came from everywhere yet nowhere, it filled everything yet nothing, it bore burning rage yet serene repose. It was he. He was Salinger, the Underworld Emperor. And he was awakening from his millennia of slumber from within his son. At the same time, the demon of the end reached into the depths of his existence, tapping into parts he didn't even know existed, and he touched. Lucien looked up at the connected streams of lights that represented not only his father's fusion but also the awakening of the Underworld Emperor. His fingers still held the soul star that guided the fusion, and his silver eyes remained brilliant. Nothing seemed to have changed with him at all. Yet he opened his mouth and spoke in a voice that caused the world to tremble. "Submit to me, Salinger. Backlund, Lone Kingdom." In St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard was seated in the urgent meeting that was called in light of the declaration of George Augustus III, along with all of the Red Gloves. Even Madame Daly was present, sitting not far from him. Archbishop Anthony was personally leading the meeting, his face somber like never before as he briefly reported on the situation. Leonard listened listlessly. He merely raised a brow at the fact that their king, no, their emperor, held the divine specter of the goddess when he made the declaration. It should have been shocking, but the things he had seen and heard in the past day made him somewhat numb. "Old man," he thought. "Do you have any idea what is happening?" But before Pallas could respond, Leonard saw darkness that appeared to be everything yet nothing. A strange and distinct voice pierced his skull, forcing him to grip his pounding head, his face twisted in agony, mirroring the faces of his colleagues surrounding him, from St. Anthony to Sequence 8 Henry. Actually, it wasn't only them. Every beyonder of the pathways belonging to eternal darkness was going through the same experience, including the Evernight Goddess and the God of Combat. In the tenebrous heaven, the Evernight Goddess looked down at the Berserk Sea. All she saw there was a swath of pure, deep black darkness. There weren't any gales, massive waves, dark clouds, lightning, torrential rain, or sunlight. Nothing except darkness, which seemed to be everything yet nothing. And from there came a strange and distinct voice, yet unlike others, she understood him. "Submit to me, Salinger. As I thought, he is truly a singularity given form." Amon-Isis thought, flicking her index finger. Immediately, the Berserk Sea fell into concealment, effectively cutting off his voice from everyone. Amon-Isis then entered her mythical creature form, summoning her uniquenesses into her hairy palms. The Evernight Goddess was ready to descend into the Berserk Sea if there was even a sign of Salinger's awakening. She abruptly turned to her side, grasping the twilight glare of the God of Combat. He stood on the fringes of his kingdom, wielding his great sword. And the Empress of Horror frowned imperceptibly behind her veil. From the looks of it, a war of gods was going to erupt if Lucian couldn't stop the revival of Salinger. Submit to me, Salinger. Lucian imbued his voice with all of the weight of his singular existence. It was similar to how Klein used the level of Sapphira Castle to suppress Mr. Error from escaping after he lost the gambit. When he delved into himself and reached the singularity, he chose to draw its weight rather than its power, knowing that if he did, he wouldn't be able to endure it in his current self and probably lose control, bringing about an early apocalypse. No, thanks. Anyway, this alone should be enough to deal with the awakening will of the Underworld Emperor. And he was proven right. The awakening Underworld Emperor slowed down, even his will began to weaken and wane as the weight of his existence bore on him. Obviously, there was fierce resistance, even if it was instinctive, but Lucian gritted his teeth, gathering his weight and bringing it down on the resisting will in suppression. Submit. He hollered. Dissipate. Roar. A unwilling roar echoed before silence filled everything. And Lucian took a breather, feeling the will of the Underworld Emperor enter dormancy and begin to dissipate. In his caution, he did not remove his suppression as he refocused on the fusion of his father's soul. Time ticked on. Seconds turned into minutes. Minutes turned into hours. As he guided the fusion with utmost concentration while constantly suppressing the will of the Underworld Emperor. Soon, the dazzling figures of Azek Eggers and Artificial Death disintegrated completely, breaking and combining with streams of light that were merging to form an angelic figure. Lucian raised his eyes to the angelic finger bathed in light. And he exhaled in relief, reaching his hand to grasp the white soul star back into himself, and with that, the brilliant angelic figure dimmed, revealing Azek Eggers, who had achieved completeness. His father was still within the embrace of Somnus. It would take some time for him to awaken. As for the will of the Underworld Emperor, it was almost gone. The last remnants of him should be returning to the river of eternal darkness. All in all, his father was fine. His situation was as stable as it could be. Considering this, he chose to focus on two items floating in front of him, a dark back scythe and a golden bird accessory. They were items that his father left behind after his fusion. He reached for them. The scythe was the uniqueness of the death pathway. The golden bird accessory was the legacy of ancient goddess Gregrace. The moment he grasped them, he immediately felt a connection to them, granting him preliminary control over them. Death is truly my fate, isn't it? Lucian smiled wearily. I wonder. Who arranged that? Chapter 40, Sage. Lucian was taken by surprise as he soon returned to the HQ of the Numinous Episcopate with his sleeping father. Sia and Hater were waiting for him in the main chambers. They reported what had happened to everyone in the Numinous Episcopate. It wasn't only them. His messenger, Merlin, quickly followed them up with reports from all around the world, which were coming through the information network of spirits that Merlin personally oversaw. All in all, what happened was that every beyonder of the pathways of the eternal darkness was affected when he brought the weight of his existence into reality. Okay, maybe he overdid it. Nonetheless, this incident didn't have any major repercussions, as his voice, which was broadcasted to everyone, was swiftly cut off. He highly suspected this was the work of the Evernight goddess. If she wasn't certain of his existence before, this would be more than enough to give him away. Anyway, what happened had happened. There was no point in brooding on it gloomily. He just needed to be all the more cautious in the coming chaotic times. Lucian informed his angels that the disturbance was caused by him retrieving the death uniqueness, which he was holding along with the legacy of the ancient goddess of death. Then he gave them his father, who was floating alongside him still asleep. He asked them to take his father to his chamber, but he ordered Merlin to keep an eye on his father and notify him as soon as he awoke. Sia and Hater first congratulated him without any surprise, as if his attaining the death uniqueness was a given. Well, it indeed was. Then off they went along with Merlin, taking his father with him. Hater immediately returned as though he remembered something, which came in the form of a blood-red orb like a miniature crimson moon. This was one of the artifacts that were seized from the Rose School of Thought during the assault. Oh, he knew about this cursed thing. Your inferences are correct, Hater. Lucian held the miniature crimson moon, observing it keenly. This is indeed linked to the mother goddess of depravity. Within this, there is a drop of blood that she personally blessed. Hater became all the more grave in the face of revelation. Seal this among the grade 0 artifacts. Lucian ordered, passing the miniature crimson moon back to Hater. In some way, this is even more dangerous than them. It may come in handy in the war. Yes, my lord. Hater held the crimson orb ever so carefully, as though he were holding a nuclear bomb. By the way, have the last remnants of the Rose School of Thought been purged? Lucian asked. Not yet. Hater shook his head. Raynette is still on it, but she promised she would be done by the new year. Raynette. Lucian brooded, thinking about the loyalty of the Queen of Curses. Tell her to come and meet me when she is free today. I will inform her, my lord. Hater nodded. Come on then. Lucien said, striding towards the door of the main chambers. Brief on the reception for the council till I reach my room. Hayter obliged, walking out of the main chambers with his lord as he told him about the reactions and responses of everyone to the council, their pacing figures illuminated by the afternoon light of the sun. After a brief respite with coffee and a newspaper, Lucien made his way towards Bernadette Gustave's room, knocking on her door. It opened immediately, revealing Queen Mystic, primed and prepared. He highly suspected she had been waiting all day for this moment. "Let's go." Bernadette said so as soon as their eyes met. And so, without wasting time, Lucien grabbed her hand and teleported them to uninhabited island on the edge of the Sonia Sea near the southern continent. Bernadette stood on the white beach, looking ahead at the expanse of ocean in silence. Lucien summoned a dark black scythe into his bronze hands. Bernadette focused on the scythe, though her mythic eyes remained dim, attributing to her cautiousness. Nevertheless, her clairvoyant senses were more than enough to give her clues about the scythe. "Is that," she trailed off, her unspoken guess carried in the air. "Yes." Lucien confirmed her guess. The uniqueness of the death pathway. Bernadette sucked in a breath, her eyes slightly widening at the scythe. Maybe this was her first time actually seeing a uniqueness in form. "Begin." Lucien ordered with finality, "I will protect you." Bernadette got a hold of herself and nodded in resolution. Then she reached out her right hand and quickly drew out words filled with stellar radiance in the air. These words, which were similar to the words on the blasphemy slate, quickly interweaved into a strange symbol and opened a secret door that seemed to lead deep into the spirit world. A separate dimensional space holding a lot of powerful things was behind it. It was a literal treasure trove. Following that, the secret door opened, and a strong gust of wind blew out, transforming into an entity that was half man, half air. His upper body was wrapped in white cloth. "Sage frontlet," Bernadette ordered in a calm yet dignified voice. The man responded respectfully and removed an accessory from the white cloth wrapped around his body. The core of this accessory was a vertical eye embedded with diamonds. It shimmered with pure light, exuding an abnormal holiness. It was filled with intelligence, but it also appeared cold without any warmth. Sage frontlet, a grade 0 sealed artifact. It was crafted by Roselle Gustave using the sequence 2 characteristic of the hermit pathway. However, its negative effects were so severe that Bernadette usually avoided carrying it with her. "I need your help," Bernadette began, pointing the sage frontlet at Lucien. The silent one merely flicked his index finger, causing the diamond accessory to lose its luster and wither into dust, leaving behind the sequence 2 characteristic of the hermit pathway. Bernadette took the characteristic and concocted it into a potion that would allow her to advance into angel. After finishing it, she instinctively looked up at Lucien, who nodded lightly in reassurance. Then the Queen Mystic looked down at the bubbling potion, each bubble containing a transparent eye. "Father, I am one step closer to you," she thought, drinking the potion with resoluteness. Immediately, her body turned ethereal at a discerning pace. She began to break down into thick and complicated knowledge, changing into an existence that was a flux of information. The entire uninhabited island, as well as the surrounding winds, clouds, seawater, and waves, all lost their sense of reality. It was as though they had been restored to the most fundamental blocks of information. This was an extremely dangerous state. If one's willpower wasn't strong enough, their luck wasn't good enough, and they weren't prepared enough, the knowledge that they had transformed into would be infiltrated by all kinds of information from around the world within seconds. They would be washed away, assimilated, and thus quickly lose consciousness. They wouldn't be able to reassemble their bodies, turning into a very strange and difficult monster to deal with in mysticism, the knowledge demon. But Bernadette had relied on the sage frontlet and had previously transformed into a flux of information on several occasions. Although it was limited to 2 to 3 seconds and didn't last too long, it was still considered experience. At that moment, she tried her best to maintain her consciousness and establish a connection with information produced in the spirit world that was created as a result of her preventing the descent of the true creator, which was as high level as a disaster could get in the world. That information had a clear imprint belonging to her, and it involved a very high level of power. It was exceptionally solid, and couldn't be dispersed by other information for short periods of time. It helped her stabilize her consciousness and slowly gather the dissipating flux of information around her body. At this moment, Lucien floated in the sky outside the region that Bernadette was promoting, holding his scythe. Everything in that location had vanished, having been reduced to formless and colorless information. Even the spirit world was not immune, mingling with everything to generate a cyclone of information, and in the center of it all was a building and struggling silhouette that belonged to Bernadette Gustave. To be honest, the situation was bizarre, and that made it all the more fascinating. Lucien mumbled under his breath, but suddenly his silver eyes narrowed as he gripped the handle of his scythe tighter and tighter in preparation. The gazes of gods were directed here for a moment, flickering past them, though one remained longer, focusing solely on the swirl of information before following the example of others. But it was enough for him to grasp the identity of the god behind the gaze. He sensed a divine aura that invoked all of his scientific and fundamental knowledge, grounding him in the essence of the world. It was the god of steam and machinery. Normally, Lucian wouldn't have been able to sense the gazes of gods, but with the death uniqueness, his senses have been conceptually enhanced, enabling him to perceive even the slightest traces of divinity and authority. His senses were sharp and clear more than ever, and he was still not letting down his guard. Even though the god of steam and machinery didn't choose to intervene with the ascension of Bernadette, the same couldn't be said for someone else. Time ticked by. There were several times when Bernadette wavered on the border of losing consciousness, but in the end, she managed to tide through it. She gathered all the information that belonged to her and began to reconstruct her body. At that moment, she gradually felt the concern Admiral of Stars Katlia had for her. She felt the members of the Element Dawn and her crew making their daily prayers. This stabilized her condition better, allowing her to resist the ancient will that was slowly developing in her body. Suddenly, a series of secret information came from nowhere. Taking the opportunity while Bernadette was reforming her body, it attempted to fuse with her in a bid to corrupt her. This was interference from the hidden sage. However, Lucian emerged in its path, firmly holding the scythe in his hands. By exerting primary control over it, he invoked its authority over the surroundings. Immediately, a dreadful curtain of death enveloped Bernadette, effectively blocking the hidden information. As they made contact with the curtain, they withered away. Firmly grabbing this sudden moment of peace, Bernadette completely reassembled her body and used her own anchors to balance out the terrifying will that was surfacing in her body. At that moment, she had truly become a Sequence 2 angel of the mystery prior pathway, an important figure in the mysterious world that could be addressed as a secret existence. Congratulations. Lucian appeared in front of her. Thank you. Bernadette bowed her head gratefully. Lucian hummed. Come on, he said, extending his hand towards her. It's best if we leave. I can feel Hidden Sage's million eyes on our back. Bernadette blinked, but there was no hesitation in her actions as she took his hand. They teleported back to the HQ of the Numinous Episcopate, landing on the balcony of her room. Right on the heels of that, the Queen Mystic confronted the Reaper. So can you tell the truth now? She gulped in a mixture of anticipation and fear. About my father. A/N, I am taking a break till June. My semester exams are catching up. I need to focus on them.